Hello, everyone, and good morning. This is third Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for Prisoners, Chess for Freedom, the project which brings a lot of emotions and memories to the people who needs it the most. I'm Keti Tsatsalashvili, Women Grandmaster, and with the team of hosts and the commentators, we are happy to welcome you once again at this event. So today is the second day, which means that we are going to see less teams than we saw yesterday. So to give you a very quick update, we had at this event 118 teams from 50 countries. And right now we do have in this at this moment 10 men, 4 women, and 4 youth team qualified to the second stage, and they will battle it out, and only 2 teams will go to the finals. In the end of the day, we're going to have another 10 men's team, 4 women's team, and 4 youth team playing, and I will try to do their best to go to the final. So it is a lot of chess games, a lot of very interesting stories ahead of us. And I would like to greet everyone who are watching us on YouTube. You guys, I have the chat open. If you have any questions or if you want to comment any of the games, just let me know. And as a start, I would like to know from which country you are watching this event. So let's now take a look at the results. What we have seen yesterday, it was a really long day. We had almost 11 hours of chess, and we have seen so much of the games. So right now on the screen, you can see the countries that qualified from the group stage yesterday. Guys, we had a lot of groups, as I mentioned earlier, as 118 teams has been played. We had 10 male groups with 78 teams. We had 3 female groups with 22 teams, and we had also 3 youth groups with 18 teams. And right now you can see all the qualifiers on the screen and those countries who collected most of the points, and they have now the chance to battle it out for the finals. And it is worth to mention right now that we do have the partner of this event, the Gift of Chess, who will give 500 chess sets to the winners. And that is a very nice gift for the inmates because some of them don't have the chess sets and they don't have a chance to practice before the tournament. We had a lot of guests yesterday. They were sharing with us very nice stories, how much chess changed the life for them. And today we're going to have also a lot of very interesting stories. Co-hosts of the event, International Masters, Almira Skripchenko and Michael Rahal, and they will also bring very, very nice stories and guests to you. So right now we can see all these teams who gonna play right now at 10 a.m. Central European time in Group 1. This is the group I will be covering. You guys, all the games in men and female section and as well as the youth section will start at the same time, and we a lot of very interesting games, chess games, and what's most important, a lot of interesting stories about the heroes of our project. So little bit about the chess portion of the tournament. We do have a time control 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. which turned out to be very fine time control, as yesterday we did not see that much of the issues on the clock for the players. They were actually playing quite fast. And we also have 4 members for each team. So the teams have 4 players, and they can also have the substitutes. And each team has the captains as well. So we're waiting the games to start. If we have the footage from the prisons, maybe we can go to there and check it out, how the players are getting ready, what is the situation, what is the atmosphere there, if they are ready to start the game. So let's take a look at the video of the inmates, if we have already on our Zoom. And we do have a lot of Zoom calls right now where all the teams are right now together. We have also the team of arbiters, a lot of arbiters who are observing the whole situation. There were a lot of questions about the fair play measurements yesterday in our YouTube chat. So you guys, we have 3 components. The first component is that Chess.com is using fair play data for checking the games, and Chess.com is the platform that we are receiving the games and the players are playing. And we also have FIDE screening tool data provided by Professor Regan, and the final tool to control everything, and the most powerful tool, is the visual evidence from the arbiters on the Zoom call. On top of that, we have the representatives in each prison who are observing the whole situation and also helping inmates to start the game and to deal with all the connection problems that they might have. All right, I'm just gonna check out the games if they have started, and meanwhile we might also have the footage from the prison, so we can check it out how everyone is doing today. So what we can mention is that for the last years, this tournament is the 3rd edition. We had the winners in 2021. We had Team Mongolia for male competition winning the event, and Team Georgia was the winner of the female category. And in this 2022 edition, we had additionally youth category as well. And in that segment, Serbia won the tournament. We had Philippines in the men category, and we had Mongolia in the women category. It is worth to mention that Mongolia is heavily favored in this tournament. They have qualified in men, women, and youth categories. So right now, we are actually seeing them on the screen with the T-shirts of the Chess of Freedom. That's our logo. And they are very much focused already. We can see they also have the bottles on this side, bottle of water on the side. So they are ready. They are ready. We learned that they had a training system, chess training system, some years before our tournament started. So we can see that they are well prepared for the event. They are quite strong team. But on the other side, we also have Kazakhstan just joining the tournament at this edition. We have Philippines. We do have also India, a lot of team from India, and so on and so on. So right now we can just look a little bit on this footage before they start the game. And I just got the information. The games has started, so I will try to take a look at the games. All right. If we have anything in progress, we can see that right now. So right. Yeah, they seem to be playing. They seem to be playing, to be honest, but Somehow somehow the boards are not popping up. All right. Looking forward to see the first move. Yes, indeed, because also to talk about the chessboard, what we have seen, it's quite nice quality of the chess, and we don't have that much of like uh, blunders like you might expect from the participants who have never played chess. All right, I got the chessboard. I'm very happy to share now the chess board on the screen so we can finally focus on the chess part of the tournament. So here we have the first match that I will be covering. It is Mongolia versus Zimbabwe. Um, I talked already about Mongolia, quite a strong team, and we also have um, a very nice lineup from the Zimbabwe. And right now we will bring the chessboard on the screen, so we'll be able to talk about chess. And meanwhile, we have the team from Serbia on our screen. This is the team from Serbia, the male team. They have a beautiful flag, so we can recognize which country they are from. And yeah, this is the footage we have right now. Okay. And by the time we get the board ready, we can just see how the things are going. Meanwhile, I will just maybe choose the game of Serbia. Um, All right, we're getting ready to bring the chessboard on the screen, and meanwhile, I'll give some of the very important information about this project, how chess can change the life of many people for better. We had stories when people who were in prison and now they are out of the prison, they are supporting inmates to learn chess, to study chess. So this project gives the rights to inmates and the opportunity to learn and teach each other chess, which on the other hand, chess brings a lot of skills to everyone. And it is indeed a nice time to spend when you are studying chess, when you're analyzing chess. That happens in a group usually, and there are a lot of challenges with that. You always compete with another, and you are trying to also play some games. So it's a lot of components that chess can bring to inmates in the prison who really, really need to spend some quality time because there are some common symptoms that we know that people can suffer in prisons, like depression, stress, and anxiety. So we are so glad and so happy that chess can bring the peace to many of the people. All right, we have the chessboard on the screen. It's time now to talk a little bit about the chess. For this match, we can see Zimbabwe against Mongolia. Mongolia already scored the first point, and we can see the checkmate. And I wonder again, where is the queen? The queen is always missing. Queen is always missing. So I'm gonna go back and check it out where the queen went. So we had this moment where there was a blunder on the board and Black just took it. And it was quite difficult to play this game without a queen. So we have the final result. A checkmate, jump into the next game. And here we have Mongolia board 2 against Zimbabwe board 2. Already very sharp situation. We can see this bishop has just captured the pawn. Black cannot take this bishop because there is a pin on the board, and so basically white just won a pawn at this point. But there's also, if we count, we have 3 minor pieces, and black has 2 minor pieces. So that means that white is winning in this match. The king is quite unsafe here, and white will start to launch the attack on the king side, something like getting this bishop back and then getting the queen on the h-file. However, we do have here the first move, which opens the bishop to capture the rook, so I would expect this move to happen in any second. And well, this can be the second victory for from the Mongolia. So we're going forwards to the board 3 to have just a picture what is happening in this match. Here we have Zimbabwe board 3 against Mongolia, a slightly advantage on the board for white. If you guys are joining right now for the first time the chess tournament, you might see the sidebar going up and down. So that means that we have the evaluation bar, and right now we just see that a blunder happened. So this rook is under the attack, and black can simply capture this rook on the board. So that actually just happened, and this we might consider another very nice position for Team Mongolia going forward to see. Oof. Okay, there's a lot of things happening here. We can see all white's pieces into the attack against the black's king. Just the alone, lonely king here. So here, white has a slightly better position. And let's see how the game will continue. But despite the fact that Mongolia is the favorite in this match, still the games are on, and there is always a chance to hold the game. And on the screen, we can see one of the teams. Is it Zimbabwe? I don't really know. I have a feeling it might be Philippines. If you guys can spot it out, something that tells the team. Uh, oh, it's the Philippines. Yeah, I can see the flag. Okay, that's the team Philippines. Well, in the comment, guys, I told you that I'm reading the YouTube comments. I will read out this comment. I think it's a great that such tournament exists. I agree with that. It is indeed the great opportunity to people who needs some some quality time, who needs to have some sort of to improve some sort of skills that chess can bring to them. And one of the well-known skills that chess can bring to all of us is the developing the memory. So that's the one thing. Also, logical thinking. And in some of the interviews and the videos that we have, and you guys gonna see it later on, there is a very good point that some of the inmates were saying that before they were not thinking, but now they are thinking a lot, and chess brings this opportunity to people to actually train, to plan everything, to make some strategies, and then to have the result after all. So yeah, I agree. This is very nice social project for the inmates, and we're just happy to be part of it. All right, on the board, what is happening? We can see that white has 2 extra rooks. That's too much of the material advantage. And black's king is just suffering a little bit here. So white's plan might be just to trade some of the pieces, or maybe to even attack the weak king, something like getting the rook into the games in this way. Now, after the pawn was pushed forward, that created some of the weaknesses on the dark squares, and maybe we're gonna have this knight jump to attack the king. And there we have it on the board. There's a check. Black cannot capture this knight here because it might be just a bad blunder. The bishop is controlling this square, and when the king moves away, now we can actually just kick the knight away and activate the white's knight. So here the time control, as I mentioned earlier, it's 10 minutes plus 5 seconds, which is quite nice time control. As you can see, none of the participants have suffered with the time pressure on the board. They're playing very fast. I think they were just getting ready to play very fast. They were trying to play some blitz games. And here we have the result. Right now, the bishop is just hanging here, so white can take this bishop, or white can first take the knight and take the bishop later on. So here we have winning position for the Mongolian chess player. All right, if this game ends in a favor of Mongolia, we might have 4-0 in favor of Mongolia. And after the end of this game, I will just go through to the other match. We have also Philippines against Romania. This game is still running, and we also have Team Philippines right now. 3 games has been already done. Here we have the victories, all the other 3 boards for Philippines against Romania, and now they have been turned on the side and they are observing the game of the last board. So we have Philippines with white pieces, Romania with black pieces, and clearly white is attacking the king, and we might see a checkmate very soon coming up, as king has only 1 square to go, and white will keep giving some checks to black's king. Perhaps this move or this move. And all right. For the moment, we saw the chief arbiter of the tournament appearing on the screen. So we have a group of well-experienced international arbiters who are observing the tournament and checking out everything. And this game has ended in a draw. White didn't really risk anything here, and white was just fine to make a draw. Although white also has the extra piece, but there is some weaknesses also to white's position. So this result is normal. Before we go to the next match, I will quickly take a look how the other games went. And meanwhile, you guys can see the team Bulgaria. Just one board has been in progress, and you can see the name of the chess tournament, Chess for Freedom Team Bulgaria, and they have flags. That's a really nice picture that we have. Maybe I'll just try to find this game, one game in progress. Okay. I'll try. You might just see some mess on the screen. So just ignore that, because I am on the way to mission to find the game that is happening right now. Yeah, that might be just a bit difficult. So let's focus on this one. Let's focus on this one. So one of the game is still in progress. This is Team Mongolia. Let's bring the chessboard back on the screen and check it out how Team Mongolia is doing on the last board, which is in progress. So we have 2 extra rooks, bishop, and the queen. Too many extra things on the board. And we might see just checkmate in a few moves. And there we go. There we go. This is happening. And now all white has to do just to give the checks. There is a check. There is also a check. And very likely checkmate will happen in few moves. And there is a checkmate in 1 move right now. There's another checkmate in 1 move. How many? What happened? Okay, it was a checkmate. I thought it was a stalemate for whatever reason. So White won this game nicely. That makes Mongolia Team Mongolia winning 4-0 against Zimbabwe, and all the games have just finished. So we do have Team Mongolia um, just doing amazing. The first part yesterday, we had the qualifiers in youth category, Team India and Mongolia, in female category, Philippines and Mongolia, and in male category, Mongolia and Philippines. So we have those such sort of chess countries that um, are showing the best results. Right now, we can see the players are very much focused. Maybe the other round has already started. So I'm gonna take a look at that. No, they are just analyzing the games. So, very important about the process of learning chess is also to analyze your game. Doesn't matter if you win, doesn't matter if you lose the game. You need to analyze. You need to learn what mistakes you made, what mistakes your opponent made. So you are then ready to to play better and to get more and more experience. Um, and in a few minutes, we're gonna have another game to start. Today we have less teams playing rather than the first day. The qualifiers, we had a lot of Zoom rooms, so we had 118 teams in this competition, and now we have just a little bit less to talk about the final. As we have some time in the final, we're just gonna have two teams who qualified out of 118. We're gonna have only two teams qualifying today, and they'll fight for gold medal. They'll fight for the silver medal, and then we're gonna have another two teams fighting from the bronze medal. And in case of the in that case, we're gonna have the matches, two matches against each other. So we're gonna have, I'm sure, a very strong team winning this competition. So the question is if Mongolia will be the champion another time. What we have seen so far, they are well prepared, but we also have the other teams. Right now, we can see still Philippines, Team Philippines back on our screen. But for a moment, I just noticed that there was also a team from Armenia on our screen that were just getting ready for the next round to start. And later today, we're going to have a lot of guests joining us to hear some nice stories about the inmates, about the projects. So a lot of prisons opened chess clubs or chess lessons, let's say, and the inmates are having the possibility to train, to learn, to socialize. Um, that helps just helps to do all this activity, and we have heard so many stories when a person who has never seen chessboard, who has never played chess, they fall in love with chess and they are addicted now to play chess. And yesterday it was quite nice to interview Steve Ruvo from Malawi, who is for the moment inmate in the prison, but he will be free from the prison in about 4 months. And he has a lot of plans. He has a lot of plans connected to chess, and he wants to support everyone in the prison because chess helped him big time, and he wants others to be also helped. All right, I'm getting the information that the next round has already started, so I have to go back, I guess, to settings and check it out if that is true. So in the second group, we don't have anything yet to start. In the first group, The games will start in a second, so I'll just wait. I'll just wait for a bit. The part of the chess game you have also be a little bit patient to wait to start. So this is the skills the chess is given to all of the chess players or someone who just play. Don't necessarily needs to be a chess player to enjoy chess. So in the comment, I see, hello, please provide the result of chess games of Philippines. All right, you asked for it. I can tell you right now. So in the first round, Team Philippines faced Romania, and Team Philippines won 3 games. On the second, third, and fourth board, they won all the games, and on the first board, it was winning position, but uh, the game ended in a draw. Yeah, that was the final result of Team Philippines. Team Philippines is another favorite team in this competition. All right, the games. I'm waiting for the games to start. Yeah, the moment we have it. We're gonna bring it to you guys. So yeah, to talk a little bit before we receive the chessboard, to talk a little bit about this project, we do have Chess for Freedom for 3rd year. This is the 3rd edition that it became bigger and bigger this year. In 2021, that was the first edition. We had 31 team. Today we have 50 teams, so more and more team countries want to join, and of course there is some issues. It's not so easy just to register and join. There are some requirements, and also it needs to have some points done regarding the security, regarding the internet connection, and so on and so on. I'm so happy to see so many countries getting interested to be part of the chess games. And on the 2nd edition, 2022, we had already 46 countries and 8 teams for the male, 10 teams for female, and 11 teams for junior. And on this screen we can see, is it female team? I think it's a female team from Zimbabwe. Very nice color outfits, and they are very much focused right now. I don't know if they have started the game. I don't see that well. Maybe they are waiting next games to start, just like us. But this time that the players are spending together, and they have this opportunity to chat, to get their minds busy with chess, to come up with some strategies to support each other. This is indeed something very special for them. And of course, they have some preparation. They have some time to get ready, to train games. We had also the stories how 2 countries connected and played the training matches before the tournament. So a lot of things are happening around this project. The story that we will bring to you guys later on, as we have the video and we have the interview, is the Team Georgia, which who won the competition 2021, and they have been released from the prison right after winning the women's competition of the World Chess Championship. So so glad that chess can help people to change their lives better, and to get some motivation to people to just feel better and be better, and also to improve a lot of skills that chess can bring to the players. All Right, we can see the same team actually on the screen. And they seem to me they are relaxed, to be honest. So they are waiting for the next round to start. Yeah, and just imagine when you become the world champion, how amazing is that to have this title? So we have now another team on the screen. The players are just getting ready to start the next game. And you guys, we are going to show you some of the videos that we prepared, and you will get a lot of information from these videos about the tournament and about this social project that FIDE is running for 3 years already. So take a look at these videos and I will be back with the chess games. Chess for Freedom gave a chance to 4 women from Georgia to be released from the prison before its terms. The Georgian women took part in the competition and became the world chess champions back in 2021. This is a story when one day, one chess project changed the future for the better. Today, these 4 women are living their free lives and holding the meaningful title of World Chess Champions. We had a chance to visit Georgia to interview legendary chess player, 5 times World Women's Chess Champion Nona Gaprindashvili, who is an advocate of social projects for inmates, mainly Chess for Freedom. How important is the project Chess for Freedom for inmates?
I should say it's very important. First of all, chess played a great role for everyone during the pandemic when everything was just shut down. Chess was the only sport where we had all the competitions still happening. Just imagine how important it is for inmates to have an opportunity to be a part of the World Championship. 2 years ago, Georgian women won the championship. It's true that they have not had many years ahead of them in prison, but still, they have been released before their terms. It was surely a great gesture and appreciation. They now have very different lives than in prison. It's certainly important for inmates to have such opportunities, and chess gave them it all. The words you mentioned before, freedom, peace, socialization, that's all what this project brought to the participants. We all celebrated the victory together. I was there to award the women's team. You know, they were extremely happy, totally different people.
Could you remember that moment when Georgian women's team became the world champion?
I had an honor to give them the chess trophy. There were representatives from the Ministry of Justice, also representatives from the Sports Committee. Women have been awarded decent prizes. Later we had some dinner together, and you know, the inmates were very happy. Absolutely different people were standing in front of me. This project is exactly what makes people turn the tables to good instead of bad. That's what happened, as today these 4 ladies have a normal life. This is exactly what I wish for each and every participant of the project. Chess gives these opportunities.
Do you think this title of world champion would help them to socialize after liberation?
Of course, I'm certain these ladies are doing a decent life. They changed. They have already served their terms in prison. Now the World Championship title will help them to feel better.
What would you wish for the participants of Chess for Freedom 2023?
The fact that they are part of the project is already great. Only one team can win, and in total there are only 3 prizes. But the most important is to be the part of the chess event, because chess can change their lives for the better. I wish they also have been released before their terms. This might be a fresh start of new lives for many of them. That's what I wish for them all.
Thank you so much.
We are taking part in every social project, including Chess for Freedom. This is the FIDE project, where in 2021 Georgian women became world champions. After this victory, they got freedom from prison. That directly corresponds to the name of the project, Chess for Freedom. We are hoping our women's team will celebrate another victory and will become world champions again, as we have quite strong players.
How important is this project for inmates in prison, and if chess can help them in a way in the future?
Chess is a very popular sport. I often see young people playing chess online on their phones. People are playing chess everywhere, also in the prisons. Chess is a tool for socialization for inmates. I am certain inmates are playing chess and enjoying the process during their spare time. I hope chess will help them for freedom.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
I find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit. Obviously, you have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit? You know what I'm saying? So, obviously, I haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that. You know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year this doubled to 4, and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago, and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the third Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. We call it also Chess for Freedom because for some of the participants, this project brings the freedom alongside with another benefits. The games have already started. I will go right away to the boards and jump on the chess game because we have Mongolia 1 playing against Mongolia 3, and all the teams from Mongolia are super strong. So let's see what this round will bring to us. You guys, you have seen some of the videos and the stories which we have prepared for you to have some ideas how Chess for Freedom is working. We can also hear stories from the people who are working with inmates and the stories of itself inmates. And I cannot avoid this comment because somehow I was ignoring yesterday so much those type of comments, but today I think I can just point out that we don't judge anyone. We don't know what happened, how these people got into the prison. We are not the ones who judge, and these people are actually serving their terms. So let's not judge their personality. Let's just judge their playing skills, chess skills, because I think that everyone deserves the second chance. And anyway, we cannot really judge without knowing the stories of each individual. So please, guys, be very kind to the people who really need our support, and just please keep in mind that this is not the best choice that someone can make to get yourself into the prison for years to be out of all the things that you could access to normal life. All right, let's just keep the positive note for this tournament, because this is the social project and this is the tool how chess can help people to improve their skills in many aspects, and to spend some quality time to meet the people, to make some friends, and in the end of the day to compete and to win the chess game. And that also brings a lot of joy. So another comment that I see in the chat is the question about the level of the chess players. Right now, guys, you might see the chess rating of chess.com. Every team that registers, they are giving the starting rating. So we don't actually know, we don't know their rating, the actual rating. Some of them are players, they have been playing chess, some of them are seeing chessboard for the first time. So we have a mix of everyone in this competition. And one of the events, I remember that we even had FIDE Master taking part into this tournament, and somehow we can have the group of the people who are new into the chess and who has played chess before this event. So and the ratings are not saying too much here. There is like two reasons for that, and also, guys, we don't know the names, right? So this is how this project is working. We just know the boards 1, 2, 3, 4, and we know the country from which country they are playing for. And the rating is that it should not be the big margin. Like, for instance, if someone has 500 more rating points, then the others might just feel stressed and underdogs. Okay, please write me some comments if you have any questions. But I really, really ask all you guys to be supportive, to have some understanding why this project is happening, and just let me know if you have your favorite team in this competition. The board won, Mongolia 3. This team is something that we cannot skip, has been ended in favor of Mongolia 1. So we can see here the checkmate was delivered and there's an extra queen on the board. So switching to the next game, here we can see the end game, bishop versus the knight end game. And we have few pawns on the board. We can see that black has here winning chances as this is the extra pawn and this pawn can go further. And there is also another pawn, weak pawn, that the knight is attacking. So to compare these two pieces, we can say that the knight is much stronger because knight can target the white's pieces, and this bishop cannot target any of the black's pawns because they are on the dark squares. All right, so the bishop is under attack here, and when the bishop leaves, the pawn will hang. So I believe that's going to happen right now, and white will take this pawn on the other side, and white will have some counter play. What is really good about the chess game is that no matter how bad is your position, you might still have a chance before you resign, and that we can also have very similar situation in our lives. No matter how bad is the situation, until you are living, until you have a chances, you can somehow improve. So let's see how this game is going. Black is the first who is going to promote the pawn, and this knight is just dominating the board, controlling the square here, so bishop cannot really stop the pawn. Going forward, white is also running to the queen, but unfortunately to white, this is way too far. And now with an extra queen, black can start to give some checks, to attack the king, and to start to maybe grab this pawn or grab the bishop, and then checkmate white's king. Right now, guys, we can see Team Armenia on the screen alongside with the FIDE flag and Armenian flag, and the logo of the tournament. Last year, I remember that Team Armenia was playing from the chess palace. They have this beautiful chess palace in Yerevan, the capital of Armenia. Thanks to Tigran Petrosian, the legendary chess player, world champion, and the icon player for many, including myself. They have the chess palace, and the inmates had 1 day or 2 days maybe when they were escorted from the prison to the chess palace, and they could play like a normal chess tournament. All right, what's happening here is very simple. Black just guards this square, so the pawn will not go further, and now black is pushing another pawn, and black wants to have two queens to win the game. But I think knight, queen, and the king would be more than enough to checkmate white's king. I'm going to go to the next game right away. So this game has ended in favor of Mongolia 3. So for the moment, we have a tie between these two teams, and the last board has just ended. So we have here the checkmate with the rook and the queen. All these participants know perfectly well how to checkmate with the queens, how to checkmate with rook and the queen. So that actually demonstrates that they had some trainings before the tournament. So you're going through to these details. Going forward, I see Team Georgia. This is my country. I have to check it out, what is happening in this match. India won against Georgia. So let's see here. The ratings you guys see right now. Oh, we cannot see the chessboard. Shame. We have to have a chessboard back. So let's take a chessboard, and I'll go ahead and analyze the games. And meanwhile, I will read out the comments in our YouTube. FIDE, this can be a life-changing thing for Nigerian prisoners. Give your hand, we're beginners in the world. Yeah, we are very happy that some people can use chess as a tool to spend the quality time. And you guys, chess is helping to develop the thinking skills, logical thinking, also the concentration skills. This is so important. Yesterday, when Almira Skripchenko joined the show and took over, we had a little chat, and she mentioned this point that when she's playing chess, and like anyone plays chess, no matter how strong is the player, you just concentrate, you just see the chessboard 100%. You are just at that moment or in the chess world, and you don't actually know what is happening around you. You don't have that much of the worries, and this is indeed very sometimes very must thing to have the full concentration on the certain topic. Also, chess inspires many to have self-motivation, and the fact that you can train in hours, you can train with your friend, that can be also rewarded by winning the title, by winning the game, and that gives a lot of joy. So for the moment, we can see again Team Armenia. Some of the players are just joining. We can see that some of the officials are also going to observe the chess games. And yeah, indeed, this takes a lot of effort from everyone to organize the chess event for inmates. But here we have it. Seems like it is working perfectly fine, and we have a chessboard. No, we need a chessboard, please, on the screen, because a lot of things are happening, and we need to take a look at that. So, Team Georgia against Team India, board one, we can see that Team Georgia has extra rook, and Team Georgia will also have the queen. Soon this pawn is going to be promoted. White also has a pawn here very close to the back rank, and chess has this opportunity to become out of the smallest pawn. This is the smallest piece on the board to the strongest piece, the queen. Right now we can see black just promoted a pawn, and this queen now is super strong, can access to any square, and can also target the opponent's king. So white is still playing. There is no reason to resign here. This is a team competition. Anything can happen. And when we have the online games, there is sometimes the possibility that the opponent disconnects, and there is nothing wrong with that. It's not your fault that your opponent disconnects, and you can get the win for your team. So far, we have Georgia, a second board winning, and we have India, third board winning. So very tense match. On the first board, Georgia is leading. On the last board, let's take a look what is happening. Here we have Georgia with 5 pieces, India with black pieces, and we can see the engine bar goes all the way up for white here, and white has the extra bishop. Both kings are quite weak. They're exposed. There are no pawns around to cover the king, and pawns are the best pieces to cover the king. But still, there are some threats here. There are some checks on the board. White has to play a very safe game now. White has to take care of the king, and then when king is safe, this is such a nice move. The computer says it's not a good move, but we don't care about that. The idea is that after capturing here, there's a checkmate, and white spotted it out. So guys, you can understand what's the level when moves like this are happening. You cannot say it's a beginner because the person just sees these tactics and gives up the bishop, and also covers the file that black was threatening. So we can just guess that this is a quite decent level. So the engine says like this is a bad move, and black can equalize here. don't see actually how black will equalize this. Black can attack here. There's no check, although squares are controlled by white queen. And I really wonder what is that one move that can equalize the position. Interesting. That is interesting. You guys in the chat, please help me out if you have any idea what is going on. On the screen, we can see one of the teams. What? Draw by stalemate? What? Oh, that is so beautiful. Oh, that is so beautiful. And they found it? They found it. Okay. Okay. Wow, this is incredible. So here I asked the question how the draw is happening. I couldn't imagine the stalemate could be here an option, but look at this. The pawn is blocked. This pawn is also blocked, and this is also blocked. So these pawns cannot move away. The king can't move away. The rook controls this, bishop controls this. This king has no square. Only queen and the rook can move away, and queen and the rook are the best pieces to stalemate yourself. So, oh wow, this is incredible. So black first gives up the rook, and when white captures this, then black gives up the queen. And when white takes it, it is a draw, it's a stalemate. The king is just stalemated. So the stalemate means that there is no space for the king to move, and black just can't make a move. The mate is when you are giving a check. For instance, this is a mate, and the opponent's king cannot go away. But this is a stalemate. Wow, this is incredible level. This is incredible level. After this move, here white could win the game. Actually, still after bishop f4, but this is too strong, let's say. So the point is that you are getting this bishop out of this diagonal, and this square is not controlled. So when black, for instance, takes the queen, the king now has the spot to move away. So white actually missed that. White could see that happening. But this is really, really insane game. This is my favorite game. This is my favorite game of this tournament. It's not a win actually, it's a draw. They shared the points, but this was really strong. This was really strong. Heads up, really. So how do you participate in this tournament? So this tournament, guys, is the online chess championship for the inmates, and we do have 50 countries. So each country is getting the information to join the tournament from FIDE, and they have to have a will and wish to join this event. This year we have 50 countries from around the world taking part in this competition. It's online competition, but it still takes some effort to organize it. Safety measures, internet connection, and also training the players. But here we are, third year running this event, and we are going to have probably more and more people joining the event and using chess as a tool to change their life for better. Oh, wow, that game was incredible. I'm still thinking about that game, but we have to move on, and we have already another match starting. Georgia versus Bulgaria have been started. So now let's dive into this game and all the meanwhile, I would like to ask our producer to give us the footage from Georgian prison if you have any. That would be great. So for those who just joined us, Team Georgia women team won 2021 competition, and those 4 players who became the world champions, they had freedom from the prison, and one of the main reason was this title that they have achieved. and chess brought the freedom to them. All right, this game has just started. We can see that white pieces are on the 3rd rank and black pieces are on the 5th rank. So that means that black has a little bit more space advantage. And in the chess, it's very important to have space advantage because then your pieces are more active. They are creating a lot of threats and they are just happier pieces. And we can see the black is pushing more and more pawns and kicking the white pieces backwards, so to get more space advantage. Black is having very nice position here. This is Bulgaria against Georgia, and then we are going forward. This is another game here. We can see that this is very standard setup here. We have the last move, bishop moving to here to pin the knight, and black is also developing the piece. Here we can see this is quite decent level. They know some of the theory, how to develop the pieces. Probably we're going to see the castle here from both sides, and then white will need to find a plan. That's the hardest part of the chess, to find the proper plan. If you know your plan, you know the moves, but it is very difficult to find the plan. Moving forward to the next board, we do have here Bulgaria with white pieces, Georgia with black pieces, and we have the final move, bishop developing here to guard the pawn on d4. So we can see here white has the strong center. These pawns are controlling a lot of squares, but there was an issue with this pawn, so white had to give up the bishop, but now white has very strong center with this pawn. One of the main issues here is the king, so white has to rush to castle. Black can also castle, and then black will have very big issue to develop this bishop here. The final move that has been played, d5, gives the white a chance to pass on this pawn. So now I will do a little trick. If you see this for the first time, just let me... Oh, I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I can do en passant for whatever reason. Why is that? Anyway, there was a weird moment. I wanted to ask if some of these players know en passant. If you know en passant, that means that you are strong in chess. You have played chess before, and this is not your first tournament. So we're moving forward. Black is castled now. White is also castled, and black is choosing now to get to control the queen side, and this queen is under the threat. Queen has to go back. Black is still struggling to find the plan for this bishop. So maybe if black has some time, bishop goes here, attacks the knight, would be a very nice plan. Moving forward to the next game, the final game of this match. This is quite balanced match here, Bulgaria versus Georgia. Knight to c6 is the greatest move. Wow, this is amazing. So you're giving up your knight, and when black captures, you can take this pawn back, and the rook and the king are under threat. You can also play rook to e1, intermediate move, and force black's knight to get on e4. So later on, after taking here, you can also just attack the knight over here. Wow, this is high class chess. Knight c6 is indeed nice move. So knight c6 happened. I don't know if they have played already. B takes and rook e1. This is the move that I see on the screen. Maybe it's my analysis. Let's see what's going to be the next move. This is quite balanced match. I will just wait for a second how black will respond. And meanwhile, we can see Team Mongolia, one of the very strong teams here in this competition, very much focused. You guys, I want to remind once again that this is the final day of the qualifiers. Tomorrow we're going to have the finals. Only 2 teams in each category, in male and female, and in junior category, will have a chance to fight for the title. So that actually happened in the game. Rook to e1, knight jumped on e4 to cover the queen, And now, very likely, white will capture this pawn, give a check, and attack the rook. And white is having very nice position. There's also a possibility to capture this pawn and somehow collapse black's position. The knight will hang, the rook will hang. So that's a possibility, but white just goes to bishop to capturing the rook. Black just castles right away. I need to save, bring my king into the safety, and now we can see bishop taking this pawn here and attacking the knight. All right, very tense match on this board. We don't actually see who is the leader. Going forward, earlier you guys asked about Team Philippines. They're playing against Romania, and this is the first board. And we can see that the last move was not the greatest move here. Perhaps that's the reason, because white was attacking the king side, especially this spot is weak. And now if we take a closer look, this rook is sort of stuck here. The rook cannot go around that easily, only if this bishop was not there or it was a transparent, can get this rook into the game. So this is, I would say, the equal position. White has the very nice pawn, which is the pass pawn, protected pass pawn. Black also have the same. So I would say that this is quite balanced game. Moving forward, board 2. Here we have very interesting situation. The king is weak or strong, we don't know. So this king is supporting a 4 pawn, which is target for black. And there was also the checkmate threat. So black's latest move, queen to e4, has very nice attempts to guard the pawn on h7 and also to attack the bishop on e3 and to increase the pressure on f4 pawn. So to guard all these two weaknesses, it's going to be quite difficult. Somehow white found the move, queen to f3, and is guarding all those weaknesses. So let's see. Let's see what black will play in this game. We can also see that this is quite balanced game. We don't have extra queen or extra rook. At this point, we already have quite strong teams. We can see right now how focused all the players are in Team Bulgaria. We can see their backs. Some of the prisons have the policy not to show the face of the people, of the inmates, and some of the prisons, they are giving us the footage also of the inmates. And one of the editions, I had a chance to interview one of the inmates from don't really remember from which country, but he mentioned that this is such a great opportunity for his family to watch him playing chess and hear him at the interview. So this project gives a lot of opportunities to everyone to use the moment for the right things and for the best things. All right, moving forward, going into the next game. Here we have another game where white is having a slightly better position, but it's not a big deal. To be honest, they both brought the queens into the game rather too fast. Usually we are recommending all the players to develop the pieces. For instance, those pieces are not developed, and then to take care of the king's safety, and then to bring the queens into the game, because queen is equal to 9 or 10 pawns. And the other pieces, for instance, bishop and the knight is equal to 3 pawns, rook is equal to 4 to 5 pawns. Yeah, according all these calculations, queens are the strongest pieces, and it's not so great to have them into the game rather too fast. Okay, this game is quite balanced. We can go forward and check it out, what is happening on the other board. And also I would like to take a look what is happening in the women category, who is the leader there, and check it out. We have actually qualifiers for women's team right now playing. And you guys, today in the afternoon, there will be another 4 women team competing against each other. And then out of these 8 teams, we're going to have only 2 finalists will fight for the title. All right, talking about this game, first thing what we have to do is we have to calculate the pieces. Oh no, the rook is gone. The rook is gone, so that makes our life easier to count the pieces. It means that black has 2 rooks, white has 2 minor pieces, and that means that black has here huge advantage. All right, moving forward. Right now, guys, we can see the team from Zimbabwe. They are like probably having a break now. They're not playing, and they are analyzing the game. So we covered all the games, Philippines versus Romania, and the final verdict is that this is quite balanced match, and we don't know who is the favorite going forward. Malawi against Serbia. So we had Team Malawi yesterday joining us on the show, and we have seen all the participants together with the captain and with the chess representative who is supporting them very much to take part in this competition, but also to train chess and to play chess and to get all this benefit that this game can bring to everyone. So let's see how they are doing. They have they're playing against Serbia, and we have already the first result here. You can see that black was dominating the game and ended in a win. So the first board here, oh, the queen is gone. There was a blunder. There was a double blunder. So this was a blunder. Let's check it out. Why is that? Probably just to take the knight. And then this is a blunder because queen is hanging. Okay, that's normal to blunder in chess. Going forward to the next game. Here we have again the queen, extra queen for white. We need to check out where the blunder has happened. Where was the queen? I don't see the queen. Going backwards, the queen was gone. Oh, okay. So castle happened on the long side. White played e5, sneaky move, attacking the knight. And black just captures this pawn because wants to save this knight. And there's bishop f5, pinning the queen and the king on the side. And white is winning a queen. Beautiful. Wow, that was a nice tactic. That was actually a nice tactic. So that's how a white has now winning position going forward actually into this one. Black did great job. Look how far the black went with these pawns. But the bad thing for black is that queen is missing, and queen is quite powerful. Right now, what white is doing is very, very nice, sacrificing the knight. If you take this knight, there will be another sacrifice of a queen. It will be a checkmate on the back rank. And otherwise, if you take care of your king and play like move like this to free the king, then you will lose the bishop and then another piece here. So nicely done, nicely done. Yeah, some of those games are like quite incredible, and we might see very strong teams in the finals actually, like really high level of chess. Of course, not the not the grandmaster level of chess, but really high level of the chess. And that actually happens if one of the countries have strong players, then they are supporting each other, they are training together, and that can be quite big help because these inmates, they don't have the access to the coaches, right? And they don't have the access like we can just purchase any book or purchase any chess course or watch the commentary. They don't have these opportunities, and they have each other. And sometimes the coaches that are assigned before this tournament. All right, the game has been ended. There was a beautiful tactic here. After recaptures the knight, white saw this, and it was a checkmate. Well done. Going back to Bulgaria, Georgia, this is quite tense match here. The last board has been ended, and Bulgaria here won the game. Extra bishop on the board. Black just decided to resign. The other board here, Georgia won, and we have here beautiful checkmates delivered. So, oh wow, that was a beautiful tactic. Oh wow, that was a really beautiful tactic. Oh, this is really nice. So I decided to give up the bishop for the 2 pawns. But white totally exposed the black's king, so now this move is threatened. Anyway, black cannot stop that happening, and black covered with the bishop, and now black had to give up the pawn. I love this move too, as white has this pin, pawn cannot take the pawn, and white is preparing the checkmate that actually happened on the board. Well done. So that makes this match 1-1, and other 2 boards are in progress. So let's take a look what happens on the first board. So this is the final position. Black has extra rook. This is Team Bulgaria, but white is hoping to make a draw because look at this. There is no any open file. There is like no single open file. There's one weakness, and white's rook and the king is covering. Is this a draw? Is this a draw? Oh no, don't do things like that. Don't do things like that. It looks very tempting because if you take, you're gonna take the rook. But this is actually a checkmate. You can just checkmate your own king like that. So f4 was a mistake. Black played too fast. Black could take some time to understand what is this kind of move to play. So in this case, we need to use some principles of chess to check the candidate moves. To take here and then to checkmate the white king. But anyway, black did not actually make any mistake, just went the king back. And now white just opened up the f file. So this is not a good news. And on the other hand, there's a weakness here. So black can just now get this rook either on a file or maybe even get this bishop here and attack the pawn. And with this move, white made black's life easier. So Bulgaria might win this one, and we have to then go to this game. And here we have Georgia with extra bishop here with black pieces. So so let's see how this game gonna go. And white is sneaking somewhere on this 6th rank. White wants to checkmate. So let me demonstrate this. Is there a checkmate? Yes, a checkmate. So after this move, let's play some very bad moves for black. Not that direction. You have to go this direction, I think. You have to go to this direction, I guess. Anyway, yeah, this might be like if the king goes here and let's say black makes a bad move here, we have to try like goes for the pawn. White is doing some weird things, and this is a checkmate that I'm talking about. So this didn't happen. And you guys, if white here managed to somehow draw the game, then in that case, Bulgaria can win the match against Georgia. But if this game ends in a favor of Georgia, black pieces here, and the other game ends in a favor of Bulgaria, we're going to have a tie. 2-2. So let's see. The other match, Romania versus Philippines, has ended. One game has ended, and this is a Philippine, which checkmated the white's king. The other 3 boards are still in progress. This is very interesting. This is very interesting. End game, black is totally dominating. I have 4 extra pawns. And then black is just pushing the pawns. Black can actually just bring the king here and then push all the pawns. He knows what he is doing. He knows for sure what he is doing. Now this pawn is guarded, but black also has the extra bishop over here. So the game has been done. The next game, here we have, again, this is Georgia versus Bulgaria. Very tense match. I can't really predict anything here, to be honest. Like, only prediction I have, this might end in a draw. This match might end in a draw. So the same match, the other board. Here we have once again the extra piece, but somehow white's pieces are very active now. Oh no, that's gonna be bishop coming here and pinning the rook and the king, and that's the white's last piece alive. All right, guys, we're getting ready soon to have our first guest today. And we're gonna have very nice stories from our guests. But before that, we're still seeing the chess games. So this game has been ended, and now we have Bulgaria in must-win situation. So let's see, and this has been also ended. This one's also ended. So we have 2-2 tied the match, and the next game, Romania against Philippines. We have here Romania a point ahead, and Philippines here is in must-win situation with black pieces. So it's sort of equal position. All right, so I have been told that we have our first guest ready. So I am happy to welcome Malios Nicholas from Greece, the head teacher of the Second Chance School of Domokos inside of Domokos prison. He works with the prisoners for a long time already, and he has organized different activities and lessons for them. It's a subject. Chess is a subject, and the tool to help the prisoners to improve their skills alongside with the other activities. So we're gonna have the some of the questions with Mr. Malios Nicholas. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Good morning from Cyprus, actually. I'm in Cyprus right now for an Erasmus Plus meeting. So nice to be with you. I believe you're listening to me. You can see me, and you can listen to me. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Let me introduce myself, but you already did, Katie. I'm Nick Malios. I'm the headmaster of the Second Chance School of Domokos Prison. We're in Greece. Okay, we're implementing some chess lessons, maybe. We just starting doing that. We didn't have the chance to actually participate in your tournament for this year, but we hope next year we'll be joining you. You just told that we're doing some stuff in Greece, in our prison, in our school, actually. Okay, inside the prison. Yes, we have some programs. There are some Erasmus programs about theater. We just received another grant for an Erasmus project for implementing STEM lessons, science, technology, engineering, math lessons. Actually, we're going to teach Python to our students. And what I was thinking when Nadia invited me to join this, I was thinking maybe we can debate a little, or you can ask me some questions about that, about the differences or for implementing things like chess game or drawing or music, and differences with that, and other theatrical or team member stuff. Because when you're joining a team inside the prison, it's completely different. From one side, chess, is like a lone game. There's an opponent, but actually what I believe is that it's you against yourself. Okay, I don't know if you agree, but sometimes when you're a prisoner, that applies more. When you're a prisoner, it's you and yourself. You have to face the opponent. You have to play chess. Okay, but sometimes when you're thinking that, you just think that this thing is freedom for you. The same thing applies to, we apply actually in our school some drawing lessons. So we just give pencils and, pens to our students with color pens, and they just draw. And we tell them, okay, just draw anything you want. It doesn't matter. And
can I ask you, who are the students? Who are those inmates? Are they is this in a male prison? Is it women prison or juniors?
Yeah, it's a male prison. It's an adult male prison, and actually it's a difficult prison. Difficult in the terms of kind of high security prison. They are above 22, 23 years old until 65. We have a 65 years old student who joined the school just to finish high school, but right now he's joining the theatrical team and having lessons, and starts writing and doing math problems. He succeeds in that very well, actually. And
that's incredible.
We have also in our school different nationalities. So we have prisoner students. Actually, I don't want to call them. We see them as students. Okay, they are prisoners. We don't forget that, but they are students as well. And they are from many countries, from Syria, Albania, Ukraine, with the war. And they have a difficult thing, difficulties communicating with their family back home. And we just want to make them feel actually a little bit out of prison for those 3-4 hours that they come to our school. We implement lessons like Greek language, math, science, physics, social science. We try to make them to do some English lectures, some English, learn some English stuff. And okay, I don't know if we succeed on that, but they are happy to be in our school. I mean, they forget their problems. We can see that in their faces, and when they leave our school every day, they say thank you to us, and that's something.
That's very nice.
Yeah, that's something you gain. That's something for us when you see someone recognizes, and your student actually recognizes what you did. And
may I ask you how long this project is running and how you came up with the idea? Because it's not the thing that can be implemented so easily. I'm sure it had so many difficulties to start. And you need to find the whole school, the theater, the arts, chess. Yes.
Okay, schools, second chance schools in Greece and in prison are from 2005. Actually, our school is from 2008, so it's 15 years now. But okay, we have great difficulties running the school and inside the prison. But anyway, we managed to do some stuff, some things that we want to. And the theatrical project actually is finishing right now. But we have it's finishing right now. I'm here in Cyprus for the closing meeting tomorrow. But we have the good news that we just got funding for another Creative Europe theatrical related program again. It's about theater as well, with 4 theatrical organizations from Ferrara, actually, Balamos Teatro. He's doing theatrical lessons in Venice prison, from with Théâtre de l'Opprimé from Paris, and with Bucharest, with Romania, Sigmart, doing some great stuff there in Bucharest, Romania, with inmates. And we are going to continue, and Tapico community from Athens, okay, they are coming from Athens to Domokos, far away every week to do the theatrical lessons. And okay, I want to tell you about the theatrical lessons because it's difficult, but it's also very inspiring. The teachers come from Athens, but for those 3 hours that every week they are there, our students that participate in the team feel like they're in a different, completely different world. They play games, theatrical games. They do. They are members of a team, and you know, when you're a member of a team, actually you can, feel completely different, and you have to obey the rules. Okay, so inmates are taught how to obey the rules. But also you're able to participate and implement and do some theatrical, a theatrical play maybe, and that's great for them. That's the whole idea. And even if they don't succeed, okay, they succeed, but even if they don't succeed, doing all these lessons, it's something.
It takes sometimes several tries to succeed in any project, and I wish like best of the luck. This is so nice project indeed for the people who needs this the most. One question, we're hoping to see Greece joining us for the next edition. So far, we have 50 countries taking part for Chess and Freedom. So you could be the 51st country.
I think there is a chess team from Turkey, Corfu. Okay, it's Corfu. Is there? Corfu is in Greece. So you have some. I'm not sure. Actually, last year it was a prison chess team from Corfu. In Greece, I'm not sure about that, but we can join. We're actually going to join, and also I'm thinking. Okay, I'm going to say it. Okay, I'm thinking about implementing a chess program, maybe an Erasmus. Okay, chess program. Maybe we're going to get funding. I don't know if we are actually, but okay, we will try. 4 or 5 theatrical teams around Europe. To join forces, and I don't know, we have to figure out the tasks and all that, the activities we have to do, not just play chess. We can, I'm not sure about that yet, but we can, exchange our ideas and play chess and implement something concrete for the other prison teams to, some lessons maybe, or some. I'm not sure about that yet. I haven't thought about that yet, but maybe we can do it. We can get some funding, and it's not the funding; it's the whole idea that really inspires me to do all those things.
Right. Chess can bring so many benefits, and you mentioned earlier to be part of the team to support each other, and there's also part of the competition even during the training. You have to find the best move before the others do. So this is the process that you are actually improving yourself, also the others. So we're hoping to see you next edition with many more stories.
We have the support actually of the chess, I'm not sure, chess, from the Chess Federation, from Nadia, but also from Central Greece, the chess club from Central Greece, the official chess club from Central Greece. A guy came, I'm not sure about his name, I think it's Kostas. He came 3 months ago, and now he's willing to start again and form a team. I'm not sure, about 5, 6 inmates that know how to play chess, coach them, train them well. Okay, and we will definitely participate next year.
Right. Best of the luck. I have to warn you that we have already very strong teams. Some of these countries have implemented the chess in the prison as a tool of developing a lot of skills for the inmate, but I'm sure you will do also your best to do so and to fight for a win.
We will try our best. I'm not sure about that. I'm not about the outcome, but it's not always the outcome. It's not always the result. Okay. Right. We may end up at the end of the competition, but I think what we teach to our students is that we don't care about the result, about the outcome. It's the competition and the participation that counts for us.
Right. Do you have any final words before we end this interview to those participants who are taking part right now? 118 teams who are playing from around the world. What would be your message to them?
Well, I can see that you're doing a great work there, and you have some very strong teams. I just watched some moves that the inmates are doing, and they're great. Actually, they are great chess players. I like chess as well, but maybe I cannot play like they do. Anyway, I wish to all of them good luck, and to think about not only how to compete and participate in a competition, but through chess or other theatrical or any other program that they may participate in. I wish them to find their true self, and to when they get out of prison, to be useful members for the community, and to join again the community. Okay.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much. Malios Nicholas from the Greece, head teacher of the Second Chance School of Damascus. We're waiting your team next edition, and we are hoping that you have more stories for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys, we're back to the chess portion of this tournament very soon, but it's always great to have guests come in with us and sharing their stories with us, and we're hoping that more and more countries and more cities will give the opportunity to inmates to use the chess as a tool to develop their thinking skills, for their memory skills, or just to spend some quality time together. As we mentioned, that this is the some sort of the element of the team, even though the chess is the individual sport. You are fighting to win for yourself, but sometimes people are coming together as a team, and they have one same goal, to win as a team. So this tournament here, we have 4 players for each team. They also have substitutes, and it's not really limited. The win of the team win of each individuals, and we are actually going to see in the end of tomorrow the new champions of the 3rd edition of the Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners, and we can just understand how important this can be for many of them. Going back now to the chess board, let's bring it on the screen. Let's bring it on our screen to understand who is the favorite, who is the closest to win this title. There we go. This is our chessboard. We can see some of the players are having the break right now, but I will go through the games. I'll go through the results. The match between Bulgaria and Georgia ended 2-2, so we have a draw here. They don't necessarily need to have the winner. The draw can be also the result, which can give them the point. And the next match, which is in the progress, this is Mongolia versus India. And we can see that white is here winning with extra queen and bishop and 2 pawns. So we're going to have here checkmate. Soon, I thought for the moment that was a stalemate, another stalemate today, but black had the square here, and that was actually the game over in this group. So do we have any more games? These are the games that has been already finished, and coming up the next game, round 3, will be Mongolia Georgia. Oh wow, this is the match we're gonna cover. This is the match we're gonna cover, Georgia versus Mongolia 3. This will be very important match for the qualifiers. We're gonna have only 2 teams going forward today to the finals. It's nice to hear from Greece. It is indeed. It is so great to see all these countries sharing all the information, all the projects that they are having, and we are just very happy to see chess part of the programs in a lot of prisons in many countries. So chess, alongside with the other hobbies, can be the help of the many people to decrease some common symptoms that people can have in prison. That can be the depression, it can be the stress or anxiety, and many more things. So for the moment, chess can just take you to the other world, where it's just you and your chess pieces, and you can feel much better for that moment. Right, the match has started. This is the first board, and here we can see that both sides started to develop the pieces. We can have this bishop already aiming the king side. So if white castles, maybe black wants to jump with the queen on the king side and attack the pawn. However, black just decided to develop the knight. Probably by now castle can happen. It's very important to save the king at very early stage. Knight went this way and this way. Probably wants to then jump here, or maybe just a free the road to the queen. But at some point, black needs to castle on the king. Going forward, the second board, here we can see this is actually the theoretical position. So white has a very strong pawn center. And here we have, this is the center on the chessboard, and those pawns are actually controlling the center. Now the pawn is kicking the bishop away. If you take the knight, I'll take the bishop. And it is considered in chess that two bishops are stronger than knight and the bishop, but it's not a big deal. Actually, black can just simply take it or move the bishop away. Moving forward to the next game, this already looks very sharp, as the latest move of black was bishop here on the king side, threatening the checkmate. You cannot push the pawn because this rook will hang. So white had the only move here to play queen to guard here the pawn and also attack the bishop. So then black had to go this bishop back, and now black is offering for the trade. Yeah, in this position, we have very nicely developed pieces for black, and white also have now some targets. This pawn can be the weakness, and white can start to attack the weaknesses. All right, going forwards, the next board, this is the third board, this is the fourth board. Here we have again a very typical position, and this play can tell us that the level of the tournament is quite high. What I can tell about the Georgian team, I've heard that they had the internal tournament, they were choosing the players, so that means that they had some number of the players, more than 4, so they wanted to have the internal tournament. That's another activity which is so nice to have the competition among the inmates, and then the 4 people can then qualify to the actual tournament, which is happening right now. So as I know, they had the tournament just a week before the event. All right, going forward, this was the fourth board. So far, the picture is that this is equal match. Then we have Armenia and India, 2 chess countries. We have India with many grandmasters in the country who are the role models to a lot of people. As we are grateful to this country to give us chess, to implement chess in our lives. And then on the other side, we do have the team Armenia, who is also a chess country with a lot of very strong players like Levon Oronian. Many of you might have heard about him. He's one of the famous people in Armenia, alongside with the other grandmasters, and also Tigran Petrosyan, who has who is used to be the world chess champion. All right, talking about this game, what we can say here is that white just gave a check and now traded the queen. This is very nice, nice idea, because otherwise, if queen stays here, somehow your pieces are stacked. So we are having now queens off the board very soon, because this is a check, and the queen is also here to control the center. And now black is forcing whites to trade the queens, and here we have, I think, just a normal position. White has extra pawn. Seems like white captured this pawn somewhere, but black has a very nice piece activity, and white's pieces are somehow not very active. So if white manages here to activate all the pieces, then that will be extra pawn for white and very good chance to win. So castle has happened. This is the only move here to guard the weakness on this square, as white's two pieces are attacking. So we have also castle for white, and this game has just started. Once again, black has very active minor pieces, but white has the extra pawn. Going to the next board, we have here black already castled on the long side and started the king side attack. So if white castles on the short side, then we're gonna have very nice king side attack. If white castles on the long side, somehow like queen moves away and castles on the long side, then those pawns are just way too pushed, and then black can start to attack on that side. So in this game, we can see that white actually has some advantage because of the center and more space, but it's just the beginning of the game, and there are some issues that both sides has to take care. All right, knight went all the way back. What is the problem for a lot of chess players, and also those people who are not chess players but like to play chess, is to have the proper plan. Sometimes you just develop all your pieces, you have done everything you knew, and then you don't know what to do next. You don't know what's your plan. So yeah, a move like this, knight here, maybe tells that black was a bit struggling to do the plan. If white castles on the short side, black knows to attack the king. But if white keeps the king in the center, then moves like this are happening. If white keeps the king in the center, we can see here queen and the rook scanning the king on this file. And the plan would be somehow to blow the center, like d5 or some sort of like sacrifices and so on, but never to bring the pieces on the edge of the board. Anyway, let's move forward and check it out what is happening here, how the queen got in here. This queen looks to be trapped soon, and we need to count the pieces. 2 minor pieces for white, 3 minor pieces for black. Seems like white has sacrificed the piece for the attack, and black managed to escape with the king. And here we have a better position for black. And we're going forward. Oh, this is interesting. This is very interesting. This is very interesting. So we can see this bishop actually attacks the rook. Rook is stuck here. Very often, I will mention about the space advantage in chess, and this is exactly why we need space advantage. If we have more space, our pieces are more active. And now we can see all those pieces are standing together. They are taking the squares from each other, and they are not active. As a result, here black wins the exchange and has very good chances to win the game as well. However, there's some kind of counterplay in the center, and those white pieces are attacking here the pawn. So maybe black has to take this bishop right now, and that actually happens. On the screen, I see the flag of Ukraine. Is that so? We have also a team from Ukraine. From now in this group, I don't see. Let me check the groups. So we can have the picture of the teams. Yeah, seems like that's it. That's the team from Ukraine. Okay, moving forward from this game, we do have Bulgaria versus Philippines, two very strong teams. We have seen Bulgaria holding against Georgia 2-2, and we have seen Philippines being super strong and very active. For the moment, I will just take a very short look at the women's tournament, and also the juniors tournament. So this is another game here, what we have. And so far, the games are running. So let's see what we have here. Mongolia 3 and Georgia is also competing in this category. This is the women's category. And also we have the juniors category, which is running at the same time. For instance, Mongolia plays against Zimbabwe here. I believe this is one of the videos that we are having right now. One of the players are still playing, and the result, we can see that Mongolia has won all the 3 games, and this game is in progress. And we can see that white is winning. So yeah, very likely Mongolia will win in here. And in the youth group, we can just go back and check it out. What is happening? Mongolia, Georgia. On the all the boards, the games are in progress, and we can see that, for instance, on the second board, Black has extra rook and winning position. On the third board, what we have here is the extra piece for White, and the last board is extra piece once again, and some very, very unpleasant threats of checkmate. So this is something that Black has to take care, and on top of that, White also has the extra piece. And let's see if White will find the move Queen to h6. This is one way to play. Another way is to capture the pawn here, another pawn, central pawn. And I think my move of the choice would be to play h4, h5, not to have the problems on the back rank. So for instance, if I play like move like this, a bad move, then Black can take this one, and then there will be the checkmate on the back rank. So most like h4 helps us to give the space to the king, so there will be no checkmate on the back rank. And also we're threatening to open up more and more files. Chess is the best. I agree with that. I agree with that. Let's go next and go back to the main tournament. Where we have a lot of teams. So from the start of the tournament, we had 118 teams overall, and now we have 10 men's team qualifying to the second stage, 4 women team and 4 youth team. But it's not the end. In the afternoon, another 4 teams in women and 4 teams in youth, as well as the 10 teams in male will join to battle it out for the best 2 places in finals. So out of these 118 teams, we had 78 teams in male group, we had 22 teams in the female group, and 18 teams in the youth group. And here we are looking for the next rounds to know who will be the qualifiers to the final. And for the moment, we can see the team from Mongolia, women team from Mongolia, competing in this competition. All right, Georgia versus Mongolia, board 1. Here we have last move. Knight takes the pawn, and the engine says, the chess engine says that this is very difficult position for White. And the reason of that can be that now there's a check, and very likely the next move will be pawn push, where the queen will hang and this bishop will hang. But also our bishop is hanging. So, okay, maybe that's not the move. Maybe we need to find better move. Or there is this move as well. There's this move as well to capture the bishop to undermine this knight, and if you capture back with the queen, then will be bishop getting here on this square, attacking the queen and the knight at the same time. A lot of tactics, a lot of tactics. At this point, you need to have very nice sense of tactic. Rook went back on this square, so that means that black wants to play d4, but found out that the bishop was hanging, so the rook went to guard the bishop, and now we have the bishop off the board, and somehow this moment of the struggle for white just moved on. We're going to the next game. This is board 2, and here we have Mongolia winning the match with extra rook on the board. On the board 3, what's the situation? White is having extra piece. This is Team Mongolia so far. We can see that Team Mongolia is leading, and the board 4, there we go. Here we have Team Georgia with extra bishop and 2 rooks on the board. So now another pawn is hanging, then white can just start to collect the pawns, and white has to keep in mind that the back rank is a bit unprotected, so maybe move like this or this will help white's king to have some space. There's also the way to eliminate the rook off the board, so white went for that. When you have extra piece, extra material, it's always good to trade the pieces so your opponent will not have any activity, and then you have a good chance to win the game rather easy. Okay, let's keep this moment. White cannot blunder this checkmate. There's a checkmate on the back rank. White has to play one of these moves, or king or rook. This is the moment. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, that's painful. That's a painful loss. No. Oh no, I wish we had a camera to see any of these teams, Mongolia, of Georgia. If we have camera, please let's go there, and we can see them. We can see them. Team Mongolia. We can see they were celebrating. Whoa, what a blunder. What a blunder for Team Georgia, but what a victory for Team Mongolia. And we just got the moment. We just got the moment of celebration. And yeah, this is why chess is so good, that you're celebrating not only for yourself but for the whole team. Wow, what an incredible win. What a must-win situation here for Mongolia to win the match against Georgia. Georgia is not an easy team. It's a chess country, and they had the internal competition earlier, the tournament, to qualify to here. So all the participants from Georgia are actually the best out of all. So we had that moment of we call this in chess to have a luck, and there is a need of having a luck. So the person who has the most luck is actually a very good chess player. The last 2 boards now, if Georgia somehow managed to win, it can be a draw, can be tie. And even the positions can be quite difficult here. For instance, in this position, white has extra piece. Anything can happen. We have seen the blunder in the other game. We might see blunder in this game as well. However, that is most likely not happening. All right. Let's see what we have. Right now, if the rook leaves this square, not trading, not going back, there will be checkmates in next move. This is the checkmate threat. The king is quite struggled here in the corner. So let's see. Black saw that. Black saw that. Black saw that, and the game is keep going, but Mongolia, we can consider Mongolia being a leader in this group. So guys, this is a round 3. We're gonna have more rounds going ahead, and we have like non-ending chess games, but now it's time to take a look at the videos that we prepared for you to have the whole picture how the Chess for Freedom is working, and this can be also quite nice message to the other countries and the cities who wants to join the event, to give this opportunity for the inmates to socialize and to develop a lot of skills and to have very nice time along with the other members of the team. So let's take a look at the video. I will be back shortly.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Mitt navn er Nils Leiel Finstad. Jeg er fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større og sette det litt mer i system. Da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute. Det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annet type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Always excited to see you guys out here playing chess and loving the game of chess.
Like most players, the first time Tony Ballard picked up the game of chess was as a youngster.
I got what they call a chess bite, where you just fall in love with the game of chess. You think about it all day, every day. You can't wait to get back to the game and play.
The next time he seriously picked up the game, he was in the El Dorado Correctional Facility.
And so we'd yell across the run, and I would lose a lot. And being competitive, I hated losing. So what I did was I secretly started going to the library or checking out library books, learning strategies, middle game, opening, end game strategies, and I was applying that to my opponents over the chessboard, unbeknownst to them. And there was a gentleman that he was my nemesis when it comes to playing chess, and so I wanted to beat him, and what I started doing was I started taping my chessboard up above my ceiling in my cell. And as I lay there at night, I'd imagine what moves he took to beat me and come out the next day and try to refute those moves. And I start kicking their butt. I start having a good time. I start having a lot of fun. And so, you know, over the time, you know, everyone began to know me as the chess guy.
While the game of chess was changing his reputation inside the walls, his entire life would change during a phone call with his brother in New York.
He said, "So you think you're a good chess player, huh?" I said, "Yeah, I am." So he clicked over and he called Russell, who is just like phenomenal, you know. And we met for the first time. We started playing chess, and for too long, I wasn't even talking to my brother anymore on the phone. It was just me and Russell. You know, we were just playing each other on chess. I set my board up.
Tony would say, pawn to e4. I would say pawn to e5. And we would spend hours playing the game of chess, because for me, it was an opportunity once again to connect with somebody, to enjoy a game of chess, and to really, it was a friendship more than anything. In the early stages, we developed a friendship. But as we played chess, we also talked. And the more we talked, we realized that we shared a very similar passion for using the game of chess.
And what they talked about included how Russell created a nonprofit organization that gives away chess sets to students in New York and migrants in Africa, and how both believe the game of chess can help others in the game of life.
I got in a whole lot of trouble in my lifetime, and one of the main questions a lot of people asked me was, what were you thinking? And the truth of the matter was, I wasn't thinking at all. And so when I started developing my chess game and start having a lot of success there, I start realizing that I am a thinker and that I can use these thinking strategies to better my situation, to better myself. And so I started applying these skills. I became a guinea pig in my own experiment to see if the skills that I was using on the chessboard would translate into success in my personal life. Those skills are critical thinking, abstract thinking, decision making, and problem solving skills. And yeah, I started having success.
He began to understand that chess can be used as a cognitive rehabilitation tool for those incarcerated to try to change their life. So when I was telling him that I was using chess to change the lives of the kids in New York City, he said, I think chess can change the lives of those that are incarcerated. And I said, oh my goodness, I think you're onto something. So we partnered and we founded the prison outreach portion of the Get to Chess, which is a 501c3, we're a federally recognized charity in New York City. And Tony came on board and he began to share his authentic story about how chess changed his life. And it really resonated with so many people out there.
And the one person out there that could open the possibilities of reaching more prisons and more residents, Kansas Secretary of Corrections, Jeff Samuda. And it so happened that he was touring the facility where Ballard lived.
I gave him a strong elevator pitch about the idea. And next thing I know, Captain Owen called me to the side. He told me what the thoughts of Jeff Samuda was and the potential idea of maybe going throughout the state with this. And so I was like, yes.
You get a lot of ideas from folks as you're out and about, and I'm open to new ideas and new ways to maybe engage our population and maybe provide activities that are of interest to them. So I was open to it, and it sounded feasible. I asked him to send me some information, and he did, and then it just kind of took off from there.
Where it has taken off includes, obviously, all 9 facilities in Kansas, as we recently completed a statewide tournament led by Ballard, who was escorted by Captain Kevin Oneth, a 32-year veteran with KDOC.
I was a little bit hesitant at first, kind of questioning whether it was going to work, and then as I went to each facility and kind of seen the changes and seen the different responses from residents, I got more and more excited. And it's actually, the last one is kind of heartbreaking that's finally ending, because it actually has been pretty rewarding for me.
The reason for this survey is to gauge your likelihood to be impulsive. What chess does, it removes you from that impulsive nature, that impulsive behavior, into more responsive, more decisive behavior. And playing chess over a period of time helps you develop that habit.
But when he talks about what chess has done for him and the engagement and what he sees that can do for members of the population, that has a deeper level of meaning and maybe resonates more with our population than if I'm standing up there, or perhaps even Kevin is up there talking about it. Tony, I think, tells his story, what it means to him, and really the message from Tony is, hey, this may help you, and this may be an opportunity for you to change. And I think that's powerful, especially coming from someone who's walking in all of our residents' shoes.
It's helping me to understand, like, I can use this and I can use this to help me move better in life, especially when I get out. I can move better and start thinking more before I do anything, you know.
Chess is like, when it comes to like learning the cognitive skills that you can utilize, you get the like jobs, scenarios, dealing with people, scenarios. You just get comfortable in your skin on what move to make when you're dealing with these obstacles or adversities in your life, you know what I mean?
It makes me feel good to be able to use chess as a way to strategize and get my thinking in order.
In total, the prison outreach for the gift of chess has gifted more than 100,000 residents across 32 states and 300 facilities, as well as numerous prisons in Africa, all thanks to one friendship between Makovsky and Ballard.
On our first trip to Winfield, Captain Oneth asked me, he said, you think that it was going to get this big? And I told him, yeah, I did. You know, I really did. I had that confidence, I had that hope, I had that persistence, and just that passion that I wanted to do. And not only that, I had backing, I had support, and I had the resources. You know, Russell Makovsky has been very instrumental in my life. He's poured into me rehabilitation. And, yeah, he's been a good friend, you know what I'm saying? Like, he believes in my vision, and he has the resources to help me, you know, do it. And it's my guy, man.
Ballard's endgame with KDOC. After he's paroled in 2025, he'll continue his job as the Director of Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess.
Being that chess has provided me with such a grand opportunity as this, I want to be able to spend the rest of my life giving this opportunity back to others. This is my vehicle, this is a tool that I use, and so I've come to understand that chess is more than a game. It's a cognitive rehabilitation tool that can be used to change lives.
First of all, I'm excited about what's been done so far. We've seen it grow and grow and grow, the participation level and the excitement and the enthusiasm in our facilities. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to have that statewide competition at the end of June, which is going to be really, really cool. I'm excited to see what comes of that. And then I think having that under our belt is really that opportunity to have conversations with other entities, some of my peers, see if they're interested in doing something like that. And there'll be some interest. There'll be some interest by other states. My peers are just like me. They're looking for ways to engage the population, and any kind of positive activity that moves people towards positive change. There'll be some people interested, and we're all about that.
Right, guys, we are back, and this is third Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners, and we have seen such an incredible videos and interviews and the stories about the people who enjoys to play chess and who uses chess to improve their skills. We have seen so much of the emotions out of these players. So from these players, well, I'm Woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. I'm hosting the first part of this show today, but later on my colleagues will join me and will take over and analyze the game. We'll have some guests and we'll share a lot of stories. International Master Almira Skripchenko and International Master Michael Rahal will join me today. So we are hoping that you are having a lot of fun to observe these games, and also enjoying to hear some of very, very incredible stories that Chess for Freedom have brought already to many inmates from around the world. Right now, you guys can see Team Mongolia, the favorite team of this competition. We can see them from the back, but you can see how well prepared they are. They are wearing these t-shirts of the logo, with the logo of the tournament, and between the rounds, they also have some time to chill and to talk. Before I go to the games and we dive to the chess part of this show, I would like to once again remind you guys what are the prizes for the winners of this event. First of all, everyone will get the certificates that they took the part of the competition. All the participants, all these 118 teams, and then the winners, the prize winners will get diplomas that they have won the competition. Alongside with that, the winners teams will receive 500 chess boards from the Gift of Chess. This is also the official partner of the show and the project. And then in the end, the winners will have the master classes from one of the greatest chess players in the history, chess author and a chess coach, great master Artur Yusupov. That's something that myself as a chess player would love to get. So that's really, really nice and generous gesture from the organizers to have this chance to hear some of very interesting stories from Artur Yusupov. But we're gonna have the champions only tomorrow. Today is still the qualifiers, second stage, and every game, every match now matters because there will be no another chance. All right, let's get now the chessboard on the screen and start to analyze. The first game I want to bring to you guys is India versus Serbia. Here we have India 1 and Serbia 2. That means that, for instance, Serbia 2, they have very least 2 teams in this competition. India has a lot of teams, actually. So at this point, we have 10 teams right now in this group category trying to qualify to the finals. In the finals, we're going to have only 2 qualifiers. All right, talking about chess, let's now understand what is going on. In the end of the day, everyone wants to win and everyone wants to become the world champion. In some cases, this title can give them a lot of motivation. It can also give the freedom to some of the inmates. And you guys, once again, I would like to just inform you that I will have another guest very soon joining me with some very interesting and touching stories that he will share with us. So don't go anywhere. You don't really want to miss that interview. All right. What's happening now? Why is attacking the weakness here? We can see how beautiful is this chain. We call that a pawn chain. That's so nice. But if one part of this chain drops off the board, then another pieces will get also very weak. So black has to take care of this pawn. And no, not like that. I wanted to suggest to play a rook here to guard this one, but black decided to castle on the long side and run away with the king to the safety. That might be fine, but the problem is what I have mentioned earlier. The one pawn gets off the board, the other pawns are also weaknesses. So white is capturing now this pawn, and if black captures the queen back, then knight will jump on 7th rank, and here we call this fork. So white can win here some nice material and take the advantage. Let's go on the second board. Here we have very good position for black. The first thing what I usually do, I'm trying to very quickly calculate how many minor pieces we have on the board. So it's equal. And now it's time to calculate the pawns, and we can just spot it out that black has extra pawn in this position. So the latest move that black just played was knight jumping in here. Probably knight wants to get somewhere on the king side because those 2 pieces are somehow attacking the king side. There is not any serious threat for the moment, but it's always good to protect the king in this way. Going forward to the next board, let's see what is happening here. Here we have quite balanced position. White is a little bit active here with the pieces. Everybody likes to attack the king, and queen is in the business now. Knight is well blockading the center, and there is some chances to open up the king side by pushing the pawn. It requires some sacrifices of the other pawns, but it might be worthy. Or there's also the plan to push the h pawn forward and create the weakness. So slightly pleasant position for white. Not a big problem here for black as well too. Black has its own ideas, attacking this pawn, for instance, and to play on the queen side. So this game is still on. We cannot stay here. We have to move on and check it out what is happening on the other board. And here we have also balanced position. It's quite close. I think none of the pawns are yet traded, which is so weird. Only knights are off the board, 4 knights off the board. And we have 4 bishops and 4 rooks on the board together with the queen, and quite close position. So we might expect here not big changes, but I think white is going to open up the king side, and this might be a little bit dangerous for white itself. The king is here, and the rook is actually trying to attack the king. All right, we have some people in our chat, you guys. If you have any questions, do let me know. What is your question? You can also feel free to impress your ideas about this tournament. I personally ask you to be very positive and to send positive vibes to our participants and to everyone who is doing such a great effort to make this project happening. And also, I always have this question from where you are watching this tournament. It would be so nice to know your country. Maybe someone from your country is playing here, the team from your country is playing here, and we can take a look at your team. All right. So in this match so far, it seems that it's quite even, but the first game seems to be in favor of Team India. So I'm gonna just go down and see here the final position. This is the final position what we have here, and it seems like White decided to capture all the pawns, and White actually took 3 pawns off the board. Moving forward to the other match, here we have Malawi against Bulgaria. The first game has already ended in a checkmate, beautifully done by Black. And the next game is still in progress. This is board 3, and here we can see that White has the extra 2 pawns. The good thing about the extra 2 pawns is that you can afford to lose 1 pawn, and you will still have another pawn extra. So that's a very good thing about to have as much material as possible. Black is getting back 1 pawn, and White can simply trade the pieces and then activates the knight to attack those pawns. And the fourth board here, what we have in this match, the second board is this one. We have here White quite active. The rook is on the 7th rank. This is very important strategical rank for the rook, because most of the pieces are usually located on the 7th rank. White also has the extra pawn, but Black has a hope that if the rooks are off the board, there will be a very big chance to make a draw with the obstacle color bishop. So if we just imagine that the rooks are off the board, this is already equal position. That gives us the plan. Black's plan here can be to try its best to trade the rooks. The rooks are off the board, there are more chances for a draw. Okay, so in this match, we have Bulgaria leading, and we can see team... is it Team Mongolia again? I think it's still Mongolia again. It's a great opportunity for us to see also the impression of the players, how they are playing, and it is quite nice to have this video footage from the prisons. Of course, they all have their own stories. Some of them are maybe playing from the prison. Some of them are playing for instance, from the chess palace or from library. So it's the sort of celebration for these people to have a very special day. And I'm sure these teams who already qualified here, these 10 teams in the male tournament, they are having very big ambitions to win the title. Moving forward, we are going to take a look at Mongolia versus Romania. Mongolia has already won the first game. You can see that there was a well done, actually, very nice checkmate. The other 3 games are still in progress. And the second board, we can here see that Black's pieces are more active. And we have double pawns on the double pawns. 2 double pawns on the board. But somehow Black is having a slightly better position because those pawns are very hard to be stopped, and White's pawns are already blockaded. Going next. Here we have this position, looks quite equal, looks that it's from some theoretical game. We have the closed center. That means that these pawns cannot move forward unless there is some changes and the traits in the center. And now Black is trying to develop this bishop. Maybe the bishop can go in here. And White is having and enjoying some activity with this bishop and the queen on the king side. And White will try to occupy the e5 square with the knight. This is a very strategical game. It's not like a lot of tactics here. But yeah, chess can be also like two components, can be strategic games and it can be also the tactical games. And here we can see Team Mongolia. I love the flag on the screen. It's moving. Oh wow. Oh, it's moving. Oh wow, that's beautiful. We can see actually that's every year the organizers, the local organizers, they are bringing more and more details. I remember first year where Team Mongolia was playing, they had no floating flags for sure. This is some new element which brings this extra flavor to the tournament, to their participants, and to also to show other teams that they're doing their best for this event. Wow, yeah, I like that. I really like this the flag. Very nice. Going forward to the next game. This is the final board of this match, and here we have queens and the obstacle color bishop. When queens are on the board, then the bishops can get very tricky. So now if white managed to double queen and the bishop on this diagonal, it might be a little bit struggle for black. But yeah, that can be the option. White decided actually to trade the pawn, and very likely white will trade the queens as well and will go to the pawn endgame with extra pawn. But we have the obstacle color bishop, and there is a very big chance that black can hold this position because those bishops are not competing each other. They are just going to the other directions. And when they are not competing, the each squares, it's very, very difficult to limit each other or attack the opponent's pawns. So what black is doing right now is black will keep the king in the center and will make sure that all the pawns are on the light square. So black's bishop will not attack. So here we go. All the pawns on the light square, and then king will start to be even more active, maybe even try to win. Who knows? And the next plan is just to move the bishop away. Don't need to do much here. Looks like equal position. We have another game ended in the match of Malawi and Bulgaria. So this is the first board. We have seen this checkmate, and this is the last board. Let's take a look what happened in here. And here we have the position where black has a lot of extra pieces. And it's also very close to promote the pawn. White was trying its best to cellmate its own king, but it didn't happen, and the game ended in a victory of black. So going forward, and we are going to see Mongolia 3 against Armenia, also quite strong team. And on the screen, you guys can see another team with this same uniform. And also it's like it's a moment of being proud when you are wearing the t-shirt or any kind of outfit with your flag on it. So it brings the extra special things to everyone's play. The first game has ended, and in that game, Team Armenia won, and the second game also has ended. So in this match, Team Mongolia won. These two teams are, I think, very strong opponents to each other. Armenia, we mentioned that this is one of the very strong chess countries, and Team Mongolia is well-prepared country for the event, as they have the teams qualified to each groups, 3 groups that we have. So going forward to check out the other game, and this is another game. Black has extra bishop, and now black is trying to push this pawn forward and to promote the pawn to queen. That's going to be the easy way to win. And so far, this is the games that we have in progress. To be honest, it's not so clear who is the clear favorite in this group. We have Serbia, very strong team. We have India, very strong team. We mentioned about Mongolia, also a very strong team. We have Georgia, we have Armenia. I don't know who is really the favorite in this one. Alongside with Mongolia. Let's just deal with the fact that Mongolia is quite strong. All right, going back now to check out once again the situation in the Serbia-India team. The first board has been ended in favor of India, as well as second and the third. So India has already won the match, no matter of the result of this game. And just to know what can be the possible result here is that Black is winning because Black has this passed pawn, which is guarded by other pawn. So White can't attack this pawn, and look at this beautiful chain. So White needs to attack this pawn to weaken this pawn, and then attack this pawn to weaken this one, and then to win this one, if that makes any sense. But Black has easier plan to go here and attack this pawn and then capture another pawn. White cannot do much. White is actually trying to protect the pawn, and now we're using this as to distract the White's king. So White will go back to control the pawn and to capture the pawn, and White will take 2 pawns, and Black will give the 2 pawns and take the 2 pawns and give up only 1 pawn. So with the basic mathematics, that's a very good deal for Black, and then Black will have the extra pawn on the queen side. So this game will end in a favor of India 1, and we might have the result here 4-0 in this match. I will just keep the eye on the game. I'm just so curious what will be the technique here, how Black will win. After capturing this pawn, Black will take the pawn, and I was wrong. I was wrong. This is actually easier now. What Black has to do is just to win with the pawn and the king. So king a2 is the most strongest move, because this king covers all these 3 the most important squares for the pawn, and the pawn goes forward and will be promoted to the pawn. So we can actually just move on to the next game, and here we have Bulgaria and Malawi. This is the game that we have seen earlier with the queen trade. So we mentioned that it's very difficult to win because those bishops are fighting for the different colors of the board, and the pawns are actually blockaded at the same color as they have the bishops. So moving forward, we do have this position, knight versus queen, and we're gonna see here very soon the checkmate probably will be delivered. So there we go. This game has already ended, and I can see that we have another game in progress, but this one is winning for Black. And the game I think is the most tense is this one. This is like the most tense for the moment. The other games we already know, like more or less what can be the final outcome. But this one is still game on. It's like a middle game. So a lot of pieces, the center is blocks, and not so clear what is the weakness here in each side. We cannot find the weakness, and if there's no weakness, then it's going to be very difficult to target the opponent's pawns and the pieces. F6 has been played to kick out the knight from a very nice active square and keep this knight here on e4. So the time control, okay, the time control is 10+5, and here we can see that Black has less time on the clock. 5 seconds increment is more than enough to make the moves, but both sides has to play faster, especially Black. And after all these trades, now White has this pawn, weak pawn. White cannot guard the pawn, so Black is winning this pawn. And with extra pawn, there is a good chances to win the game as well. So let's see. White now needs a counterplay. What can be the counterplay here in this position is quite difficult to find. Maybe to rook lift. Oh, White actually is doing a great thing, opening up the queen side. If the pawn trades, then this will be the weakness. And if then pawn is guarded, then takes, and rook can get on the 7th rank. I like the ideas how White is just dealing with this situation. When you are losing some material, it's good to find some kind of counterplay. All right, rook is already on the 7th rank. Rook on the 7th rank creates a lot of problems to the opponent, and the next can be rook in here to attack this weakness. And somehow black's pieces are just struggling, and so c5. I like this move to activate the knight, and then to have the pass pawn. This pawn can go all the way up, and try to annoy the white pieces. I would just play knight to d4 to blockade this pawn, not to have a headache. Let's see. This is some kind of prophylactic move. White is taking time. This is a good moment to take the time. White feels the fear here to this pawn. This pawn can get very active, and at some point white might needs to use the knight to blockade or to give up the knight for the pawn. This move also makes a lot of sense to attack the knight and win some tempo here. And at this point, maybe it's time to bring the king in the center. Maybe it's the time. Because king is also a very, very strong piece in the end game. And if white does that, you're going to play with extra more piece. So king is defense, and knight and attack, and knight and rook in an attack. That's a very nice teamwork. White is taking the time again. Now we have more or less equal time on the clock. I'm not a big fan of this move because the pawn is not hanging, but white actually find out this idea. It's time to play once again here to blockade the pawn on d2. Knight goes on d2. That's also a fine move, but we can see this engine bar on the side of the board already prefers black pieces. We can see here this half of the board is divided on the 4th and the 5th rank, and this bar is going up and down. So at this point, white has the pass pawn here, black has the pass pawn here, and we can see how close is black's pawn and how far is the white's pawn. So rook here, attacking the pawn, keeping the eye on this pawn, and then very likely white will just improve the king's position and try to attack with the king as well. Okay, this game is it's very tense. This game is indeed very, very tense. It lasts way longer than the other games, and other 3 games has been ended on the first board. Mongolia won, as well as the second one and the last one. So this result will not change that much, but every game still matters for the players, and of course everyone wants to win the game. So here we have this end game. It is very interesting what will be the result when the players will start to make some blunders and some mistakes, because when there's a second on the clock, that's exactly what happens. Knight now under attack. Black is guarding the knight with the pawn. I like this move to keep the knight here attacking white's pawns and also guarding this one. Nicely done. White is actually giving up the pawn now. If you take this pawn, then king goes forward and attacks the knight here, and maybe somehow traps the knight. And now after all these moves, we have white getting king into the game, and that's actually what the plan was beforehand. And white is using very nice technique to activate all the pieces. All right, we have this beautiful view of the players, and some of the players, most of the players already has finished. And what happens after the game, they are just chatting, they're analyzing the games, and also coming up with some strategies for the next game. You guys, this is the round for 5 more rounds today to go in this group, and we also have another group starting to battle it out with the same number of the teams later on today. So we're gonna have a lot of chess games together with a lot of guests as well, and some nice stories. You guys, today is the last day of the qualifiers, and tomorrow will be the finals, and we have to say goodbye to all the teams and everyone who is involved in this project for 1 year. So the other event will happen in 1 year, hopefully, with more and more countries joining and more cities joining. And of course, improving chess. Improving chess is another very interesting topic. Okay, the rook endgame, this is actually the equal. They have traded the knights and the pawns. 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, it should be draw. The draw offer can happen here, and I think that's a quite fair result, or they can repeat the position. So they're still playing. They're still playing. All right, as the game is going to end in a draw, very likely this will not change the picture that the team Mongolia is leading the competition, and I am very happy to be joined with my colleague, international master Michael Rahal, who is the host of the event already 2 years in a row. Michael, hello.
Hello, Keti. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. We have seen such a wonderful games. And Michael, I have to admit that we had one beautiful game where it was a stalemate and I had a difficulty to find it out. But
Really?
our players did find it out and it was so beautiful.
Did you know, Keti, I was doing the commentary yesterday with you, and you've probably noticed the same as me, that the level of play, especially in the men's section, is increased a lot with respect from last year. At least that was my sensation yesterday. You start to see a lot of better strategic ideas, better tactics. But one thing I saw in a lot of games, and it really had a great impression on me. They just don't want to do draws. They don't want to do draws. You can see the game is heading for a draw, and you can see they just don't want the draw. They want to win or lose. They don't really care.
That's true. I agree with that sense that the games, the first year and the second year, now we have the third year, it's totally different.
Yes,
and
yes.
Actually, we know why this is happening, Michael. First of all, when it's the first tournament, there is always this moment of the stress. No one likes to lose the game. Somehow they feel pressure. Somehow they feel pressure because they have teammates. They have a lot of officials just joining them and observing the whole process. And the chess is not the easy game, right?
Yes. No.
But
yes. I agree. Also, I think it's probably something to do. I've seen that many of the teams, many of the facilities, the institutions are repeating. They're the same as last year, plus some new ones. And I suspect that the chess programs that they're doing during the whole year, this must make these, 1 year in chess learning, Keti, you're a woman grandmaster. You know that 1 full year practicing chess, it can really hone on your skills and make things much nicer. Are you in Qatar now? Are you... Oh, I've seen some of your videos. You're doing a great job. It's so nice. It looks to be a wonderful tournament. But tell me something. Yesterday, I assumed that Qatar, this time of the year, would be very hot. That's what I assume. But yesterday, I saw Mr. Hikaru Nakamura, one of the best players in the world. I saw him walking around the venue with a jacket on. And that made me think that, wow, it might not be so hot in Qatar now. Tell me the deal over there.
It is quite hot here. It's 35 degrees. I'm just looking at the temperature right now, Celsius, and it is really nice temperature outside, in a sense that in my country, in Jordan, and also in Poland where I live, it's already quite chilly now.
Yes.
But Michael, actually, the thing is that the reason of that might be that inside of the playing venue, it's quite nice temperature, so you don't
It's cool.
necessarily need to
Okay.
be in a yes, it's cooler, it's cooler.
Okay.
So it's always good to have jackets. So a lot of players are having the jackets and the suits during the game, but yeah,
Keti,
it's quite
I hope you have
fun.
a wonderful time in Qatar. And by the way, on Saturday, I'm also traveling to your side of the world. I'm going to Egypt, where I know there will also be a very good temperature because they're telling me 35 degrees. So I don't think I'll be taking any jackets, but I'll be there not so far away from you. So we might see each other.
That's amazing. That's amazing, Michael. That's indeed amazing. Another event is happening in Egypt, a youth competition. So chess is everywhere. Chess is
We're everywhere, yeah.
for everyone. And to talk about this event, what we have right now, it is so important, so emotional, many level, and it actually creates amazing stories. Like we have already heard so many stories that chess helped people, chess changed people for better. And Michael, there are also a lot of people who we want to hear about them, and hopefully we're gonna have more and more videos and information about this player. Tell me, what is the most amazing thing for you about this project?
Okay, so
as a host?
I was very happy to be invited last year to host alongside with you, and this year with Almira. And I had the same sensations last year as Almira told me yesterday this year. The idea to be involved in a project where from all over the world, the different state institutions where the inmates are trying to do things to become better persons, to solve the mistakes they made for being in there. And many of them are using chess and have been able to use chess to the thing that strikes me most when I talk to the inmates and their coaches is that they use the chess to learn to make better decisions, to think more carefully about the consequences of their actions, because many of them are impulsive persons and they maybe didn't think enough about what they did to be in this unfortunate situation for them. And the chess, I think, is a wonderful tool for reinsertion, and also for many of them, it allows them to do things outside. For example, yesterday I talked to Mr. Tony Ballard. He has a 25-year sentence, Keti. That's a major sentence. He was on 21 years. He told me live, he said, Michael, I've been here and now I'm on year 21, and already I'm starting to do things inside and outside. And chess and the Gift of Chess project, the Chess for Freedom and Gift of Chess, has allowed him to better prepare himself and understand better the consequences and use chess to channel all these positive thoughts when he goes out, which will be not so far away. I think he's going to be a completely used person. Maybe it doesn't work for everyone. This is not a magic potion. I know that. If you teach kids, we know that not all the kids are be able to get into it. But those who can, I think is wonderful for them. And that's one of the things that makes me happy and proud to be part of this project with you, Keti. I'm sure you have the same feelings as well.
Yes, it's I think one of the most incredible projects that chess has been done, like FIDE has been done, and we have been done as a host and the commentators, because somehow you're helping people. You see the improvement of the people. You see how chess helped them in their life. It's just, for us, it's a sport, right? It's different, but for some people, it can be the life. And Michael, before I leave you, I would like to share some story. I shared that with Almira yesterday. We had a small talk before we switched, and the thing was when I learned that I will be part of this project this year. The first thing which came to my mind was the video I have seen in Georgian television of last 2021 women's team. champions.
Yes.
There was very emotional video. There was the person who was a hero, which was very nice personality, who had her own struggles in life, and she was a fighter, not only on the chessboard, and she was fighting with her illness. And I was like, I want to interview her. I just want to interview this person, and that would be such a great opportunity for me to meet her in person. So my idea, together with half of FIDE, was to go to Georgia to meet this person and other team members to just hear more about chess. But when I arrived in Georgia, I learned that all these 4 women has been released from the prison right after the
Nice.
after the tournament, after winning the competition. And Michael, when I saw this video for the first time years ago, it was very emotional. I cried actually, because like it was very personal, and just like, you know, the spirit of fight. And then when I learned about this, like my first reaction was like, oh no, then I couldn't go there. I don't know what to do now. But then I realized that, but this is such an incredible. 4 women are now free. They are the world champions, Michael, in chess. This is one of the prestigious things in my country, in Georgia. And they're having their own free lives. And I'm sure they're very proud, as all of us are very proud of that.
That's amazing. I mean, you had it all planned up, but it's even better. You couldn't talk to her, but she was out. So that was amazing. That was amazing. No, and also before we changed, and I'm sure you have to leave for your duties at the Qatar tour. What time is it at Qatar now? It's about 1 o'clock, or it's later?
It's 2 p.m. and the game starts in 1 hour. So I have
so
to just
you're rushing off. All the viewers must remember that although we do have an increasing number of teams playing this year, every year we're growing, there is still a lot of field to improve, because there are many institutions around the world that do chess and have chess programs, but unfortunately are not able to participate in the tournament because they need to be able to schedule the spaces, the times with the inmates, the coach being able to arrive, which is not so easy. It may seem simple if you go to chess club, but of course a prison has special rules, special spaces, and they maybe even the inmates have different time schedules where they can be outside their cells and inside. So it's not so easy. But I'm sure that with this tournament and with the way FIDE is working, every year we'll get new countries and new institutions come, and they repeat. I'm looking at the classifications, and most of the teams of last year repeat this year with more teams. So they do it, they want to repeat.
And they're improving it. I agree with that, Michael. Well, I wish a lot of fun on the chessboards, and I also wish you to have very interesting guests and some interesting stories. So I'm going to leave you right now, but I'm sure that it's going to be a wonderful day ahead of you.
Keti, you know, we're good friends. I hope the best for you, also for your family and the rest of your friends. I hope you have a wonderful time in Qatar, and I can't wait for the next time we'll meet each other again live, which I'm sure it can't be so far away. Goodbye, Keti, and thanks for hosting this part. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so and we'll be joined by Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster Elite from France, for the last part of the broadcast. We already have 2 or 3 interviews scheduled, but first of all, let's go to one of the first blocks of videos where we will be encouraged by these inmates who are playing chess all around the world, and we can see them in action in this block of videos.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dart for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Mitt navn Nils Leiel Finstad. Jeg fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel. Fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger til å gjøre det til noe større og sette det litt mer i system. Da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy. Å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå vi I arbeidsdriften I Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annen type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt I mahogni. Det mange muligheter I Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind I seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, I hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her I arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man ikke I fengsel, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man I et sjakkspill. Ja.
Always excited to see you guys out here playing chess and loving the game of chess.
Like most players, the first time Tony Ballard picked up the game of chess was as a youngster.
I got what they call a chess bite, where you just fall in love with the game of chess. You think about it all day, every day. You can't wait to get back to the game and play.
The next time he seriously picked up the game, he was in the El Dorado Correctional Facility.
And so we'd yell across the run, and I would lose a lot. And being competitive, I hated losing. So what I did was I secretly started going to the library or checking out library books, learning strategies, middle game, opening, end game strategies, and I was applying that to my opponents over the chessboard, unbeknownst to them. And there was a gentleman that he was my nemesis when it comes to playing chess, and so I wanted to beat him, and what I started doing was I started taping my chessboard up above my ceiling in my cell. And as I lay there at night, I'd imagine what moves he took to beat me and come out the next day and try to refute those moves. And I start kicking their butt. I start having a good time. I start having a lot of fun. And so, you know, over the time, you know, everyone began to know me as the chess guy.
While the game of chess was changing his reputation inside the walls, his entire life would change during a phone call with his brother in New York.
He said, "So you think you're a good chess player, huh?" I said, "Yeah, I am." So he clicked over and he called Russell, who is just like phenomenal, you know. And we met for the first time. We started playing chess, and for too long, I wasn't even talking to my brother anymore on the phone. It was just me and Russell. You know, we were just playing each other on chess. I set my board up.
Tony would say, pawn to E4. I would say pawn to E5. And we would spend hours playing the game of chess because for me, it was an opportunity once again to connect with somebody, to enjoy a game of chess, and to really, it was a friendship more than anything. In the early stages, we developed a friendship. But as we played chess, we also talked. And the more we talked, we realized that we shared a very similar passion for using the game of chess.
And what they talked about included how Russell created a nonprofit organization that gives away chess sets to students in New York and migrants in Africa, and how both believe the game of chess can help others in the game of life.
I got in a whole lot of trouble in my lifetime, and one of the main questions a lot of people asked me was, what were you thinking? And the truth of the matter was, I wasn't thinking at all. And so when I started developing my chess game and start having a lot of success there, I start realizing that I am a thinker and that I can use these thinking strategies to better my situation, to better myself. And so I started applying these skills. I became a guinea pig in my own experiment to see if the skills that I was using on the chessboard would translate into success in my personal life. Those skills are critical thinking, abstract thinking, decision making, and problem solving skills. And yeah, I started having success.
He began to understand that chess can be used as a cognitive rehabilitation tool for those incarcerated to try to change their life. So when I was telling him that I was using chess to change the lives of the kids in New York City, he said, I think chess can change the lives of those that are incarcerated. And I said, oh my goodness, I think you're onto something. So we partnered and we founded the prison outreach portion of the Get to Chess, which is a 501c3. We're a federally recognized charity in New York City. And Tony came on board and he began to share his authentic story about how chess changed his life. And it really resonated with so many people out there.
And the one person out there that could open the possibilities of reaching more prisons and more residents, Kansas Secretary of Corrections Jeff Zmuda. And it so happened that he was touring the facility where Ballard lived.
I gave him a strong elevator pitch about the idea. And next thing I know, Captain Owen called me to the side. He told me what the thoughts of Jeff Zmuda was and the potential idea of maybe going throughout the state with this. And so I was like, yes.
You get a lot of ideas from folks as you're out and about, and I'm open to new ideas and new ways to maybe engage our population and maybe provide activities that are of interest to them. So I was open to it, and it sounded feasible. I asked him to send me some information, and he did, and then it just kind of took off from there.
Where it has taken off includes, obviously, all 9 facilities in Kansas, as we recently completed a statewide tournament led by Ballard, who was escorted by Captain Kevin Oneth, a 32-year veteran with KDOC.
I was a little bit hesitant at first, kind of questioning whether it was going to work, and then as I went to each facility and kind of seen the changes and seen the different responses from residents, I got more and more excited. It's actually, the last one is kind of heartbreaking that it's finally ending, because it actually has been pretty rewarding for me.
And the reason for this survey is to gauge your likelihood to be impulsive. What chess does, it removes you from that impulsive nature, that impulsive behavior, into more responsive, more decisive behavior. And playing chess over a period of time helps you develop that habit.
But when he talks about what chess has done for him and the engagement and what he sees that can do for members of the population, that has a deeper level of meaning and maybe resonates more with our population than if I'm standing up there, or perhaps even Kevin is up there talking about it. Tony, I think, tells his story, what it means to him, and really the message from Tony is, hey, this may help you, and this may be an opportunity for you to change. And I think that's powerful, especially coming from someone who's walking in all of our residents' shoes.
It's helping me to understand, like, I can use this and I can use this to help me move better in life, especially when I get out. I can move better and start thinking more before I do anything, you know.
Chess is like, when it comes to like learning the cognitive skills that you can utilize, you get the like jobs, scenarios, dealing with people, scenarios. You just get comfortable in your skin on what move to make when you're dealing with these obstacles or adversities in your life, you know what I mean?
It makes me feel good to be able to use chess as a way to strategize and get my thinking in order.
In total, the Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess has gifted more than 100,000 residents across 32 states and 300 facilities, as well as numerous prisons in Africa, all thanks to one friendship between Makovsky and Ballard.
On our first trip to Winfield, Captain Oneth asked me, he said, "You think that it was going to get this big?" And I told him, yeah, I did. You know, I really did. I had that confidence, I had that hope, I had that persistence, and just that passion that I wanted to do. And not only that, I had backing, I had support, and I had the resources. You know, Russell Makovsky has been very instrumental in my life. He's poured into me rehabilitation. And, yeah, he's been a good friend, you know what I'm saying? Like, he believes in my vision, and he has the resources to help me, you know, do it. And it's my guy, man.
Ballard's endgame with KDOC. After he's paroled in 2025, he'll continue his job as the Director of Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess.
Being that chess has provided me with such a grand opportunity as this, I want to be able to spend the rest of my life giving this opportunity back to others. This is my vehicle, this is a tool that I use, and so I've come to understand that chess is more than a game. It's a cognitive rehabilitation tool that can be used to change lives.
First of all, I'm excited about what's been done so far. We've seen it grow and grow and grow, the participation level and the excitement and the enthusiasm in our facilities. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to have that statewide competition at the end of June, which is going to be really, really cool. I'm excited to see what comes of that. And then I think having that under our belt is really that opportunity to have conversations with with other entities, some of my peers, see if they're interested in doing something like that. And there'll be some interest. There'll be some interest by other states. My peers are just like me. They're looking for ways to engage the population, and any kind of positive activity that moves people towards positive change. There'll be some people interested, and we're all about that.
And we're back here in the broadcast. We're live. We've just returned from this first block of videos. My name is Michael Rahal. I'm an international chess master, broadcasting live here from Barcelona for the third Intercontinental Chess Online Prisoners Tournament. And I'm really pleased to be joined by a new guest. He's coming in from USA, and his name is Hector Rifaro. Hector, first of all, a warm welcome to the broadcast, and how are you doing?
Thank you, and I'm doing great. I'm happy to be here.
Let me tell everyone just a bit about Hector. Hector is an ex-inmate. You're currently you're not in prison now. You're ex-inmate, but I've been told you learned how to play chess when you're inside, and since then you haven't stopped playing chess. You're collaborating with the Chess for Freedom program, which I can see on your sweater, and you participated as a guest speaker in the FIDE conference in May. You've been doing tournaments. Tell us about your current situation in chess. Tell us about how chess helped you during your stage in prison and what that meant for you to be able to learn chess and your development. And tell us what you're doing now with chess. Give us a bit of your background, Hector, please.
Yeah, so at the age of 19, I made a bad choice, which landed me in prison for 7 years. In prison is where I found the game of chess. Chess made me believe in myself. It built my confidence. It helped me control my emotions. And coming out of prison, there was a lack of chess programs in my community. And that's what made me want to take action. I feel like every community should have a chess program, regardless of the demographic. And that's what made me want to, again, start a chess program. I co-founded the Chess for FIDE program here at the Boston gym. I'm here now, actually. So yeah, I've been doing it here for 3 years. I partnered with Angels Boston Academy, and we started it 3 years ago, and we created something special in the community, and I'm so happy about that. It's a great feeling to be able to introduce the game of chess to kids, to teenagers, and to give them that platform to experience competitive chess at the same time, because we are now doing chess tournaments here at the gym. We just had one this past Saturday, and it was a great turnout. And again, it's just a great feeling. I love what I'm doing. I compete in chess tournaments as well. This past May, I competed in the Chicago Open, which is a big tournament here in America, and I took second place, winning 6 out of 7 in the under 1300 session. And so with time, my rating will improve, but my main goal in chess is to bring it to my community and to introduce it to the kids, to the teenagers. That's my main goal. But with time, my rating will improve. I'm also a full-time student at my local community college. I major in cybersecurity, so I've been a full-time student for the past 1.5 years. I'm getting ready to graduate with my associates at the end of this year, and I'm real happy about that. After I graduate, I'm going to further my education and get my bachelor's at Roosevelt University, which is in Chicago, and I'll be going for my bachelor's in cybersecurity. So I'm real happy about that. But yeah, chess overall just made me think before I move, and I apply that to life, and that's what made me stay out of trouble. I've been out for about 3.5 years. I completed on my parole, no incidents with the law, and I had to cut off some people, but that's okay, because with chess, I found a new group of people who are more positive And it's been a huge blessing. It's been a huge blessing for me. Life is good. Now I work as an outreach specialist with the Lake County Peacemakers, and our goal is to reduce the gun violence here in the community. And at the same time, I work with at-risk individuals, and I help them find resources depending on their situation. And so, yeah, I love my job. I love my life. I love what I'm doing for the community, and it's such a great feeling.
Hector, let me follow up with a couple of things you said.
Yeah.
You said that learning chess in prison helped to build your confidence.
Yeah.
Now, you don't strike me as a person without confidence. You seem like you're a big guy. What exactly did chess give you? That in what part of your confidence did you feel that you're better, you're stronger, you're more confident? Is it by the way you think of the decisions you have to make and the consequences of those decisions? Tell me a bit about more the confidence, because this is important for everyone else to understand.
Well, first, thank you for that. But yeah, going into prison, I was a small guy. I was not the person who I am today.
Okay.
Thinking back to my younger self, I was somebody who didn't think about consequences, and I just didn't have that confidence. But I started winning in chess. I became good at it after a certain point, and I think that had a huge role in it by building my confidence. It was the first thing that I became good at, and it was a great feeling to to win, especially in a place in prison. Winning is such a great feeling, and that's what chess was able to do for me. So I would say mentally, chess helped me mentally build my confidence more mentally by making me believe in myself and really making me understand that I could do anything I put my mind to, and that if I mess up, it's on me.
Mm-hmm.
It's on me. I'm the one who made that choice. Something happened that I did. So yeah, I made the decisions. It built my confidence mentally. That's how I would say. Which is real important because I didn't put too much thought when I was young. I really didn't think much.
Let me ask you another question. You said you learned or you improved to control your emotions. So I'm a chess player myself. I'm an international master. When I lose a game, I'm really sad. I'm angry with myself for making mistakes. And it's not easy for me, and I'm a very experienced player, to be able to control my emotions. How are you able to control your emotions through the chess game? What does the chess game give you? Because you don't always win. You lose some games as well. And when you lose the games, how are you able to still keep control over your emotions?
For one, going over my losses. So this past Saturday, we had a tournament here at the gym. Then right after that, my tournament, I had a tournament in Chicago, and I did not do so well. I did not. It was a long day for me. Going forward, I won't have a chess tournament and do a tournament the same day. But when I lost my two games, it was so hard. I initially I want to, yell. A couple tears came down. But I go over my losses, and that's the great thing about chess. You write the notations, and after the games, you're able to see where you went wrong at. And in my games, I kept the pressure. I just didn't make one move, and that's all it was. And in chess, that's all it takes. If you don't make that move at that moment, the game can change after that. So it's a bittersweet moment for me. But I just tell myself, like, yeah, I lose in chess, but I'm winning in life, and it's okay to lose. But you have to be able to control yourself no matter what. And in life, you have to be able to control yourself. You can't react off impulse. You have to control your anger. You have to control what you say. That's really important.
Yeah, that's a very, very good and healthy perspective, but it's not easy. You have to work on that. It's not easy because that moment when you lose a game of chess, you're struggling to keep hold. But at the end, it's just a game. And it does have many other benefits that you can take advantage. I wanted to ask you about your teaching because, of course, you learned to play chess in the prison. You just told us that you became good at it quite well, but now you're doing programs outside. So I must understand that you're also teaching, not only playing but also coaching or teaching. Where did you get the skills to be able to not only play but to understand the skills you need to be able to teach, which is a huge different type of skill set? Where did you learn these skills for teaching?
So yeah, coming out of prison, I thought I was good until I played my first chess tournament. Then I realized how much I wasn't as good as I thought. And I got a chess coach, and he really made me understand the difference between prison chess and tournament chess, and how tournament chess is a whole new different ball game. And he gave me books. He would analyze my games with me. My coach, Coach Josh, had a huge role in that, and shifting my mind and really understanding that to do good in chess, you have to put the time in like anything else. But he recommended me books. So some of the classes by Jeremy Silman. So yeah, just reading the books, gaining the understanding of the fundamentals. With me though, like I said, there wasn't chess programs out here. So most of these kids are new to chess.
Yeah.
Right. So the teaching, I'm just teaching them how to move, basic fundamentals. Then we grow from there. Right now, we're at that point where our students, they're becoming good. They're becoming good, and that's what we want. And we're gonna send them out there to tournaments, and we're preparing them for that here. But yeah, I would say the books is what helped me. Having a chess coach is really helped me with my teaching. But at the same time, these kids they never experience chess, so it's not really difficult because they're beginners.
Okay, so you mentioned Silman, of course, one of the greatest, maybe not chess players. He was an international master, but he, as you probably know, he died very recently, and he left a legacy of chess books and chess knowledge for everyone. I myself would use these books to learn and to study. So tell me, would you say then that a chess program inside the prison is an efficient tool for reintegration of prisoners when they leave outside? Would you say it works for everyone, or do you really have to be passionate about the game for that program to work for you?
I believe it works for everyone, even for people who are not passionate about the game, because playing chess is so beneficial for the mind that even if you lose in the game, you're still winning because you got a good brain workout. So for me, I feel like it's beneficial to everyone who just plays the game. But yeah, absolutely, I agree that chess could be used as a tool to help inmates break bad habits and change their way of thinking and come out of prison and transition to society as a productive member of society. And I want to set that example. I want to be the example for felons all over the world that it is possible to change your life, and all it is just your mindset and your choices. But yeah, chess can play a role in that.
Oh, picking up on this last commentary you just said, and my final question for you: if you've been out for the last 3 or 4 years, I think I've heard you. That means you weren't inside when we started the chess tournament, which was started in 2021. So you didn't get to participate in it from the inside. Do you have any plans of trying to use your knowledge from outside and your knowledge from inside to try and start or introduce some sort of chess program in one of the facilities, institutions that might be in your area in Boston? Can you contact with the Chess Federation and try and work something out in that sense? Because you'd be a great person to be able to do it.
Yeah, thank you for that. I have been trying. I've been trying with the juvenile and with the adult facility here where I'm from in Waukegan. I haven't had no luck due to policies and COVID and all that, but I didn't let that stop me as far as doing chess programs out here. Out here, as of now, I have 5 different programs. I do it here at the boxing gym. I do it at the Vernon Hills Libertyville Library. I do it at the Waukegan High School AOEC campus. That's the alternate school. And I also do it at the Taj Lake County Lakeshore campus. So I got 5 different programs that I'm doing now. I have been doing it. I made attempts. I've been going back and forth. It's been frustrating, but I'm not going to give up. Yeah, I'm not going to give up, but I'm going to keep trying. I would love to be able to volunteer at the adult facility, at the juveniles.
Maybe the juveniles, that would be a good start. Yeah, maybe the juveniles. You seem to be a nice person, easy to communicate with. Maybe the juveniles would be your best shot.
and they tell me that they love chess, that they are playing chess, but
Wow.
it's a difference of just moving the pieces and actually learning the fundamentals of chess. So yeah, I'm gonna keep trying. But in the meantime, I'm doing all that I can for my community for chess, and I'm happy about that.
Let me ask you a last question, and now we're finished. Now we're done. Just the last one. I've been commentating on these games this year, but also last year. This is the second time I'm doing this. And there's one thing both myself and the other commentators have noticed. Inmates just don't want to do a draw. There is no way they're doing draws. I mean, they could be losing. It doesn't matter. They want to win or lose. Why is this? What? Because you're outside and you know the value of a drawn position. If it's a draw, it's a draw. What to do? And if you're losing and you get a chance to do a perpetual check, you take it and you draw, but not inside. Yeah. Why is this? What am I missing here? What do I not understand about inmates not taking draws?
I'm not sure. I know I didn't like to take draws. Maybe it's a prison thing. Maybe it's a pride thing. I'm not sure.
What is it? They're losing and they don't take the draw. I just don't understand it.
Well, I feel like inmates are they just want to win. They just want to. They're really competitive, and they're just showing off their competitive nature.
Okay.
Yeah, they just don't want to go for the draw. They just want to go for a win. If they can't get the win, they'll rather just get checkmated than go for a draw.
Okay, so it's something to do with the competitive nature of being inside. I thought that maybe the idea would be if I draw, my time finishes now. Whereas if I continue, even if I lose, I'm still doing what I want to do. But maybe maybe partially it's that, but it's also the fact that if I carry on, I might lose, but I still have a chance to win. And as they want to win, they carry on. That must be the idea, no?
Yeah.
But we don't do this in competitive chess. We don't do this. I mean, of course, we try to win, but if I'm a queen down and I've got a perpetual check, I don't go out of the perpetual check, which is why I see this. And sometimes it works for them and they do win. So it's funny, but okay.
And I think maybe that they're nervous too. Like for them to be able to participate in a global event like this, I can only imagine how nervous they are. And I just know that they want to do their best for the jail, for the team, for their families. And I can imagine they're nervous and they just want to win, and then that's what makes them not want to draw.
Okay, I wanted to leave you, but I've just got a question from someone from the community. They just launched me a question for you, so I have to ask it to you. Okay, you are doing the program Chess for Fighters. So you're teaching little fighters how to play chess. How are you able to get them to control their emotions because they're fighters? Tell us about your program Chess for Fighters for the little kids.
Yeah, so for we they just have a lot of energy. They have a lot of energy, right? And we have kids who do the boxing lessons and also do the chess. We just make it fun. I make it fun for them. And that's really important when you're teaching chess to kids, especially. You have to make it fun for them. And Mondays are usually my biggest class. I have usually about 15 or 20 kids here in this room. Yeah, it's a lot of energy, but my main thing is just making it fun for them and making them realize that, hey, a lot of real champions in any fight, boxing, MMA, whatever you want to call it, they play chess because chess provides a great workout for the mind. And they play chess before the fights to get them in that mindset, because when you're in the ring, you have to think mentally. You can't just go in there throwing punches without a game plan. Otherwise, you're going to get hurt, right? So making them understand that if you want to do the boxing, that's okay. But at the same time, you need to learn how to think, and chess will help you with that.
You might get some chess boxers going along. It's a new thing that's coming out now, half chess and half boxing. So maybe we'll get in a few years some guys from the gym. Hector, it's been really a pleasure to speak with you. I know it's very early in Chicago, so thanks a lot for waking up, coming along. Good luck with your programs. Hopefully you can get something working in the prisons, and we'll see you next year. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, and congrats on being an IM, man. That's amazing. Good for you. Awesome. All right.
You have to read a lot of books and get well to do that.
Yeah, no, I know. Thank you.
Hector. Take care.
Goodbye.
So that was Hector Guijarro, I mean, amazing. You just have to listen to the guy to understand what he's been through and how chess for him has changed his life. These are the sort of interviews that I enjoy most as a host, and to be able to talk to people who you probably wouldn't meet in real life and see how chess for them has been a way of progressing, getting out of trouble, and focusing his life, and the influence this guy will have on all the rest of the fighters that come and play chess with him and learn chess from him. So make good decisions, and if chess can help you, it's a good way to progress in life, and it has so many different opportunities, as both Keti, Almira, and myself have been telling you. I think it's time to get back to the games. So I'm going to share my screen, and hopefully we can see some interesting games after having that chat with Hector, who, as you've all seen, has been a really interesting person. So let's get back to the group final. Now, as those of you who've been following the broadcast will have been able to see during the morning with Keti, we already have some groups finalized, but we're still in contention for one of the men's groups, where quite a few teams are fighting out to try and win and get their qualifications for the definite medal places tomorrow. I'm now looking at the match between Georgia and Malawi. I see that Malawi and Georgia are playing interesting chess. Georgia is winning the match by 2-0. So I'm going to pick up on one of the games, which looks quite interesting. And hopefully our editor, Ninja, Andrei, can pick up the chessboard from my screen. And we're going to dedicate a bit of time to going over some of the games and, have fun, learn a bit of chess, but make it fun and attractive. So as you can also see in this position, the Georgian inmate playing with the white pieces, the Malawi inmate playing with the black pieces. And already you can see by the times that Georgia is very low on time, only 4 minutes left against the 9 minutes of Malawi. That's already a big disadvantage, but okay, the position is very interesting. Let's take stock of what's happening in the game. We can already see that there's a lot of pieces on the board still, so anything can happen. But white does have an extra rook, which is here, for the bishop, which is here. The rest of the pieces are more or less equal. 2 queens, 2 rooks, 1 bishop, and 1 knight apiece. So white does have the advantage of an extra rook for the bishop, and he's going for another rook with this knight attack against the rook on f8. But this was a very good move by Malawi. Look at this move. Fantastic. He spotted it. The bishop retreats, protected by the pawn, and now the queen is hit, and the knight is also hit. So with this fantastic move, the Malawi player on board number 1 is about to pick up the knight free of charge, and he's going to go into a very optimal position to try and win this game. Of course, the game is not over yet. You can't say you've won until your opponent resigns or you do checkmate. So the queen moves away, and I'm sensing that the bishop will now capture the knight. And I'm wondering what white could do now, but it might make sense to bring the rook to the 7th rank and try and attack something along these lines. Somehow try to get back some of the material he's just lost. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy because black does have enough pieces to stop white's attack. But if he does do this move, we must realize that the rook is protected by the queen and by the rook. So at least for the moment, the rook would be safe if he goes to e7. So let's see what he did. It seems he did play this move, and black regrouped his bishop, protected by 2 pawns. And now I think that at some point we might see some sort of sacrifice, or maybe a move such as rook to c7 to try and infiltrate with the queen. But really, white has to do something aggressive and fast, because if not, the Malawi player is going to coordinate. This is a bad move, a very bad move. Unfortunately, he's going to drop off the rook. Now, this was a bad move, and Malawi was very fast there. He saw the trick, and he captured the rook. Now things are bad. Things are very bad now. And on the rest of the boards, things are not looking good at all for the Georgian player. So let's carry on with this game. Advance the pawn. That's a good check. Getting the queen away with check. And now he can capture the pawn with the bishop. That's a very good move. Of course, I'm the host. These are the players, but there's a big team behind. There's a group of arbiters who are controlling all the games. There are technicians taking care of the technical side of the broadcast. Chess.com obviously is giving us their software, so all the players around the world can participate, and there are technicians who are helping us out with that. So big thanks to all the guys behind the scenes helping out with the tournament. Of course, Chat.com, the platform, super important to be able to do this. And more specifically, although there's a lot of people giving their technical support, Mr. Sotiris and Mr. Simon, we really have to give an important shout out to both of them, because their help is invaluable for the correct running of the tournament. Look at this. Bishop takes pawn, and the queen and the king trapped in a pin, and now black will take this game home comfortably. We'll stay here, see how it finishes. And the game is ended. So let's try and find another game now. Let's take this game back and choose another one. So this was a game of round 6 between Georgia and Malawi. So now a new match has started between Mongolia and Philippines. One of the games has already finished, so let's pick up the action on one of the other boards. For example, we can pick the action up on board 2, which is an interesting position because although black has more material, times are very similar, 4 minutes each, and white's pieces are not without danger. So I think this is a position where anything can happen. Now, this is a very good move. Mongolia understood that he could sacrifice his queen for the rook, but now he'll pick up this bishop. This is a very smart decision. Now, as you can see, these guys, these inmates, are able to make good decisions on the chessboard. You give part of your material, but to get an easier position to win. That's a very smart thing by the inmate. Of course, he has less material, just a rook against the knight, but it's much easier now to bring the rook in and start rolling his pawns, and very soon get a new queen. So Well played by the Mongolia player. Very well played. Now, Philippines is really thinking, what can I do now with my knights to create some sort of imbalance, some sort of attack? It's really, really tricky for him. And we can see underneath that the inmates are fighting hard from their facility, from their institutions, under the supervision of the cameras, which our team of arbiters are monitoring to make sure that fair play rules are being obeyed, which, as far as I know, is not being an issue, which is very, very nice to understand. Of course, the prisoners know that if they breach the fair play rules, they will no longer be allowed to participate in the tournament. So they're very careful to take it seriously. Okay, king to g3, just trying to bring the king into action. And look, here we see this idea of activating the rook. This move is very sensible as well. It does allow the king to come out. And the king, as everyone knows, doesn't have a value. It's an infinitive value. But most theoreticians understand that in the ending, the strength of the king would be around 4 points for the attack. So bringing your king into play as soon as possible is very important. In the ending, not in the middle game. But black will now drop off this pawn. This pawn is going to be captured very soon. But he might be thinking of trying to put the rook around this area here and go for some sort of checkmate. Okay, and now I think he has to start rolling the pawns. These pawns need to roll. I'm going to capture the pawn on g2. Maybe this knight will go to c4 or to g4. And white does have this pawn to advance, but it's slow. And again, giving back some material to push the pawns. And the king is just too far away. It can't reach there. And now he'll take a moment, maybe to check, or maybe to put the king into position. He goes for the check. And now he'll probably roll with the other pawn. Now you have to be careful here. He might give up the queen here and roll with this pawn to get another queen. Because if not, look, he has to be careful now. g5 will set up a stalemate. Be careful now. Very good. Well done. Sacrifices the queen and rolls with the other pawn. This guy from Mongolia is playing very well. It's quite impressive. Probably one of the better players of the tournament. Well done, Mongolia. So that is 2-0 for Mongolia. And on this board, there is another game being played. This is board 4 of the same match between Mongolia and Philippines. And it's a rook ending with an extra pawn for black. So black is trying to exchange off the rooks to be able to get an ending with his extra pawn and no attack and defense by rooks. So as soon as this game finishes and the match finishes, I think it'll be a good idea to try and see if we can look at the standings of the different groups and see which teams are qualified and which teams still have to fight for the qualification. But let's stay with this game first. I think the team we have below is the Bulgarian team. We can see 4 players with their backs to the camera, which is normally the main rule, so that we don't see their faces, because There's a privacy rule, but we do get to see that they are each of them playing on their own computer, and no one is helping them to play the games, which is very important. So from Philippines and Mongolia, we have from Mongolia under the supervision of Bachimeg Tuzin Tugs from the General Court Decision-Making Agency. They're in control and supervising this event from Mongolia. Whereas from Philippines, we have three different situations under supervisions of Cedric Cabangal, from Jaime Fortich, and Charles Andrew Ramos, and they are from the General Santos Jail male dormitory, from the jail female dormitory, but also from the Zamboanga City Jail male dormitory. So 3 different institutions from Philippines participating in this intercontinental event. So black still keeps his extra pawn. Philippines is very low on time. Only 28 seconds left. Games, as you know, are 10 minutes plus 5 seconds of increment. And at some point, black will be wanting to invade here and maybe capture this pawn on c2. That would allow him to advance this pawn to the queen. So let's see if he's able to do this. Maybe playing rook to d4, maybe king to c3, maybe just rook to e6 for the moment, protecting the e5 pawn, which is now under attack from the rook. So we'll see which move he chooses rook to e6. Yeah, these Mongolian players are really quite strong. You can sense they actually did a very good result last year. I think they won or were second in the category. So you get a good sense that they're players who are taking it very seriously. As I said, they're winning 2-0. Board 3 is more or less equal. And this is board 4, where the match could be decided if Mongolia is able to win the pawn. Now, this check is forced, but the king can go to b2. But as I said, at some point, we need to activate the rook, abandon one of our pawns to their own hope. Rook to b6 must be played now. Abandon the e5 pawn for the c2 pawn and see which pawn can run faster. If they don't do that, it's very difficult to win this position. I'm checking the other game on the other screen. It's tough for the players to impose their advantage. But as I said, the rook should come in, drop off this pawn, and try and win the pawn on c2. It's the only way I can see to win the game. And it looks as if it's heading that way. I think it should be a win, but I'm not entirely sure because also the pawn on h5 will fall. And this is a runner. So I think it should be win. But, I mean, this game is being played very, very well. The accuracy of the players in this game is unbelievably strong, very, very high. Both of the players. Now, king to c2 would be obvious. And then maybe try and get the rook behind to stop this rook sacrificing for the pawn. Yeah, this is starting to look good for black. Now he really has to put the rook behind, and then we can check and drop off this pawn if we want to. Very well played. Yep, this looks as if it's going to be over very soon. Careful now. There's a stalemate here. If he promotes, rook takes, king takes, and stalemate. So really, he should drop off this pawn. Well played. Well played. And now it won't be stalemate because he can capture the pawn on h5 and come back with the king. Well played. Well played by Mongolia. Nice. I have to applaud. This was a very well played game. Okay, so I'm going to open up the results of chess results and ask our friend Andre to crop the screen with the results of the different teams. I'm going to bring them over now. Okay, I know it might take a bit of a while, but this could be a good way of sensing the different situation of the teams now. Now, while we get Andre to crop the screen, we can talk about the teams which already have qualified. And as far as I understand, we have, in the women's group, we already have the first of the women's group. The first of the finals of the women's group finished. Can you crop it, Andre? So the first of the women's group finished this morning, and Mongolia and Philippines qualified. The first two teams qualified, Mongolia and Philippines. So they can go to the finals. I'm waiting for our technician to update the that means that tomorrow, which is the last day, we will have Mongolia playing for the first place with the winner of the other group, which we will see in a while this afternoon, whereas Philippines will play for the third place with the runner-up of the other group. And the other final group, which we can see now on the screen, will be either tremendously well yesterday in the preliminaries. So I'm suspecting that one of these teams will be qualifying. So Mongolia will play for first place. Philippines will play for third place with one of these two teams. Now, on the youth front, we have already one group finished as well. The youth group 1 finished this morning with an outstanding other with a very good score for both of the Indian teams. And of course, India 2 will play for first place tomorrow, while India 1 will play for third, fourth place. And their opponents will come from the second group of the youth, which will be played this afternoon, where we have, as you can all and Serbia. And from these 4 teams, we'll get 2 qualifiers who will play tomorrow in the finals against India 1 and India 2 for the medals. But be reminded, everyone, that all the teams and all the players receive their participation results. Hopefully you're listening to me carefully, well. So we're good. So we've had a chance to look a bit at the score situation of both the youth and the women's teams. And now let's check just for a moment the finals of the men's competition. There are 2 groups, and in the main group, the situation is still unclear. But as you can see, both Mongolia and India 1 are dominating their groups, but there are still 3 rounds to go. So I think anything is still possible in this group. But I have to say that Armenia, Georgia, and Mongolia will have a difficult time to recover the points that Mongolia and India have in front of them. So as you can see, the finals, Group 1 still in contention. The first 2 whereas in the second team, in the second group, we have all these teams: El Salvador 1, 2, and 3, Mexico 1, Serbia 4, Slovenia 1, Latvia, Croatia, and USA, Kansas 2, these teams, this group will start in about an hour as soon as the first group finishes. And you have to be reminded that these teams play in different time schedules with different opening hours for each of the jails and prisons. So there's a huge effort behind the scenes by the FIDE representatives, such as Nadia, such as Kemma, and many others who are working effortlessly behind the scenes to make sure that all the venues are coordinated and everyone is ready to play when their time schedule starts. And I can tell you that is not easy. This is not easy because with different, it's very easy if everyone is on the same time schedule. But as you can see here, the time schedule of Mexico, El Salvador is very different to the time schedule of Argentina, Serbia, Slovenia. So it's a tough situation and a lot of coordination is necessary. So even though I work for FIDE in this event, it still is a pleasure for me to thank my teammates who are doing all this coordination, but we don't see them. I'm the face, but there's a lot of people behind helping out with the struggles and the challenges this event produces. Okay, let's go and see some of the games. So we'll leave the youth for the moment and go to the main tournament. And in the main tournament, the 7th round has started with a clash between Georgia and Serbia, Armenia and Romania, Bulgaria, who I thought I was seeing before. They are playing against Philippines. This could be an interesting match against Mongolia, sorry. And then we have Philippines against India. Now, according to the score sheets, let me decide which is the most interesting match. The most interesting match, according to my score sheets, would be Mongolia or India. One of these two would be a cool one to see. So we have to decide between Bulgaria and India. Bulgaria is not performing so well, but India is performing very well. We still have an India-Mongolia. That will be a huge clash, but that's the next round. So let's see one of the games from Bulgaria and Mongolia. For example, let's choose a nice position. For example, board 4. All the pieces on the board and everything to play for. This would be the game between Mongolia 3 and Bulgaria. Equal material. Queen for queen. King for king. 2 rooks for 2 rooks. 1 bishop apiece. And 1 knight for each player. And the number of pawns would be 7 against 7. So totally equal material. And I think that will allow us to see an interesting fight. Okay. So what would I do in this position if I was the player from Mongolia? Probably develop my bishop, or possibly bring my queen to a more aggressive position. But if I had to decide, my option would be to develop the bishop to one of these two squares. Now, if black at some point, look, he played bishop to e3. If black at some point decided to capture the knight, for sure, I would recapture with the f-pawn, attacking the knight, but more importantly, allowing me to open up the file for my rook. And now I'd very seriously think of bringing my queen to the attack, maybe putting my rooks on the open file, and at some point, I would even think about sacrificing the bishop to go straight for the king. But of course, this is all in theory and will depend on the moves of the players. Black played queen to c7, and white played bishop to f2. This is not a move that I like so much, but I understand what white is trying to do. He wants to put his bishop here on h4, and if possible, capture the knight. And when the pawn recaptures, the king will be under attack very quickly with the queen. So that's the idea behind the move. Is it a good idea? It's interesting. But the thing is, these long form ideas of three moves, bishop e3, bishop f2, bishop h4, they take a lot of time and can be stopped very easily with knight to d7. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I do think that's the idea behind the maneuver. Okay, so black has decided to progress on the queen side. Doesn't seem a bad plan. White has played king h1. Now, this gives me an insight on how he might be wanting to attack. I'm thinking that at some point, after playing the bishop, he wants to start pushing his pawns here. So we'll see how this goes. Knight to d7. Well played. But as I said before, any exchange on e5 will allow white to capture with the pawn and open up the rook. So this is something that black shouldn't do. I wonder what white will do now. Queen to g3. Okay, that seems sensible. Bringing the queen towards the king. Of course, this knight could go here and maybe at some point jump here to try and make the defense. I remember last year in the commentary, the players were using much less time, making worse moves. So already I can see that the quality of the better players is very big. Is very big. They have increased their level of knowledge a lot. Makes me very happy to see this. Last year, they were making all sorts of blunders, playing super fast. They weren't playing so well. They're playing much better now. Look, black has dropped his bishop back to offer extra protection to his king side. Very intelligent. Another piece comes to the attack. That's good. And white is playing very well here. Both have 5 minutes still. We could jump to a different game, but I think this game is interesting, strategic. It's giving us a good idea of the level of players inside the prisons. I could comfortably say that this would be a game easily between two 1,500 or 1,600 players on the real competition scene. I mean, they're playing very, very decent moves, very decent moves. But now they're getting lower on time. And when the clock starts running down, things are much more difficult. Now, this is a very good move. This move allows black to attack the pawn on d4. And the idea is that if white at some moment captures the pawn, then this knight doesn't have so much protection. And more importantly, at some point, the rook could activate along the d file. So what black is trying to do is to find some counterplay on the queen side, because meanwhile, white is bringing all his pieces to the king side. We can see here that already has 4 pieces, 5 pieces actually, looking to attack here on the king side. So now he exchanged knights. I wouldn't have done this move, but okay. Doesn't seem such a bad move. Now there's a pawn under attack. As I said before, when the time starts going down, then mistakes start to happen. Now, this is a funny move because the bishop can't be captured because the king is pinned. But when the king moves away, which he has just done, now he does threaten to capture the bishop. So I'm not totally sure that this was a good move by Mongolia. I seem to see a team below. Is that Mongolia? I'm not totally sure if that's Mongolia below or not. Maybe. He went back. Now, some of you might be thinking, why didn't he keep his bishop in the center? But then f6 would have left the bishop with no good square to move to, and he would have lost a piece. So one of the things we try to learn in chess is that if we make a mistake, we can move back and keep the position. Black blocked on the queen side, and white starts to attack, possibly with the idea of doubling rooks. And things are getting very interesting now. So if black pushes this pawn here, white will block. And if black captures the pawn, white will capture back. So it's not easy to progress on the queen side. Okay, now this is an aggressive move, attacking the pawn on a2. However, it does take the queen away from the king side. So now, maybe there's a way of drumming up some sort of attack on the king while the queen is capturing the pawns on the queen side. This might be a risky proposition for black. We'll see. We'll see. He does have more time. I'm not totally sure if this was the correct decision. For example, when black captures the pawn on a2, this rook will not be protected and white will start to have some aggressive pawn moves. So we'll see what's going to happen here. But now it's getting to be exciting because Mongolia's already low on time, only 140 against Bulgaria's 4 minutes, and the rest of the teams. Mongolia has already won on board 3. This is board 4. Board 1, Bulgaria is in a very good position to win. And now on board 2, I'd say that Mongolia is going to win. So this is actually a very close match. Very, very close match. Oh, this A3. I don't like this move. No, because now we can take with the queen. And if the queens are exchanged, then I think black is doing well. I don't like this move by white. Well, we'll see how it comes out. But something about this move is not to my liking. Oh, that's a cool image underneath. Maybe, I'm not sure where he's from that flag is. But as you can see, each of the institutions has a different setting, a different room to play. Okay, pawn takes pawn is forced. I'm expecting queen takes pawn now. Queen takes pawn. And I don't think that's a good move. Keep the queens on the board, maintain some options to attack. That was well done. I wonder where is queen to b2. This might be an idea to attack the pawn on d4, but maybe also to bring the rook to the 7th rank. But of course, this d5 is very good, because if now the pawn is captured, then the rook will be lost. So things are getting very tense now. It's hard to say what will happen, but board 1 was a draw. Mongolia won on board 2 and board 3. So for now, we can safely say that Mongolia has won this match, and this game will decide the final result. Now, this is a very good move as well. Exchange rooks, maybe capture the pawn as well. Now, black does seem to have things under control. The A3 move was the move that I really didn't like. I think maybe there was a mistake by black there. I think that rook takes pawn could be quite a solid option here. And with this result, Mongolia will, I mean, they won't have won definitely the tournament, but yeah, this result will definitely put them in good position. This is Mongolia 3, well qualified, but Mongolia 1 is the team that has more chances to win. So let's stay with the end of this match, and then we can open up the results to find a good match for the next round. For example, for the next round, let me see. For the next round, we could probably focus on Mongolia 1 against Georgia. That could be a good match to see. Or India. No, India, Malawi. India will crush Malawi. So I think we should see Mongolia, Georgia, unless we have games from the youth competition. But that doesn't start until 3 o'clock. And the women's competition also, I think, starts at 3 o'clock. So we still have some time for that. Oh, what happened here? What happened here? I was expecting rook takes pawn. Oh, but now black is better. But the black king might be in danger at some point. This pawn on f7. I'm not quite sure that this has been... this is a nice move. Now, if white captures the pawn, the rook comes down and traps the queen and the king. So this might be all along the idea of a Bulgaria. 12 seconds against 23. Now they're in real time trouble. Okay. This one does stop the attack. He can block with the bishop or with the rook. Probably block with the rook. Okay. And now it makes sense to exchange rooks and try and advance one of these pawns here. Black is better, but as I said before, this pawn on f7 is very dangerous, and it could turn the game around at some point. Bishop to f2, bishop to e3, only move. We have to stop this pawn from promoting. Now, of course, if we bring the bishop out, this is a good move, but we can still block. Queen c1, good. And I think a good option here would be to change queens, get the king out, eliminate this pawn, and then gradually win the position. Oh, no idea why he didn't take the pawn here. That would have been the best move. But I think he can still do it afterwards. Of course, the king comes here, eats this pawn. Now g6, king f1, king g7, king e2, bishop c5. Yeah, I think he gets there just in time. What did he play? Yeah, now this pawn will fall, this pawn will fall. This might end up in a draw. But as we know that these guys don't want to draw, it'll be funny to see how they play this out. Let's stay here because we've been here during the whole game. Now, white is really trying to win. But it's so hard to win this position. I mean, there's so little material. It doesn't seem to be possible. Yes, it's clear that white will advance this pawn. Now we'll exchange these pawns. And now just how to win this position. I mean, It just seems impossible. I think they'll end up going for a draw here. The only way to win this position would be for one of the two to exchange the bishops at a point where the other one loses the pawn. But it doesn't seem possible. I think they'll just move their bishops around and agree at some point to a draw. So as soon as this game finishes, or even before, we're going to go to videos and yeah, because they're just moving around. So this game is obviously a draw. So Andre, as soon as you feel okay, we can go to our video block, and we'll see you soon after the videos.
Chess for Freedom gave a chance to 4 women from Georgia to be released from the prison before its terms. The Georgian women took part in the competition and became the world chess champions back in 2021. This is a story when one day, one chess project changed the future for the better. Today, these 4 women are living their free lives and holding the meaningful title of World Chess Champions. We had a chance to visit Georgia to interview legendary chess player, 5 times World Women's Chess Champion Nona Gaprindashvili, who is an advocate of social projects for inmates, mainly Chess for Freedom. How important is the project Chess for Freedom for inmates?
I should say it's very important. First of all, chess played a great role for everyone during the pandemic when everything was just shut down. Chess was the only sport where we had all the competitions still happening. Just imagine how important it is for inmates to have an opportunity to be a part of the World Championship. 2 years ago, Georgian women won the championship. It's true that they have not had many years ahead of them in prison, but still, they have been released before their terms. It was surely a great gesture and appreciation. They now have very different lives than in prison. It's certainly important for inmates to have such opportunities, and chess gave them it all. The words you mentioned before, freedom, peace, socialization, that's all what this project brought to the participants. We all celebrated the victory together. I was there to award the women's team. You know, they were extremely happy, totally different people.
Could you remember that moment when Georgian women's team became the world champion?
I had an honor to give them the chess trophy. There were representatives from the Ministry of Justice, also representatives from the Sports Committee. Women have been awarded decent prizes. Later we had some dinner together, and you know, the inmates were very happy. Absolutely different people were standing in front of me. This project is exactly what makes people turn the tables to good instead of bad. That's what happened, as today these 4 ladies have a normal life. This is exactly what I wish for each and every participant of the project. Chess gives these opportunities.
Do you think this title of world champion would help them to socialize after liberation?
Of course, I'm certain these ladies are doing a decent life. They changed. They have already served their terms in prison. Now the World Championship title will help them to feel better.
What would you wish for the participants of Chess for Freedom 2023?
The fact that they are part of the project is already great. Only one team can win, and in total there are only 3 prizes. But the most important is to be the part of the chess event, because chess can change their lives for the better. I wish they also have been released before their terms. This might be a fresh start of new lives for many of them. That's what I wish for them all.
Thank you so much.
We are taking part in every social project, including Chess for Freedom. This is the FIDE project, where in 2021 Georgian women became world champions. After this victory, they got freedom from prison. That directly corresponds to the name of the project, Chess for Freedom. We are hoping our women's team will celebrate another victory and will become world champions again, as we have quite strong players.
How important is this project for inmates in prison, and if chess can help them in a way in the future?
Chess is a very popular sport. I often see young people playing chess online on their phones. People are playing chess everywhere, also in the prisons. Chess is a tool for socialization for inmates. I am certain inmates are playing chess and enjoying the process during their spare time. I hope chess will help them for freedom.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit, and obviously have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit, you know what I'm saying? So you obviously haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that, you know what I mean? It's just it's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year this doubled to 4 and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
So we're live again, back here in the second day of the third Intercontinental Online Championship for Prisoners. Your host, Michael Rahal, International Master, taking over the duties from Woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili, and in a while, Grandmaster Elite Almira Skripchenko will be here to join us with more game analysis, more interviews, and a passionate time here interviewing and talking with all the players of the tournament. So let's go to the games. Although I do see we have possibly, if I'm not mistaken, no, I thought we had another interview in. So let's carry on with the games. As we saw before, the game between Bulgaria and Romania finished, and now we're waiting. Do I have an interview now? Because I see I'm on the YouTube live with another person. Please confirm. Oh, sorry. Okay, I was confused there. Sorry, Andre. So, yeah, so let's go to some of the games. Now, we're in the 8th round of the open section, as I said before, and Mongolia still holds the lead. India is just behind. Mongolia has 13 points. India has 11, but Armenia, Georgia, and Mongolia 3 are closing in with 9 points. So we really should see a game between, for example, India and Georgia would be definitely the game to see, or even Georgia against Mongolia 1. So let's go to the boards of Georgia and Mongolia 1. We are here now, and I'm going to select one of the most interesting positions. And I think board 1 could be seen. This is exciting. Something weird is happening here. So I need just a bit of time to familiarize myself with the position. So let's make the count. Queen, queen, 2 rooks. White is lacking a rook. This knight captured a rook here. And also black has an extra piece. So material-wise, white is doing very badly. Mongolia is clearly ahead. But black's king is pinned, so there might be some tactics here, but I can't really see them. I just can't see them. The only tactic I can see is if the knight jumps here, we could eventually get to here. But on the other hand, black's last move, knight to b3, is going for this check. So white has to be very careful in this position. One mistake, a knight to d4, ends the game because the queen will be lost. So let's stay here and see if Mongolia is able to execute this tactical option, this double attack. Georgia needs to stop it. Well done, Georgia. Well done. He saw the threat and stopped it. A good move by Mongolia, attacking the queen. I've seen that these inmates love to play moves that attack other pieces, which is a very sensible approach to chess, actually. But yeah, this is a weird square. It's a very weird square. I would have personally dropped back to f3 because, you know, there's this tactic here, there's this tactic here, another tactic here. A very dangerous square for the queen to be posted. We do have a new interview in a while. I'll be talking to Dave. That should be a good one. No, the tactic came, and probably white will decide to eliminate this knight. I'll be talking to David Achimpong, who is from Ghana, one of the founders of the Mentors Chess Academy. We were originally hoping to feature David yesterday, but as I mentioned before, all these scheduling problems are not easy to solve because different time schedules, different persons, different countries. I mean, this might seem to be a very easy tournament, but it's super complicated. I mean, 118 teams from more than 50 countries. This is like a mini Olympiad. It's very difficult to do. So scheduling takes time. And of course, FIDE team taking care of this tournament is doing huge things to make this work. FIDE is always under attack on social media. Everyone complains, but I work for FIDE and a lot of events, and they do a really good job. And it's painful for me to see why people complain where there's so much good work being done. I mean, just to get all these prisons to have their chess programs and coordinate everything to make them play together in a worldwide tournament, this is just something that's really unbelievable and very difficult to do. Okay, so this is looking bad for white. I want to stay here for a moment, but I might have to change the board at some point, because as soon as this bishop comes out, black castles, this king under pressure, very difficult to play. Very difficult to play. I just go for a simple bishop to e7 here. Get my king into safety, bring the other rook to the middle of the board, and this king will fall under a very heavy attack. Cheers. I always have a bit of coffee or tea while I'm commentating, because the throat needs to work. The throat is the main weapon of a commentator. And if it doesn't work, look, this is an interesting move, probably not the best, but I think that the bishop wants to come to an aggressive square, hitting the queen. Nice one. Attacking the queen and can't be captured because of the pin. But black will capture the pawn with check now, so it won't work. There you go. And now I do think that a check with the knight would be in order to win the rook. Let's see if Mongolia spots that tactic. There you go. They're really good, these Mongolian players are playing very strongly. Very strongly. Of course, being in prison means that you do have maybe just a bit more time than a regular person to develop your passions. And if there's a chess program in the prison and you enjoy playing chess, I'm sure you can get a lot of study time in, because, I mean, there's not much more to do, no, unfortunately. But I'm sure that all of them want to leave as soon as possible. And as we talked to before with Hector Guijarro, he was spending his time outside prison doing useful things. Okay, this is a good move, intermediate check, but I think we should capture the rook at some point. Maybe now, or maybe stick in another check with the pawn. He might actually go for h5, because there might be a mating net there. Yeah, I think h5 could actually be quite good. Rook c4. That's another very good move. Yeah, this king is going to die. He can block with the pawn, though. He should block with the pawn, actually. And then I'm sensing something like knight takes, followed by queen takes g2. Okay, g6 could be the move here. Closing in on the king. Mongolia is taking his time. He has so many options. He can capture the rook. G6, good move. Now, something you need to learn and understand is that when the king is pushed into the position of the other player, all sorts of checkmates come about because the king is just too near the opponent's pawns and pieces. So, yeah, if the king goes here, bad. If it goes here, I mean, check here, take, h6, checkmate. Fantastic. Very well played by Mongolia. Let's change our board. This was board number 1. Mongolia also won on board number 2. So it all depends on the last 2 boards. Now, let's choose Mongolia 3. Yeah, we can pick up the game here. And Mongolia is doing well. It does have an extra piece. So let's go to see Mongolia 4. Okay, here the pieces are equal. So let's stay in this position. Mongolia is playing with white. Georgia is playing with black. But already I can see that Georgia's board has quite a bit more rating than Mongolia. So maybe we have an outsider here playing at a higher level. So material is equal. Material is equal, but black does have an extra pawn. And I would say overall a better position because this pin is quite annoying. I think that moves such as rook b8 could be a decent move. Rook e8 would be a very tricky move because if white plays rook to e1 to win the rook, black would sacrifice and force a checkmate. So rook to e8 would be a very tricky move, a good move and a tricky move. And at some point, maybe even swinging the rook to the king side. Look, he played rook e8. Swinging the rook to the king side might allow for some attacking opportunities against the king. So yeah, rook e8 is a very good move. Now I wonder if white will fall into this trap because it's a very hidden trap, not easy to see. Not easy at all to see. It's a very difficult trap to see. Well done, Mongolia. Well done, H3. Securing an escape route for the king. Well done. Well done. So you can't, and now this was a threat. So look, this move allows the rook to come to the 7th file and crush the line, but also allows for queen g3 and bishop e5 going for the classical checkmate on h2. So queen f2, a very powerful move by Georgia. Now, as I said before, Mongolia is winning 2-0. Board 4. Board 3 is going well for Mongolia. So this is Georgia's chance to get, you know, the last point. And rook e2 is very strong. Now there's a checkmate here on g2. Only can be stopped by rook g1. And there we will just win the material. Well played, very well played by Georgia. I mean, Georgia's 4th board, as soon as he's able to finish his time in the prison and leave, he will be able to go back to society and play very well in the local chess club. And of course, in Georgia, there's a huge tradition of chess, as Keti told us before. There you go. He'll take this afterwards. Yeah, this is crushing. There's no way black can not win this because the thing is, he can either go for the mate, but he can do mate straight away. Game over. Very well played by Georgia. Powerful, powerful game. So in this matchup, only one game is left. So let's go there quickly. However, the match by now is winning 2-1 for Mongolia. So there is a off chance that Georgia might win this game and save the 2-2, but it's unlikely. Black does have an extra piece, and on his next move, will start pushing his outside passed pawn. He wants to push it down the board and hopefully get a queen at the end as a prize. First, he tries to improve his knight. Maybe he's looking to go to a4 to win the b2 pawn. Let's keep this here to see if this sequence could happen. Let's see if he goes knight to b6. Yes, definitely he's going for this idea. Okay, white is threatening to do something here, but there's not much going on the queen side. Everything seems to be well protected, whereas this pawn is falling. And after this one, maybe this one could fall as well. Now, it doesn't seem to me that Georgia will be able to save this game. And that would mean that Mongolia will definitely win this match. And according to the scores, let me check on my second screen. Yeah, according to the scores, Mongolia will definitely, probably with this victory, of course, in the last round, will be following very closely the match between India and Mongolia. But it does seem to me that there's going to be a good chance that Mongolia might win the whole competition. And remember, at 3 o'clock, the new group starts with El Salvador, Mexico, Serbia. So if you're longing from one of these countries, stay tuned because you're going to get your players very soon. Knight to g2. Now, there are many ways to win, but the normal way to win this position is to knock the knight out of this position and advance the pawn to the end. This is also correct, threatening a check with the bishop and win a piece. It's a very correct move as well. The rest of the games of the round are gradually finishing. Now the bishop should really retreat because it's being hit by here. But it could... Now the pawn is being dropped. But I wonder if black is putting a trick here. If knight takes pawn, maybe there is some knight f4. Check, followed by knight takes knight. So there might be a trick being prepared here for black. I actually quite like this trick. It's very, very well done. Very nicely played by Mongolia. Very nicely played. He got out of the way, but now the knight protects the pawn and also helps this pawn to be pushed down the board. And last but not least, the king will go to b3 and this pawn will drop as well. So the position is crushing for black. h4 would win now. Knight e2 would win. King b3 would win. Any of these moves or a combination of the moves will seal the deal for black. King to b2. Maybe h3 now. Well done. Knight f1 is necessary to block the pawn. Also knight to g4. Bishop to d3 seems very good now, attacking the knight. Knight has to go to h2. No other move possible. And now we have to find a way of getting this knight out of the way. And this could be done, there's several ways to do it, but knight here, here, and here seems quite a good way of doing it. It's long, and also knight here, sorry, and here would be another way. And the other way is if the king comes toward here, to progress here and try and win this pawn. Knight to e2. King to d2 must be played to protect this pawn. And then I'm sensing that king to b2 will be the chosen move. Results are coming in now. So just in a few minutes, we'll be starting the rest of the groups. The group 2 of women, the group 2 youth, and the main group 2 of men's. So I'm going to start preparing these pages. Youth will be starting any moment now. And I'm assuming that women will also be starting soon. Not looking good. Not looking good at all for white. I think we have another interview scheduled very soon with David Aikpong, who is a mentor for the Ghana Academy of Chess. That should be an interesting interview. See what he has to say about chess in prisons and programs. Yeah, now we're just wrapping up. A few checks and maybe a checkmate on g2. As we all know by now, the only thing we have to avoid here is stalemate. But there might even be a checkmate if he goes here. Knight to c2 is checkmate. I wonder if he'll spot it. Nice. Well done. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Okay, that leaves us with a definite result for Mongolia, who defeated Bulgaria 3-1. And now there's still 2 rounds to go. These results will be processed now. There's still a game with India against Malawi. And of course, Mongolia-India will be the main match of the last round. So let's check here, see what's happening in the game between India and Malawi. Now, Malawi is an interesting one because I'm seeing here that while India is under the supervision of Amagit Kunte, the grandmaster who actually interviewed last year, a really nice guy from India. Malawi is under the supervision of Susan Namangale, who will actually be interviewed by Almira this afternoon. We'll have Susan on the broadcast, on the stream, and she is in charge of the supervision of the Maula prison in Malawi and the Zomba maximum prison, also in the I assume African country of Malawi. I'm going to make sure about this because I don't really want to make mistakes like this. Let's see. Malawi is yes, southeast of Africa. Used to be called Nazalandia. No idea about this. And it's next to Mozambique and Zimbabwe and near Katavi. So Malawi, yes. Actually seems quite nice. Maybe somewhere to go for a trip at some point. So I've only been to Africa once, which is to Egypt. That was some years ago. And I'm going again on Saturday, although to a different part of Egypt for the World under 10, under 12, under 8. We have 4 or 5 players from Spain going. We'll do our best to try and help them achieve good qualifications. But the World Junior is a really, really tough competition with excellent players. Most of the best players in the world nowadays have won or at least participated in the World Junior when it was their turn. Some of the winners are Nepomniachtchi or Aronian, just to mention 2. So it'll be another chance to visit the African continent very soon. So what will happen here? Will the pawns get to the end? Will the lone bishop be able to control the ferocious advance of these pawns? It's going to be really tricky. Okay, so as soon as this game finishes, we'll be practically finishing the round 8, and we'll be about to go into the round 9, where, as I mentioned before, we have the last round with a very important match between India and Mongolia, and they'll be playing for first place. So I think we should pay some attention to that match. And at any moment now, we're starting to get moves from the youth and the women's tournaments, which I think start at 3 o'clock. But I may be mistaken. I think most of them start a bit later. I'm not totally sure. Does you want to do 3 queens? Just a bit too much, no? A bit too much. Three queens, I think, would be just a bit too much. Yeah, after this, resignment might be the correct option, but I think he'll continue playing, going for a stalemate. King to g2. There is one stalemate option, but it's very difficult. Yeah, the king should go to h3. No, but now it's easy because now you get a queen. And now, will he go for the second queen or will he go for the mate? Let's see. Looks like he prefers to go to the mate. Check on f2 and mate on h2. or he might allow his clock to run down. Yeah, so he lost on time, although checkmate was unavoidable on the next move. So he probably just wanted to spare the checkmate. Okay, so we have to go into the round 9 any moment now. And I'm going to see here on the score sheet. Let's see if the table is updated. And it is. So I'm going to ask Andre, if possible, to capture the table. So basically it can be seen here on the screen. And this is the final group of the first. India have done more 4-0 scores than Mongolia. So India needs to win at least by 2.5. However, if Mongolia wins or the game ends in a draw, in that case, Mongolia will go through as first and will play for the gold medal tomorrow. So whoever wins here plays for gold, and whoever loses plays for bronze, third, fourth place. So sounds quite exciting. And the boards are prepared. Games have started, so let's go quickly to... So let's see which games have started. They're starting now. Romania against Georgia started. Bulgaria, Serbia started. But what we're really interested is in India against Mongolia 1. Let's see if the games appear. Here, they're coming, they're starting to come. Okay, so we have board 1, board 2, board 3, and board 4. Okay, games are about to start. So for the moment, we'll stay with board 1. The rest of the games are also about to start. Some of them have started already. For example, the Philippines, Armenia is already started. But I think we should stay here and wait for a moment to see if this game starts. We'll see a bit of the match, and then at some point, we'll go to our interview with David Akepong, who will be joining us at about 3:30 Spanish time, which is in about 10 to 15 minutes. And the games have started. So let's stay with Mongolia, India. And while we're looking at this game, I'll be checking the other boards just to see if the position has some sort of significance. Okay, this is the famous gambit. It's called the Danish gambit. And basically, white sacrifices all his pawns for the initiative, for the attack, for the development. Okay, so black decides to reject the gambit, not to accept it, to decline the gambit. D5 is actually a very good move. Just for you guys to see what would happen, the main line of the Danish gambit goes like this. And we have two very strong bishops, but we've lost 2 pawns. So it's a very tricky gambit. Not very well considered at the highest levels because of their perfect defensive skills, but at lower levels, it's quite interesting. Okay, so let's get back to the position on the board. Change queens, straight to an ending. We might have to change the board to a more exciting game, but for the moment, let's carry on a bit more here. But I'm sensing that there might be more exciting games on other boards. Let me check. Oh, the rest of the board's actually quite solid, so let's stay here for the moment. Bishop to b5, pinning, castle, very strong, bringing the rook out to check the king. And now I think a good move would be maybe rook to d1, hitting the knight, bishop to g5, hitting the rook. Logical moves. Knight to f6 would be very solid now. And so, at some point, this knight here could jump to g5 and hit the double attack on f7. So let's see how this goes. Knight to b6, that's okay. That's okay. But I'm actually liking it. I'm liking a lot this move, knight to g5. a4, okay, we want to go and attack the knight and maybe push to the end. But I actually thought that knight g5 could have been an interesting move there. One thing I'm slightly worried about is that white's king's queen side isn't developed. It's underdeveloped. And that potentially would mean that there could be some tactics on the first rank. Let's see how that pans out. The other games are still very equal. Not much happening. Although board 4 is starting to become interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that board there. Meanwhile, I was under the understanding that the youth was starting now, but it might be starting at 4 o'clock. So I was under the impression that it was starting at 3 o'clock. Maybe the youth and women's second group start just slightly a bit later. Nope, youth has actually just started. So we also have the option of seeing some youth games, which I'll bring to my side. And women haven't started yet. But youth has just started with the match between Ecuador and England. So we might have a chance to see one of the youth games later on. We'll see. For the moment, at least to confirm that the youth final group 2 has also started. Okay, so a6, a5, and the idea, obviously, if white takes here, white takes here, and might threaten some potential checkmates on the back rank, depending how black plays. On the other boards, Mongolia has already defeated Malawi on one of the boards. So now we'll take the knight for sure. And maybe it's time to develop the knight here, or maybe the bishop to one of these 3 squares. Let's see how white decides to finish his development. He prefers to check. Okay, seems okay. Of course, king to c7 would allow bishop to f4 check, which would be very, very disappointing. So I think the only move is to block with the knight on b8. But then bishop f4 could still be quite a powerful move. Yeah, this is actually looking very good for Mongolia. Very good indeed. Because king c7 check, and this would be mate. Whereas knight b8, bishop f4, and the threat is rook takes knight mate. Not easy for me to see a defense against this mate because the king has no escape route. So actually India 1 could be in for a shocker here. This could be game over. Yeah, yeah. This is looking not so good. Not so good. This is looking not so good. Yeah, I can confirm that also the other final event has just started. So they did actually start at about 3 o'clock on schedule. So there'll be chess for the whole afternoon. And of course, rook takes knight is checkmate because the king can't escape. Very well played by Mongolia. Impressive and super fast as well. The accuracy of this game was very, very high level. Very high level. The thing is, some of these players have a very, very interesting level. I even dare to say that this guy might actually be a title player. He played very well in this game, very well indeed. Okay, so we might be already about to have our second interview of the afternoon. Let me confirm this with the technicians. Can you hear me, David?
Yes, I can.
Oh, fantastic. So hold on, and as soon as we get your camera on, the technicians will crop the sound and we'll have a small chat if that's okay with you.
That's fine. So
Okay,
I'll be on mute then.
Stay on mute, but do turn on your camera if possible. Thank you. Keep your camera on. And as soon as I tell you, you can come on mute. We're just waiting for the live. So we're going to stop watching some of the games because we do have a new guest, a new person of it. And we are live. So first of all, let me introduce our guest, and of course, first of all, thanks, my immense thanks for coming on from, you're in Ghana, in principle, and your name is David. I can't pronounce your name properly. I would
That's all right.
I would prefer you to give your own pronouncement because, of course, I wouldn't I would mess it up. So your surname is?
David, surname is Achampong.
Achampong, okay, Achampong.
Yeah.
Did I pronounce it correctly, Achampong?
Correct.
Okay, fantastic. That's great.
Yes.
So we start off in a good start. So before I ask you a few questions, David, let me give a brief introduction for those who are following the broadcast now. But most of all, most of the inmates and the institutions that are participating around the world will be using these interviews later on, further on after the broadcast. It's more interactive at the moment, but for later on. So I always like to give a small introduction of the guests.
Great.
David is the founder of the Mentors Chess Academy from Ghana. Is this Accra? Which is the city?
In Accra.
Accra.
Based in Accra, mainly, yes.
Based in Accra. And you've been coaching some talented junior chess enthusiasts within the correctional facility, igniting at the same time their passion for the game. These boys have represented Ghana in the youth section of the competition.
Yes.
And some months ago, you received and provided a donation of the gift of chess boards to continue promoting chess as an education and rehabilitative tool to the prison. You've also, as far as I understand, started the underway to bring in the chess program in the junior girls correctional center. We'll talk about that in a while. Trying to extend the reach of the endeavor, and according to the authorities of the prisons where you work, the participation is not so much about playing in the tournament, but more about showcasing the resilience and potential of the inmates at a global stage with better conduct, better taking of decision makings, etc., etc. So, David, give us your take on chess in prisons, on chess in youth facilities. Tell me about your experience in Ghana, and tell all the world about how you are making an impact in the facilities, and especially about the girls one as well. I'd like to hear also about the girls' facilities. Tell us about this. Give us your take, please.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. So we started this off following the donation that we received from the Gift of Chess. And then right after we gave a couple of sets to the correctional facility, we had a plan of how we can start introducing chess to them. But I think it took a while until we got to know the online tournament is getting closer. That's why we kick-started it. But so far, these juniors are about, there's a juvenile correctional center, and they are about, about 10 to 15, but we later on had just 10 people coming every time from the center. And we go to the center and train them at least 3 times a week, just before
3 times
the
a week.
event. 3 times a week, yes. So I think the correctional facility officers were very helpful. They made sure those who were assigned to the sport were constantly coming. We didn't want to, they couldn't open it up for everybody because of the short time frame that we had. And these kids, boys were very, very brilliant, were always enthusiastic about the game. We were able to take them through from beginning of the game to a bit of end game techniques, tactics, and it was very, very good for most of them. Yes.
Okay.
I remember one of the during one of the games, one of them was telling the other, don't let your colleague use you as a pawn when you go back to the dormitory. So they had some of these terms, and it was very, very interesting for us all.
Okay, tell me, what ages are we talking about here?
Are we talking about, the oldest among them was 19, the youngest was about 13.
Sorry, 18 or 13?
13.
13. 13.
1-3, yes.
Okay.
1-3.
So tell me, this is a facility for kids that have made mistakes and they can't leave the facility, or are they allowed to leave during? How does it work?
Well, for this center in Ghana, it's under the Ghana Prison Service, and so these are children who have been convicted of a crime.
Okay.
And because of their age, they are sent to the center.
Okay.
So it
under
can be all
20
forms
maybe.
of crimes. Under 20, yes.
Under 20. Okay, I understand.
Under 20, yes. So all forms of crime that adults commit. But once you are a
Of course,
juvenile,
of course.
you are sent to the center. Yes.
Of
So
course.
they don't go out. They stay there throughout the time they are sentenced. Maximum is 3 years.
Okay.
Maximum is 3 years for these ones. Yes.
So tell me, you say there was about 10 to 15 kids attending the program because of the short frame, the time frame for the tournament.
Yes.
But are you hoping that you will be able to continue these programs and maybe get a bigger reach? What are your thoughts in that sense?
Yes, I think from all the engagements we've had so far, everybody wants to make sure it's extended. All the officers we met wish that this could be extended, so they could even have inter-dormitory competitions, because the competition, the rivalry among the few, they were just from 2 dormitories who were signed up for this program. And it was amazing. I'm told in the evening when they go back, whereas they just sit down and chat, most of them will be gathering around the board to learn. And they will even invite some of the officers to come, their wards, who take care of them, to come and join them and they were telling them to come so they can all learn together. And they also help them to, have a very good relationship with those who were taking care of them. It was very, very good.
Of course.
It'll be good to extend it, but of course, we had limited chair sets. It was just a few that we had for the correctional facility. And then again, because there's short time frame, we didn't want to, extend ourselves so wide, so we will not be able to keep and prepare them very well.
So we need to give a shout out to the Gift of Chess to provide a few more chess sets for the Ghana
big impetus for this
facilities, because I'm sensing that although a chess set really is not so expensive, I'm sensing that maybe getting some free donations is very important for you guys over there in Ghana. That's what I'm sensing.
It is very, very important. I keep telling the ambassador here, back in secondary school, I used to draw chess sets on a white paper, and then I would draw the pieces on paper, so that we could just play. We play in school. We didn't have chess sets then. And this is just somewhere 1999, 2000. We were using paper, we draw the sets and then we cut it out to play in school. So for you to have a chess set to touch and feel a knight, a pawn, a queen is not something we take for granted over here. I keep telling them,
that's what I'm sensing. This is something that maybe other viewers take for granted. I mean, a chess set, it can't be so difficult to obtain.
That's
but
right.
In certain parts of the world, it might be a bit more complicated. Tell me something, David. Of course, to be able to participate in the online tournament, you need access to computers and to a good internet connection during the tournament. How is this arranged in the facility? How are they allowed to go to play the tournament, but under supervision, so they're not doing anything else which they might be tempted to do on the computers? How does this work?
Yeah, I think for us, every time we go, there's always an escort that follows them wherever they go. So he comes with me to they have a small room which had a few decks. That's what we use. I'm also not allowed to go into their yard, but they come out to the compound where we can all meet. And then there we were able to get them. I managed to get 2 tablets from friends. Then I had another tablet I use at home. And I use my phone for the tournament.
Wow. So it hasn't been easy. Even to play, it hasn't been easy. I can understand.
It wasn't easy at all. Yeah. So I asked for permission not to use a computer. They only had 1 laptop, which I gave, but the rest were a tablet. The other was a phone.
And did the connections work properly? Was that okay?
Yes, the connection was okay. Although at a point, some of the games I could see that it was lagging a little bit. It was a small device I was using to broadcast. Yes, I couldn't get any big router to use over there. I use a small MiFi to do that.
That's
Yes.
very interesting, David, because that does give FIDE, the International Chess Federation, a sense
That's right.
that some of the facilities around the world in certain countries, they might not have such an easy access to the computer and software programs. Maybe this could be solved by using phones. But I also know that phones are not allowed in the center, so it's a tricky situation. It can't be easy to be solved.
That's very true.
Okay.
That's
now
very true.
tell me about the girls' facility. They haven't played, but you were saying that you were thinking of being able to make a program there. How is that going to work?
Yeah, so the girls' facility to have a few. They're not that many, but they are usually under the social welfare department.
Oh, I think we lost David. Hopefully we can get him back. Yeah, he's reconnecting. Let's hold because he's. Oh, you're back. Okay, you were saying. Yeah, just start off again with the girls. You were saying that they were from the Department of.
Yes, the girls are under the Department of Social Welfare, a ministry in Ghana, not necessarily under the Ghana prisons. And so it's more of this a typical correctional center.
Okay.
There are not that many. From my understanding, after interacting with the head of the institution, they are just maybe a couple, not up to 50 girls, whereas the boys were over 300 boys.
Okay.
And my colleague who I work with has already started with some girls there. About 3 of them are very good.
Okay.
Already playing. And we couldn't go there in time to put them together to get a very good team to prepare them for this. So we didn't want to rush that. But they are also, from my understanding, they are also very eager. They picked up very, very fast, just like the boys. They also grasp, the concept very, very quickly. And I remember, like the boys, I was telling some of the boys that I've done this for a while. I've been teaching a number of schools where some of the richest kids in the country go to. And what they've been able to do, with maybe a single rook king checkmate, how they're able to achieve it within a short while is really, fantastic. But most of them, I struggle even to get them to understand they're very talented, let me say, rich schools.
Yes. So these girls, what age range are we talking about?
Similarly, between 13 to
14
19.
To
yes.
19. Okay. So
yes.
Okay. Well, that's a huge challenge because, as you know, there are in general less girls than boys interested in just many reasons around that subject. So to be able to get a girls program in the facility and even maybe for them to participate in next year's tournament, that would be a huge challenge. And if you're able to pull that one off, that would be a huge feather in your cap. David.
We'll be able to do that.
My last question for you. Of course, you're doing this. You're teaching these kids in the prisons, but I sense this is not your main occupation, or do you also teach in clubs and schools and other things? What do you normally? What's your day-to-day job over there in Ghana, David?
Oh, good question. I don't.
If you can say, of course. If you can say.
Yes. So I understand very well. So I being the founder, there's a team of people who usually do the teaching in the institutions, the schools. I was keen on with the prison because I wanted to be part of this myself, make sure they are getting the right instruction, and because it was a bit accelerated, so I made time after my usual day's work to go and see to it that they are doing the right thing. But typically, a lot of the support was from my own, salary to make sure they had these additional tablets, the phone to use, even a desktop computer to use to prepare them when we had a chess program to run and teach them what we wanted them to see. Because again, this was online, so you had to make sure they get used to the interface and know how to move pieces without just the chess set. So typically, I am a parent as well. I handle my boys also play very good chess.
That's good.
One of them has been 2-time under-9 African champion.
Wow.
Yeah, and I do that.
I don't suppose any of the Ghana players will be in Egypt on Saturday to play for the World Under 12.
Oh, some will be.
Really, really.
Some
Well,
will
I'll be there
I
as
know.
I'll be there as well. So
All right, all
I'll
right.
look out.
Unfortunately, I couldn't get ready for this one, so I
Okay,
won't be
I'll
there.
look
But so
out
I
for the
know my
Ghana
friend.
delegation and say hello
Yes.
and that I've talked to you. Okay.
Very
And last
talented
question
players
for
here
you,
too.
David. Do you think that do you personally think that chess for these facilities is a game, an educational tool, or do you also think that once these kids are released from the facility, it could help them pave the way for a better understanding of the consequences of their actions and allow them to maybe in some cases head away from the crime scene they may have been in before. What do you think about this as a tool for reintegration in society?
Yes, I think you've captured it very well. I would say it's the perfect tool for reintegration to society. It's not just an educational tool, and also it's also a rehabilitative tool because from when you are speaking to somebody trying to advise a younger person, and you can sometimes tell whether the person is listening or not. I remember towards the end, I usually during the next class, I sometimes break and then tell them about how maybe this tactics we are doing relates to life. You have to make sure you are looking for the forcing moves, and then think of what your opponent is going to do. Because some of the parts after they all get the answer quickly, but they realize that the answer, there's an in-between move that will make their answer not correct. And I was telling them to make sure, think of what your opponent is going to do next. Think of where you're moving the piece to, what the consequence of action is going to be, what's going to happen as a result of what you have done. And you could tell when you try to relate to life, their whole demeanor is like they are really listening so well to you. They want to grasp everything you are saying, and some of them are really reflecting on what ended them in the camp now. So it was sometimes it gets very emotional when you start talking about how it relates to life. You can tell that they are really, really focused, and they wish they had known this earlier. They wouldn't have got into this type of trouble they got into. Yeah.
When you're talking to them about chess and discussing things, do you at any point relate to the crimes they've done and make them see what could have been different, or is that something that stays outside the spheres of the class? How does that work? Or is it a difficult topic or you just let them try to understand themselves what's happened?
Yes, I try to. Of course, I have no idea what crimes they've committed. You can't really know. You can also ask. So
and you don't get into that type of contact.
Yes, I don't talk about that at all. But what happens is, like, I just give an example. For instance, it's full of this. You have a lot of choices to make at this point. You can either maybe go for a check. You can either take the queen. You can either go for this one. Which one will you go for? And that is how it is in life. A lot of times we have a lot of decisions to make every now and then.
Exactly.
Be careful of the one you choose, because there can be consequences, and you must be ready to accept that you are responsible for whatever consequences that comes back to you.
That will leave them thinking. That will allow them to think about it. And also, you mentioned the intermediate move. Sometimes we make a choice.
Yes.
We might think what probably will happen, and we might be okay with that, but then something different happens in the middle.
And
then things are not going good for us, no?
Yeah.
That also reflects life.
Yeah.
David, you're doing a great job. It's been a pleasure to meet you. And who knows, we might see each other at some point in the future in one of these youth tournaments. Great job,
Same
mate.
here. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks a lot for coming along. And good luck with the girls' team in the tournament. Bye-bye.
We will expect us next year. Cheers.
We'll be waiting. Cheers.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So that was David Achipong, a very difficult name to pronounce, but a very, very enjoyable person with a huge experience, talking about his initiatives in the correctional facilities of Ghana. And it's a challenge. You all heard the challenge it is to be able to for them to get even just some decent chess sets to practice. And he even had to bring tablets, phones, laptops from outside the facility, because they don't have them inside. So any help that the FIDE, the Ghana Chess Federation, the Gifted Chess, any help that can be provided is not something these guys take for granted. It's really, really important. So thank you, David, for your interview, for your words, for your time. And let's get back to sharing the screen. And by now, of course, as we were chatting with David, the round has finished, and the final result between India and Mongolia was Mongolia won on boards 1, 2, and India won on boards 3 and 4, which means the final result was a draw. And with that, Mongolia takes the first position of the group final, group 1 in men's, and India has just taken second position. And now I'm super pleased to be joined again. Yesterday it was Almira presenting me. Today it's the other way around. And I'm pleased to be able to be joined by elite grandmaster from Paris, France, Almira Skripchenko, who will be your host for the rest of the afternoon. Almira, I'm wondering if you're listening to me. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Hello, Michael. Yes, I can see you.
You can see me. I can hear you as well. How are you doing, Almira?
I'm okay. And
how's it going?
No wonder that I was having troubles finding the word for the race, in English, because English they use the French word bâton. So now you are, passing me the baton in the relay race, and yesterday
the relay
race. Yes. So
actually, I think it's the same word. It's baton. No, I think they also use the same word.
Exactly. The French say bâton. So I was trying to find the word, and now I understood that this is one of the French words that is used in English as well. So I joyfully accept the baton. So
there are actually so many words that French and English. Almira, I've had a wonderful time today. I started at 1 o'clock. I've been going over some of the games, as you know, but I've had the chance to interview 2 super nice people, one inmate from Boston, and I've just talked to the mentor of the Ghana Academy. And, I really get pumped up with these stories. When you hear how they're trying to teach, as a teacher myself as well, teaching kids in the prisons or just with the inmates or outside the prisons, you really get a sense that this is something so important for FIDE, for the world, for the inmates, for the prisons. This, for example, this guy from Ghana, David, he was telling me that they just didn't have chess sets there. So when someone donated, when the Gifted Chess donated the chess sets, they were so happy. And I asked him, but what about this tournament? How were they able to play the tournament if you don't even have chess sets, even less computers? He had to ask his friends to lend him tablets and phones for the kids to be able to play the tournament. So in some parts of the world, it's just so difficult to get access. Chess is a very cheap sport, but in some parts it's super difficult. And when you see the smile on the face and the kids playing the tournament, I'm so happy. So I'm passing over the baton to you, Almira, for the second part of the tournament, and wish you the best of luck in the games and in the interviews, and maybe we'll see each other tomorrow again. So
Michael. Yes, before you go, please maybe sum up the results, because I think it's very important, of course, to tell about the format of this tournament. So yesterday we had the preliminary stage. So 2 best teams from each group made it to today's semifinal. So what happened today?
So today, although in reality it's a semifinal, we call them the finals. But what we have is 2 big groups of men's finals with 10 teams in each final. So the first group has finished. It's just finished about 5 minutes ago. And Mongolia and India have qualified for the first to fourth places, which will be done tomorrow, where they will dispute the medals. So Mongolia will play for the medal of gold or silver, and India will play for the medal of third and fourth place. Now, you are taking over and you will deal with the second men's group of 10 teams, which just started a few minutes ago. And of course, you have El Salvador, Croatia, USA, Kansas, and the rest of the teams. The first two teams of this new 10 group will play for the medal with Mongolia and India for the first place. This is in the men's section. In the women's section, the first final finished and Mongolia and Philippines qualified. And the second final will be held now. It's just started. And again, the two teams will fight for first, second, third, fourth place tomorrow. Finally, we have the two youth groups, the final of the youth groups. In the first one, the two Indian teams qualified. Indian 2 came first and India 1 came second. So they will fight for, India 2 will fight for the gold medal, yes, and India 1 will fight for the bronze medal. And they will play against the final youth, which is playing now, of Ecuador, Serbia, Trinidad, and England. Two of these teams will play for the final. So basically, the second stage of the finals is being held now, and the winners will play tomorrow for the medals. And we'll see who is able to win those medals tomorrow. So,
thank you, Michael. Yes. So,
well, I know you have some interviews as well, so you'll have a great time this afternoon.
Thank you. So the tension is rising. The stakes are high, and
very high.
Thank you, Michael. We will go without further ado to the games. So I'm accepting the baton, and we'll see you probably tomorrow. Yes,
Thank you very much. Amira, good luck this afternoon.
Thanks.
So today, the Gift of Chess, in coordination with Exodus, has come together to put on this mini chess tournament for its community members and to just sort of launch what we hope to be a fruitful partnership. For me personally, this means a lot because in events like this where we show that we're more than our past, we're more than our trauma, and just the transformative effect chess can have on healing, I think is just really powerful, and it's just so incredible to see the turnout from today and to see what I always knew, the impact of chess. Happy to be here, happy to be part of this initiative, and looking forward to see how we continue this and build upon this in the future.
First of all, tell us how you are doing. I'm doing well, thank you. I feel really good. Thanks a lot. My name is Khatuna Kurdadze. I'm 54. And you are a world champion. I'm a world champion. Let's make it clear, she is a world chess champion from the number 5 female penitentiary facility. The success story of convicted women became known a few days ago. The national anthem of Georgia was played in the USA and the women were celebrated as world champions. Congratulations again to the team from Georgia. They are the winners of the first Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. When they play your anthem in America to honor your achievement, you get emotional. I can't describe what it's like. You have to feel it. The Georgian team of convicted women defeated 43 teams from 31 countries at the International Online Chess Championship and became the world champions for the first time in history. I did not expect this. I could not even imagine that we would qualify for the finals. We played 11 rounds in the semi-finals and needed to gain 2 points in each. We managed to score much more. I was in my office when I received the call. I was told that we had become champions. Of course, I invited the ladies over. They came with radiant faces, looks of bliss and happy smiles. It was a very emotional moment. The prisoners had been preparing for the championship for several months. To test their skills, they competed with each other regardless of age and gender. Prior to the championship, the women defeated the men and won the internal competition. This is how the 4 convicted women made it to the international tournament. Hatuna is a member of the winning team. She is a world champion. Chess has been a part of her life since childhood. As a school-age girl, she even became a champion of the Soviet Union. She is one of the winners, but the only one for whom participating in the World Championship was difficult and highly emotional. When you are heartbroken, when you are a prisoner at this facility, and when you are also ill, it is a miracle of God to get the opportunity to participate in the tournament and become a world champion. There is no other way to explain it. Hatuna has been fighting cancer for 8 years. She learned about new metastatic lesions a couple of months ago, and a couple of days before the finals of the World Championship, she had her 25th round of chemotherapy. I was not sure if I could participate in the tournament. If I did not play, our team would be short 1 board, and they would lose 1 point in each round. So I gathered my strengths. Making it to the finals was a significant incentive for me. You do not consider your diagnosis a verdict, do you? I don't. Cancer is just a diagnosis, not a verdict. I have been fighting it already for 8 years. It fights me and I fight it. I do not have cancer. Cancer has me, and I'm gonna win. She fights not only a severe disease, but also the routine of the penitentiary facility. She spares no effort to make each day different, to learn more and to teach others. I teach mathematics. That's my profession. Several prisoners expressed their desire to study, so I give lessons to 3 students. I'm helping 1 student with physics. I was also teaching chemistry to 1 prisoner. In my free time, I knit. I'm quite good at it. I knit with knitting needles and a crochet hook. I also work with beads. There are 4 more years left before leaving the penitentiary facility, but the title of world champion makes her stronger now. God has said that a leaf does not fall without His will, so perhaps I was meant to become a world champion. And where else would I have had the chance? I'm serving my sentence. I love you very much. Thank you so much for this interesting interview. I would hug you if there was no COVID. So let's finish this way. Thank you.
Everyone deserves a second chance. That's what we believe at Indian Oil. Instead of being held hostage to past mistakes, we believe that prison inmates can become productive members of society. Our esteemed chairman, Mr. Srikant Madhav Vaidya, had visited Chanchalguda prison at Hyderabad and saw sports as a means to elevate the lives of the inmates. With this belief, Indian Oil's Parivartan Prison to Pride was launched on August 15, 2021 under the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. The initiative reflects Indian Oil's core value, care, to help prison inmates and juveniles build a better life through sports coaching by Indian Oil's sportspersons, including international badminton players Abhin Shyam Gupta, S. Arun Vishnu, Yasil Ismail, Grandmaster and Indian women chess team coach Abhijit Kunte, women Grandmaster Padmini Raut, international tennis player Rashmi Chakravarti, renowned carom player Ramesh Babu and Srinivas, and international hockey player Kamlesh Parihar. Across 4 phases, more than 2,900 inmates were provided with sports coaching from 52 prisons across 28 state and 8 union territories under the initiative. Basketball, badminton, chess, volleyball, tennis, table tennis, kho-kho, and carom were identified as sports that need mental as well as physical agility, giving an opportunity to excel to hundreds of prisoners so far. Indian Oil has commissioned retail outlets in prison premises, catering to public. 30 of these retail outlets employ ex- and serving prison inmates as customer attendants, providing excellent service and living a life of dignity. Parivartan celebrated a moment of triumph when the initiative was recognized by World Chess Federation (FIDE) during prestigious Chess Olympiad 2022 at Chennai. Parivartan's Katak team played an exhibition match with Chicago under Chess for Freedom initiative. In fact, inmates from Yerwada prison Pune won bronze medal in Intercontinental Chess for Freedom, an online chess championship for prisoners from 46 countries, and the latest in the series, launched this 26th January, is perhaps the best of them all. Indian Oil presents Nai Disha, Smile for Juvenile program for the mental and physical developments of kids across India's 3 largest juvenile facilities. Apart from coaching, equipment and kits are also provided to participants, with care at the core of all our endeavors. The journey to a better tomorrow goes on. Parivartan, Prison to Pride, helps us re-energize lives as we live our motto of being the energy of India.
Dear chess friends, welcome. We are covering today the 3rd Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners. This is a very unique event which is part of Chess for Freedom program. And I'm International Master Almira Skripchenko, very happy to be a part of this project for the first time. My colleagues Keti Tsatsalashvili and Michael Rahal, they covered the first part of today's competition. The stakes are high right now. Today we have 2 groups in each competition. So we have women's, youth, and men's competition, which today are divided into groups. The first groups are already completed, and right now the second groups started their race, and the top 2 teams are fighting for the medals. So they will have to play the matches tomorrow. So let's get to the games without any further ado. So here we have the women's final group number 2, and we have the team of El Salvador playing against England. This is board 1. And black is having, I think, a decisive advantage right now. So the last move was bishop takes e2, attacking both rooks on d1 and on f1. So the rook had to move. And I will have to say that, black is about to win this game because please look at this position. So now I can also take on f2. There are a lot of threats, and not only I have an extra rook with black, I also have an extra knight. So in chess, this is, a decisive advantage. So let's have a look at the second board. Here, England is having white pieces. What an interesting, curious position. As you can see, the white's king is on f2, and very often you would feel quite exposed. And by the way, black just played queen b6, attacking the e3 pawn, because the bishop is also attacking the e3 pawn. So you have to be careful. But here you can parry this attack in a very simple manner. You can play d4 and, well, block everything. Okay, king f1, I'm not so sure about this move because it allows black to take on f4. And even though white has an extra piece, black might develop a very strong initiative right now. So black can take on e3, let's say with the bishop or with the queen, or maybe you can even castle. So you can castle and then play f4. Open the F file and throw your pieces at the white's king and see what happens. But I think this is a very interesting alternative. Otherwise, you can take on F3 on E3 with the bishop here, and the game continues. So after D takes E4, I think that, well, you actually can take on E4 here and threatening castle. You know, this, and the rook comes to f8 as well. Okay, this is a dangerous position. Maybe white shouldn't take on e4 in such a trivial way, but maybe knight e4 is an interesting alternative here, because now if you take the knight, the bishop can take the rook on h8. This is a very interesting position. But so let's see what can happen here. Let's say knight takes c4, f takes c4, bishop takes h8, and now I can castle long, bringing my other rook to f8 and threatening the deadly check. Okay, this is a very complicated position. It's a fight. We will come back to this one. So let's have a look at the third board. El Salvador player is playing with white pieces here. Black is much better because not only they have this powerful center with the pawns on e5 and d4, but also the c file, which is open, and the extra rook. Well, I was mentioning the strategic advantages, but the material advantage is very often decisive in chess. So the extra rook and a lot of extra pawns will bring the victory, I think, to the black pieces here. And let's have a look at the fourth board. Oh, this is such an unusual material balance here. It seems that white captured all of the black pieces. But nevertheless, you know, this bishop is looking at this g2 square, or maybe the h1 square. So rook h5. Some mating threats are still possible, and even though, of course, white has such a superior advantage, so an extra rook, well, a few pawns and a few extra pieces, for the moment, the rook on a2 is out of play, so let's say this rook doesn't count, and if black will create a few threats, let's say something like queen f5, queen takes h3, then a miracle could happen. I think that here you can try. Queen d5 is not enough, I feel, because you need to bring your queen to f5 and take on h3, because now maybe I will bring my other knight, like knight e3. That's a good move to the defense, and because let's see. Because rook g5 was played, but let's see if I would have played queen h3, because here actually you have to be very careful, because there are not so many way to defend your king. And let's say, for example, if you try the move which was played in the game knight e3 here black is winning. After queen h3, there is no way for white to defend against the mate, and let's say you can make any move. You can bring the rook to e1 and to free the square, but after queen h3, it's mate. So basically, queen f5 was a very clever way to fight to continue the fight in this game. And fortunately now I feel that after queen d5, knight e3 and rook g5, king h1, now there is no way for white to lose this game, because of course you cannot take, maybe you could have basically taken the not immediately, because after here you're threatened, there is a mate, of course, but maybe there was a way to defend, like knight g2. I like this move, so everything is protected. Okay, so this is the match in progress. El Salvador before had a very interesting match against Mexico, but I think they won this match. So let's get back to let me see the youth final group. So England against Serbia. This is a tough one. Okay, a very interesting rook ending, and as you can see, the position is quite balanced. You know, chess players, they always joke that, you know, the rook endings, well, we are always drawing them, but there are always a few exceptions to the rule. So I think that this is a very interesting ending, especially that now black played rook d8, maybe wants to play d5, with the idea of playing d5. So after rook f3, king h7, he anticipated the rook g3 check. So, I'm not sure that here you have to trade the rook. I think that you have to move the rook back to d3 file. First of all, you do not allow black to free themselves with this d5 move, and then after rook d1, you double the rooks on the d file. Let's say rook d8, rook d1, you attack this vulnerable pawn, but then black can take on e4 and it's a race. A lot of possibilities in this position, so maybe you have to be careful. Then first you have to bring the king. Let's say king back to g7, you protect the king, the pawn on e4 with king f3, and only then you double your rooks on the d file. This is the way to go, I think, in this position. So what is happening on the second board? Okay, an extra piece. So white is completely winning here. Not only it's an extra piece, but also black failed to create any threats on the white's king. So there is no way for them to create any sort of desperado attack, I would say. And I like this move, queen b3, because white says, okay, I want to exchange queens and play the endgame. Because let's say you have an extra piece, it's always good for you to trade queens. Of course, you cannot take like this, because then you will be losing your rook. But white has a very nice alternative, knight b3, and an extra piece and an extra pawn give white very good chances to win this game. So board 3 in this match. Okay, white is completely winning, so England is having the white pieces in this game. Rook f6 check. The king has to run not too many options, because even after king g7, rook f7 check is can finish the game quickly, because then you can move, let's say, king g6, rook e7, and rook e8. And the pawn is going to be promoted. What is happening on the board number 4? Okay, here white is winning as well. So we can see that the advantage the white pieces have in the beginning of the game, the small advantage, is very often verified during the course of the game. And the level of the teams is getting stronger and stronger while we are approaching slowly the finals. So the level of resistance is also very high. And here, well, the position, of course, is hopeless. White is winning. We still have a match going between Ecuador and Trinidad and Tobago. Here, white is winning as well, because you have the rook, which can be captured by the bishop, and also the bishop, which is hanging. So black had to make a very difficult choice to save one of the pieces, the bishop or the rook. Of course, it was more important to keep the bishop and to keep it close to the king, because the structure is really awful. So white will launch an attack very soon. So it was very important to keep at least one bishop here to protect the His Majesty, if I may say. And queen d2, actually, white doesn't take on e6. And thinking about queen take h6, then maybe knight f5 and mate on g7. It's a very interesting approach. So black is actually forcing now white to take on e6. I think it's a very good option here, and the game continues with the big advantage for white pieces here. Let's have a look what happened on the second board. Ecuador won with black, mated his opponent on g2. Then on the board 3, Ecuador players won with white here, another very beautiful mate, and maybe just in time, because black was also threatening a mate on b2. And what happened on the board 4? Ecuador won as well. So this was a very one-sided match indeed, and with the king mated in the center. This diagram reminds me of the games played during the Renaissance period. A lot of romantic players at that time, which enjoyed attacking the king, sacrificing a lot of their pieces. Fortunately, this doesn't happen very often in my tournaments, because everyone, of course, analyzes with the computers, so they know the chess theory till move 30 or 40 sometimes. So the creative process starts very late in the game. And we were talking about the useful skills, actually, that chess could help develop. And of course, stimulating your memory is one of those, because you have to remember so many lines, and sometimes even analyzing your position blindfoldly. Well, it can improve concentration, of course. And I was thinking that one of the biggest qualities, especially which helped me personally, was the discipline that my mind acquired while training for so many years and for so many hours. And this is what we call transferable skills, because it's configurates your mind in a certain way, so you analyze situations differently. You take a lot of parameters into consideration when you're taking decisions in life, and I think this is one of the main objectives, the goals of the programs Chess for Freedom, and I would be really happy to know, well, if we have more data about how it helps the inmates, not only in their daily life, but in their future endeavors. So let's have a look at the match here, which is already ended. So this is the Georgia against Romania. Round 9. This is okay. This has ended already in the men's final group. So let's have a look. Romania won on board 1. Well, This endgame speaks for itself, of course. 3 extra pawns. That's why the player resigned in this position. Here we have another pawn endgame and almost the same configuration. 3 extra pawns. It could be 3 extra queens on the board. 3 queens on the board. So here Georgia won. So let's see. Georgia won on board 2, on board 3, and they drew on board 4. So mate on f8 in this game. It was a very close match. Please remember, so the teams are composed out of 4 players. And in order to win the match, you need to score 2.5 points, of course, because each point is bringing you closer to a collective victory. So here, Romania won on the first board and they drew on the 4th board, but Georgia scored on the boards 2 and 3, so they won this match 2.5, 1.5. And what happened it's very rare feature in this tournament, the draw. Yes, indeed. And this is a very interesting endgame configuration where black has an exchange, so it means the rook against the bishop, but white has an h pawn as well for this. So if you take on h6, of course, bishop h6 is a draw as well, even if you give away your rook, because you cannot mate with a lonely bishop. But here white cannot advance this pawn on h7 and h8 because the rook is controlling the h file. And on the other hand, black has no way to improve this position because either the rook, either the king have to guard this h7 square. So it's sort of a point of equilibrium, if I can say, and that's why this game ended in a draw. So let's get back to the matches still in progress. Okay, so this is the last game in the match between Serbia and England. Black is down to 3 minutes and white has 5 minutes to finish the game. An extra piece which we talked about. So let's have a look. Serbia won on the first board. In this position, what happened, this was our analysis, but here they continued rook e3. Okay, because black actually won this endgame, so it will be very interesting for me to understand. First of all, the move b4 is a very responsible move because those moves are well, you have to consider everything when you make those because it makes this pawn on c3 very weak and you will never be able to defend it. So just a second. I will have to check when we have to be prepared for our guests. So rook c8 and b4. For me, it's a very important positional mistake because at some point you will have to protect the e4 pawn and the c3 pawn, and you might be overloaded at this point. So rook g3, rook g3, rook g8. It's interesting because now actually white, I think, have to take on g8, king g8. And to play this pawn endgame, bring the king closer, let's say, I don't know, if king f8 and king e3, king e7, king g3 or g4, maybe g4 first. I have to understand how do you have to start here. I think I like the move king g3. So let's say king d7, and here you try to break through with the move c4, because if you take on c4, this endgame is completely lost because not only your king can come to d5, but you can also create the pass pawn by playing a4 and b5. So I think this was the way for white to play, but let's say if after c4 you don't take, you play king c6. So let's try g4. first of all, we are blocking this pawn. So are we winning this endgame? This is very interesting. Let's say we'll wait king b6. So maybe king c3. Should I bring my king to b3 and then play a4? King b3. Say king b6 and then a4. This is the way for white to win this endgame. We need to create an extra, the pass pawn first of all, and then to have some extra squares for our king. Okay, so this was actually a very important victory for the Serbian team on the board one, because after rook g8, he played king f2, h5, king f3, rook g5. I still think that here you will have to exchange the rooks at some point, maybe play h4 and then take g8. This is what happened, and I don't understand how black won this game. c4, that's a very good move. Okay, cb5, maybe you defined the structure a bit too early. Then king c3, king c6. Okay, but king b3 gave the opportunity for black to play d5, I think, and that was why you had to keep the pawn on c4. So d5, okay, now I understand. But even here, okay, now it's e4. No, b5 is the decisive mistake, because maybe king b3 was still possible here, because after king d4, maybe king c2, king c2, because you have to bring your king closer to the pawn and stop it, you know, from promoting. So, and if the king plays to e3 right now, so then b5, and I think that's going to be a mutual race, and both sides promote. This is just a variation, you know, but I think that this was a draw, but here, yes, b5 was the crucial mistake, because now after e3, this king is no longer in the square. What we say, it's like, what does it mean to be in the square? You need to be able to stop this pawn. So here you had to be on b3 when black played e3. So you have to be able to stop, you know, this pawn. So okay, now I understand things a bit better. So the format of this match, by the way, because I think that they started the round 4 already. So we have Serbia versus Trinidad and Tobago, and Ecuador versus England. So we have teams playing each other, and the two best teams from this group, they will play for the medals tomorrow. And in the finals, in the match for the medals, they will play against each other twice. And if tiebreak is needed, then the medals will be decided during this very exciting tiebreak. So let's have a look. Serbia against Trinidad and Tobago. Huge advantage for white, of course, because I just noticed that there is this queen on d1. So an extra queen, and black has only a knight, a poor knight on h6. So this is already completely winning for Serbia. Here, a Serbian player has white pieces. The player from Trinidad and Tobago lost his both rooks, so Serbian players are winning here as well. Here, so mate on h7 and 1-0 for Serbia in this match. And from what I saw on the board, on the first board and the second board, it's going to be 3-0. And okay, this game is more balanced, although now after this move b3, which is a very big mistake, black could have played b5, winning a piece. So what to do now is, as you noticed, the black has this very powerful center, supported by the pawn c6, d5, e4. So now black can take on h2, and I think maybe will take on h2. Yes, this is a very clever move. So, and now maybe you can play queen e5 and bring your queen to h5 if this queen's move. Although first you can play knight g4. So knight g4, queen h5, and creating a lot of mating threads. I would be worried here. h2, so this queen a5 I think is the move in this position, and then black will see, or maybe knight g4 as well. So there are so many tempting options, and as I said yesterday, this is where by nature I think the human being is getting lost sometimes, because when you have so many options, sometimes you don't know which one to choose. Well, but will have to choose eventually, and one of those options might not lead to victory. So you have to be careful while you're analyzing all the possibilities. And of course, chess is a tactical game. At some point, you will have to calculate all the possible variations. And okay, what happened? The checkmate happened, so we haven't seen it on the board. But black, let's have a look. Played queen d6, g3, queen e6, cd5, queen h3, and now knight g4. Yes, of course, here you cannot avoid mate, and queen h2. So black won. Here the Serbian team leads 2-0. I just wanted to see what happens in the match between Ecuador and England. So we are watching the youth group right now. We just wanted to be sure. So it's the final group, the second group of this event. So here white is winning as well, I guess, because I noticed once again that the player from Ecuador has an extra queen. So trips only one piece for the queen, and the last move was bishop f7. So yes, black was forced to take the rook on f7. So after bishop f7, queen for the rook, but with devastating consequences in this position. The king is quite exposed here as well, so I think that white will lead this game to the victory. Here, England, Ecuador, second board. This looks like completely winning for black right now. So and actually, yes, then it means that Ecuador will lead 2-0. Okay. So after rook f2, you can take on f2, then rook f2, king f2. So of course, black traded 2 rooks against a queen, but as you might notice, black has an extra piece on the bishop on g7. So this position is also quite, well, how to qualify it, it's winning for black, but you need to bring your queen into play, something like queen c4 and queen d3, then bring in your knight to b5. So what is the actual position on the board? White decided not to take on f2. So in here, maybe there was this nice possibility. Bishop b5, I think. Let's try bishop b5, because I need to open all the diagonals. And what can you do here? Because I think that was made after king h4, maybe rook h2. And what else can you do here? Well, I'm aware that those are not my pieces, and I might be mistaken somewhere, but this looks very appetizing to me. So what can I do here? Maybe, yes, maybe I can try g5. The knight cannot take because it's pinned, so king g5, queen h3. Oh, that could be such a nice mate. So let's say no matter what move you make here, it's like, let's say, even if you give me your queen, I will mate you by this move h6. Oh, this is such a beautiful, elegant mate also. So yes, there was a very nice possibility, but I think that black here didn't take on e5. He went for queen c6, which I can understand because the pawn on e6 was hanging as well. So let's have a look at this position, because white was threatening knight e6, but I think that even after this, you also threaten on h7. But white king is so exposed, and this is the moment, I think, where you can sacrifice everything and mate your opponent. Okay, so what happens on the board 3 of this match? Okay, so an extra piece on b4. Black is doing fine. They're controlling the d file, and exchanging the queens in this situation is not obvious, because then you're transposing to a lost endgame, because with an extra piece. So if rook g3, maybe then you can take on a5 and fight for your survival. Yes, with this a pawn. Okay, this knight d3 happened as well. So maybe rook a5, of course, but then the pawn on b2 is lost. Okay, this is just a matter of time and the technique. We've seen yesterday that sometimes things were obvious for us, but under the pressure, especially when you're low on time, it's not so easy to take those decisions. So we should wait maybe till the end of the match. So board 4. Okay, yes, this is also not an easy endgame for white, because as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 pawns, and black has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a very important material advantage, even though here you don't, black doesn't have an extra piece. I think it would be enough to for Ecuadorian player to bring the victory to his team. So rook e8 was played, pinning this knight, and black was actually threatening to play d5. So king f3 is a clever move. You're pinning yourself, but then knight h2 is devastating once again. So maybe after rook e8, you could have played your king somewhere, let's say king d2, but then the b2 pawn is hanging, the h2 pawn is hanging. Yes, this position is hopeless, I guess. Well, but I've seen so many miracles. That's why, actually, when I was reading about this program, what surprised me the most is that, well, chess can develop, of course, many skills. They help you also to build resilience, and, well, you get such a boost in self-confidence. You're playing for yourself. You're choosing your own lines, strategies, your own moves. But what I found out is that Michael Rahal, the mastermind behind this whole program, when they started the Chess in Prisons program in Chicago, and they were observing the benefits of this program on the inmates, there was one detail that attracted his eyes, that inmates didn't like to agree on a draw. They were always playing till the end, even if they would lose. So that means that you can also lose gracefully. So, and in a way, it channels your aggression, you know, on the chessboard. But, you know, chess players, they're always very cautious. They don't like to lose. And I'm thinking this is a very interesting observation. So it says a lot about the way they want to keep things going on the board, and how interesting they find the game, that they lose themselves in the complexity of the game. So I think that this part in particular should be explored more. Okay, so let's have a look at the women's section. Here we have the game between Mexico and board 1. And okay, I don't have the moves, unfortunately, so we'll not be able to analyze it now. So Romania versus Georgia. Okay, so this is what we saw here, all the rounds. Okay, Armenia versus Philippines. Okay, these games are finished. What do we have in progress? Do we have in progress something here? Yes. A few games are still in progress, so let's have a look at Ecuador against England. Well, this knight, even if it's on the rim, it's a very useful piece. It's an extra piece, especially in this endgame. So 2 pawns versus 2 pawns would be a draw, but the extra piece here guarantees black pieces a victory. So you have to bring the knight. Very well played. But you have to be careful, because of course h4 is on the board. So if you exchange the pawn, so let's say yes, if you will exchange this pawn against the f pawn, then the position will be drawn. So here it's very important to keep this only pawn alive. But after g5, this pawn will be doomed. So king g6, very important to play king g6, and then you can play knight f3 and take the pawn. So let's see what happened in this game. After g5, king g6 was played, and that's what okay, now you can take on g5, but let's assume a hypothetical situation. So after king g3, if black plays f6, g takes f6, exchanges the last pawn, and after king f6, this is a draw, because in chess you cannot win with a lonely piece. Even if it's light piece, because you can win with the rook and with the queen, of course, but you cannot mate the king with the knight or with the bishop. So be careful when you are evaluating possibility, especially in the endgame. But here, of course, black played king g5 and is going for a victory. And what is happening on the board of this match? We left this game in this position. So king f3, knight h2, king g3, bishop e5 check. Black is throwing all the pieces at the white's king, g5, with the idea of playing g4 check. So b4, g4, king h4, rook g8, and knight g3. Okay, now the path to victory is not, well, there's no only path to victory here. Maybe you can break the defense by playing knight f3. So bishop f3, g takes f3. Now this knight is hanging because, of course, both pieces are attacking it, and you have this f pawn now closer to the promotion square f1. So, but Maybe after knight g3, you can also play something different. I like this knight f3 move, so let's say. Actually, it was played in the game, and after king h5, you can take this knight, simply bishop g3, and black is completely winning. So let's see, England won on board 2, Ecuador won on board 1. So the match is tied for the moment. Here, Ecuador is losing. So the position which is on the board is the following. You have to be careful, of course, and avoid stalemate here. Oh, so after f2, king g2, king e3. So now, okay, this was the possible stalemate. Let's see. Let's demonstrate it after king f3. This game is drawn once again, because White's king doesn't have a move. That's what I meant when I said you have to be careful and avoid stalemate situations. So black avoided this situation. And like this, you promote your pawn. So there was one game, of course, where we saw that black couldn't mate the lonely king with an extra queen, but this, I think, is not the case in this game. So let's see. Black won. So the score is 2-1 for England, Team England, and there is only one board left. So let's see what is the position right now. So Ecuador is winning here, so the match is going to be tight. It's a very close match. So king h5. What can you do here? Maybe you can play knight e5 and threatening mate. Okay, h8. Let's see. This is a very simple threat after knight e5, and black just played this move. It's a very, very fine move in this position, because after this, black is completely winning. So rook h8 is move 1 and is mate in 1, and the match is going to be tight. So congratulations. So 2-2. Those team matches are always very intense, because you never know what is happening on the other boards, and especially when there is one board left, then you're completely aware of what you need to do in order to level the score or in order to bring the victory. Sometimes when there is one player left, the team in front of them, they offer a draw, because they know that this will be a very nice solution for the players, especially in those moments. But then the team captain, your team, he says, okay, no, it doesn't matter, you can lose, but you have to win to level the score or to bring us the victory in the match. So those are the team strategies which vary during the match, of course. So this was a very tough match. So 2-2. Let's have a look if some of the matches started on the other. So for the moment, I have all the matches completed. Let me check if we have more games. Or maybe we can have a look at the results, because I think it's also important to check the results we have so far. So let's see, in the final group 1, we have Mongolia 1 and India 1, which advances. So both teams advance to this final matches tomorrow, men's group. So in the final women's group, we have Mongolia and Philippines who advance to the final stage tomorrow. So final youth group, they will play matches tomorrow. We have India second and India first, which advanced to the matches tomorrow. So way to go, India second. I don't know if the India first is higher rated, but they surpassed their masters. So in the final group number 2, so far, we have El Salvador second team leading together with Croatia. But of course, we have so many matches to come. Then in the final women's group, we have England leading together with El Salvador's first team. And in the second final youth group, we have Serbia leading for the moment with Ecuador. So Serbia is in the first place, Ecuador is in second place, and they still have a few matches left. So at the end of the day, we will bring the final results for you, and you will be able to root for your teams in the final. So let me check. Okay, I have now a game here. Unfortunately, I have a few games left, but they are not. Okay, Ecuador, Serbia now in the youth final. Let's have a look. The match has just started. So, and you also have England and against Trinidad and Tobago. So the matches have just started. So let's have a look. We are in the opening. So this is England. So this is England versus Trinidad and Tobago. We have only a few moves have been played. This is still the opening stage. Here still the same, and the round has just started. A lot of interesting openings, though. We'll cover them. Okay, d4, d5. A rare guest in this event because I was always analyzing the games which started with d4. So d4, d5. That's how you fight for the center, by the way. On d4, black replied d5, and what does it mean? That it doesn't allow black. Let's say here, if you play d6, it allows white to play e4 and grab the center, or to play c4. When black plays d5, it means that this, what happened in the game, of course, this is no longer the option. If you play c4, e4, I can take on e4. And c4 leads to a few opening choices. And well, first of all, you can take, and then white can grab the center, they sacrifice a pawn, or you can play e6 and opt for the queen's gambit. So the famous queen's gambit. So that's how it happens on the board. So here we have d4, d5, knight f3, bishop f5, and bishop b4. It's a very calm opening. a4, I'm not so sure about it, about this move, because very often you would want to finish your development, play a3, bishop e2 or bishop d3, exchanging the bishops. So a4, it's a move which you don't need in this position. Why would I criticize it? Because you always have to think in chess, do you need this move or not? And what is the purpose of this move? So a4, let's say, is frowned upon in this position. And I would play e3, but let's say e6. So here I was trying to understand if, okay, knight b4, of course, is a very interesting option because you're attacking the c2 pawn, but here white can defend it, so it's not losing yet. But okay, this is a very interesting game because after e6, white decided to sacrifice was the central pawn, which I don't like so much. So d takes c4, d5, another pawn is gone, and this leaves black with a very powerful center on d5 and on e4, and the knight is hanging right now. So I don't think this is a very successful strategy for white. And bishop b4, well, maybe you can take this knight as well on f3. So. Okay, this is already winning for black. Bishop d4, bishop d6. Now bishop g7. He takes f3, bishop f8. Okay, it's getting complicated, but and d4. Things have changed dramatically in this game. I no longer know if black is winning. I think black is no longer winning. Maybe I can even take on f3, attacking this bishop. Okay, this is quite a thriller. We will watch this game closely. This was the board 4. So what happened on the first board? Okay, the queen is on prise. What does it mean? The last move, just put the queen on the e6 square, the unfortunate e6 square. Maybe it was a mouse slip. Sometimes these things happen, especially when you're playing online and the mouse well, is not operating correctly. I actually think that this might be a possibility here, but knight g5, well, d takes c6 was a wonderful option here, but white forgot. Maybe he didn't expect this, such an obvious, it was such an obvious reply, so he wanted to go for more, but after knight g5, black realized that the queen was in the air. Yes, queen is in the air, and queen e6. Okay, but now the bishop is on the air, so maybe white has to take this one. Okay, so for the moment, white is winning, but let's see. Then on the second board, England, so Trinidad and Tobago is playing with white, knight f6. That was just a piece. Yes, so after knight b4, knight f6, queen f6, and black has an extra piece and a very nice joker on g3, because it will always help black to mate white's king. So here I think that black can play knight g4 or even f takes f4, but the queen, oh my god, the queen, bishop f6. Will white see that the queen is on prise right now? So let's see. Queen h5, no. It's like white player didn't realize that now here, let's see, this was such, well, a killer. I don't even know, like after bishop f6, black is completely lost. But white didn't realize that the queen was hanging and took the pawn on h5. My heart. So queen, and this is the fourth board. So that's the position where we left it. And I didn't know who was winning anymore. So let's have a look. Okay, I'm not sure that we have the games on the board right now, on your screens right now. So maybe we are preparing for the interview. But I would say that in this match, let's say there are so many swings that I'm not really sure that who is going to triumph here, in the English team or the team from Trinidad and Tobago. I've seen that so many countries are participating in this event. So we have more than 50 countries and more than like 118 teams right now. I think that this is an absolute record. This championship is growing steadily compared to the first edition. In the second edition and the third edition, we had youth groups, and we're having the youth competitions as well. What I also like about this project, that this chess is of course used as a tool, but it transcends the chess world, because the results are so concrete here that we have a real impact on lives. So it offers also for all of these teams and for the inmates to participate in a competition, in an international competition. So it gives them so much motivation, because and sense of camaraderie. They, of course, they celebrate victories with the teams and their trainers, and it offers the motivation, of course, for the future. I have to admit that winning a chess tournament is very difficult. So any chess tournament, it proves that you were resilient till the very end and you conquered. So winning this tournament is offers also the opportunity of the self-realization and express yourself, to express yourself through the chess game. So right now we have the position, which board it is, because I put it, is the third board of the match, England against Trinidad and Tobago. So the English player is completely winning here. England triumphed on the first board as well. So this is the youth competition. So on the second board right now, okay, Black was trying to win this game, but I think that right now the tables have turned, and I think that White is actually winning. So the player from Trinidad and Tobago is fighting for the victory in this game. And let's say maybe we can try to play Rook F6 here, attacking the queen. So the rook will attack the queen, and it's a double attack, and it will attack also the knight on F6, winning a piece. Okay, knight F7, simply exchange the knights, and after knight F7, I think that the position is more or less equal, because now the queen is under the attack. You have to take with the queen. But as you can see, now this rook is also looking at the h4 pawn, and the king is very vulnerable here. Okay, so this is the second board. And let's have a look at the fourth board before we go on a short break. The fourth board is here. Let's see. This is such a wild affair here. That's okay. Black is completely winning right now. Queen d2. And oh no, here actually, sorry, that was the position here after Queen d2. So here actually Black had mate in 2. You could have played Queen d1, and Rook d1. So that was a very beautiful conclusion to this game, but the game is still in progress, by the way. So now we have, so because we have this, I don't even know, we have this position on your board, and White is actually fighting. So let's have a short break, and I will be here in a few minutes. As usual, you will have a selection of our videos about this event and about our sponsors and a lot of programs which are conducted all over the world. And I just realized that there was a live feed from one of the prisons participating in this event. This is a very important feature for this tournament.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I had time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings out my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dark for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Mitt navn Nils Leil Finstad. Jeg fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større og sette det litt mer i system. Da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel, mellom ansatte og innsatte, eller mellom innsatte. Det kan være at sjakk kan være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye spillere hele tiden. Det er det som er også så gøy, å spille sjakk i fengsel. Nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annen type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det er mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man er ikke i fengsel, da, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man er i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Always excited to see you guys out here playing chess and loving the game of chess.
Like most players, the first time Tony Ballard picked up the game of chess was as a youngster.
I got what they call a chess bite, where you just fall in love with the game of chess. You think about it all day, every day. You can't wait to get back to the game and play.
The next time he seriously picked up the game, he was in the El Dorado Correctional Facility.
And so we'd yell across the run, and I would lose a lot. And being competitive, I hated losing. So what I did was I secretly started going to the library or checking out library books, learning strategies, middle game, opening, end game strategies, and I was applying that to my opponents over the chessboard, unbeknownst to them. And there was a gentleman that he was my nemesis when it comes to playing chess, and so I wanted to beat him, and what I started doing was I started taping my chessboard up above my ceiling in my cell. And as I lay there at night, I'd imagine what moves he took to beat me and come out the next day and try to refute those moves. And I start kicking their butt. I start having a good time. I start having a lot of fun. And so, you know, over the time, you know, everyone began to know me as the chess guy.
While the game of chess was changing his reputation inside the walls, his entire life would change during a phone call with his brother in New York.
He said, "So you think you're a good chess player, huh?" I said, "Yeah, I am." So he clicked over and he called Russell, who is just like phenomenal, you know. And we met for the first time. We started playing chess, and for too long, I wasn't even talking to my brother anymore on the phone. It was just me and Russell. You know, we were just playing each other on chess. I set my board up.
Tony would say, pawn to e4. I would say pawn to e5. And we would spend hours playing the game of chess, because for me, it was an opportunity once again to connect with somebody, to enjoy a game of chess, and to really, it was a friendship more than anything. In the early stages, we developed a friendship. But as we played chess, we also talked. And the more we talked, we realized that we shared a very similar passion for using the game of chess.
And what they talked about included how Russell created a nonprofit organization that gives away chess sets to students in New York and migrants in Africa, and how both believe the game of chess can help others in the game of life.
I got in a whole lot of trouble in my lifetime, and one of the main questions a lot of people asked me was, what were you thinking? And the truth of the matter was, I wasn't thinking at all. And so when I started developing my chess game and start having a lot of success there, I start realizing that I am a thinker and that I can use these thinking strategies to better my situation, to better myself. And so I started applying these skills. I became a guinea pig in my own experiment to see if the skills that I was using on the chessboard would translate into success in my personal life. Those skills are critical thinking, abstract thinking, decision making, and problem solving skills. And yeah, I started having success.
He began to understand that chess can be used as a cognitive rehabilitation tool for those incarcerated to try to change their life. So when I was telling him that I was using chess to change the lives of the kids in New York City, he said, I think chess can change the lives of those that are incarcerated. And I said, oh my goodness, I think you're onto something. So we partnered and we founded the prison outreach portion of the Gift of Chess, which is a 501c3. We're a federally recognized charity in New York City. And Tony came on board and he began to share his authentic story about how chess changed his life. And it really resonated with so many people out there.
And the one person out there that could open the possibilities of reaching more prisons and more residents, Kansas Secretary of Corrections, Jeff Zmuda. And it so happened that he was touring the facility where Ballard lived.
I gave him a strong elevator pitch about the idea. And next thing I know, Captain Owen called me to the side. He told me what the thoughts of Jeff Zmuda was and the potential idea of maybe going throughout the state with this. And so I was like, yes.
You get a lot of ideas from folks as you're out and about, and I'm open to new ideas and new ways to maybe engage our population and maybe provide activities that are of interest to them. So I was open to it, and it sounded feasible. I asked him to send me some information, and he did, and then it just kind of took off from there.
Where it has taken off includes, obviously, all 9 facilities in Kansas, as we recently completed a statewide tournament led by Ballard, who was escorted by Captain Kevin Oneth, a 32-year veteran with KDOC.
I was a little bit hesitant at first, kind of questioning whether it was going to work, and then as I went to each facility and kind of seen the changes and seen the different responses from residents, I got more and more excited. It's actually, the last one is kind of heartbreaking that it's finally ending, because it actually has been pretty rewarding for me.
And the reason for this survey is to gauge your likelihood to be impulsive. What chess does, it removes you from that impulsive nature, that impulsive behavior, into more responsive, more decisive behavior. And playing chess over a period of time helps you develop that habit.
But when he talks about what chess has done for him and the engagement and what he sees that can do for members of the population, that has a deeper level of meaning and maybe resonates more with our population than if I'm standing up there, or perhaps even Kevin is up there talking about it. Tony, I think, tells his story, what it means to him, and really the message from Tony is, hey, this may help you, and this may be an opportunity for you to change. And I think that's powerful, especially coming from someone who's walking in all of our residents' shoes.
It's helping me to understand, like, I can use this and I can use this to help me move better in life, especially when I get out. I can move better and start thinking more before I do anything, you know.
Chess is like, when it comes to like learning the cognitive skills that you can utilize, you get the like jobs, scenarios, dealing with people, scenarios. You just get comfortable in your skin on what move to make when you're dealing with these obstacles or adversities in your life, you know what I mean?
It makes me feel good to be able to use chess as a way to strategize and get my thinking in order.
In total, the prison outreach for the Gift of Chess has gifted more than 100,000 residents across 32 states and 300 facilities, as well as numerous prisons in Africa, all thanks to one friendship between Makovsky and Ballard.
On our first trip to Winfield, Captain Oneth asked me, he said, "You think that it was going to get this big?" And I told him, yeah, I did. You know, I really did. I had that confidence, I had that hope, I had that persistence, and just that passion that I wanted to do. And not only that, I had backing, I had support, and I had the resources. You know, Russell Makovsky has been very instrumental in my life. He's poured into me rehabilitation. And, yeah, he's been a good friend, you know what I'm saying? Like, he believes in my vision. and he has the resources to help me, you know, do it. And it's my guy, man.
Ballard's endgame with KDOC. After he's paroled in 2025, he'll continue his job as the Director of Prison Outreach for the Gift of Chess.
Being that chess has provided me with such a grand opportunity as this, I want to be able to spend the rest of my life giving this opportunity back to others. This is my vehicle, this is the tool that I use, and so I've come to understand that chess is more than a game. It's a cognitive rehabilitation tool that can be used to change lives.
First of all, I'm excited about what's been done so far. We've seen it grow and grow and grow, the participation level and the excitement and the enthusiasm in our facilities. So I'm really excited about that. We're going to have that statewide competition at the end of June, which is going to be really, really cool. I'm excited to see what comes of that. And then I think having that under our belt is really that opportunity to have conversations with other entities, some of my peers, see if they're interested in doing something like that. And there'll be some interest. There'll be some interest by other states. My peers are just like me. They're looking for ways to engage the population, and any kind of positive activity that moves people towards positive change. There'll be some people interested, and we're all about that.
Dear chess friends, welcome. This is the second day of the Intercontinental chess tournament for prisoners, the third edition. I am Almira Skripchenko. I no longer know who I am because this project has been such an important part of my life for the past days. And today we are covering the second day of the competition, where teams are fighting for their place in the final matches. So the stakes are high, but not only for the teams who will make it through, of course, but also for all of the teams which are participating in this event. We are having 118 teams out from the 50 countries. This event is growing each year. Now we have men's competition, women's competition, and the youth competition. It makes me so proud of what the organization has achieved. And I have the honor and the privilege to interview our guest, Michael Rahal. Michael, are you here with us? Welcome.
Thank you.
So let's, well, I think that we have the image on the screen. I was trying to understand how to call you. So for me, you are the mastermind of this whole project. Tell us in a few details, how did you manage to convince the Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart to launch this program, first of all in Chicago?
Well, thank you. You know, it didn't take too long to convince Tom Dart to start the program. It probably took me 15, 20 minutes. He is the one who jumped on anything new. He wants more programs from the beginning. He wants a program that's changing the lives, changing people, changing for better. He wants a sustainable programs. Honestly, in 2012, when we started the project, you know, I thought it will be for a semester and then I will graduate from the project. Well, since 2012, I'm still here. We had a few thousands of inmates who did go through our program at Cook County Department of Corrections. And I may say that I'm happy how the program was, you know, developing here. And someday it was Sheriff Dart's idea, honestly. He said, we need to grow. We need to take it out. We need to share what we have. That's how in 2019, we did the first international tournament. We invited 8 countries, 7 of them participated. One country, which I will not name, withdrew in the day before the tournament, but it's all understandable. And when we did in 2019 our first international tournament, we realized this is as high as we can go without the help of the chess community. But the idea was to grow. Then was a wonderful time with COVID that put all of us back for a couple of years. We were ready to go in 2020 to take it more international stage, but we were delayed because of the COVID. But then I had a chance to present our program to FIDE. I'm a chess player myself. I'm an amateur chess player, not a grandmaster or master. I like chess. I love chess. I play chess all my life. So I knew that without the FIDE, we cannot go any further. And I had a meeting with Victor Balagan, who is an executive director. We had a meeting for 15 minutes in the lobby of hotel. I printed out what we had at that time. He said, "Oh, why did you print it out? You don't have to, just tell me what it is." I said, no, Victor, let's take it seriously. Take our proposal and take it, please, to the FIDE board. And he did. He did, and President Dvorkovich, he was a president at that time already, jumped on it immediately. And then we got another boost when Dana joined FIDE and became in charge of the social projects. So all these pieces kind of get together, and we had the first tournament in 2021.
Yes, let me just say that in 2021 you signed this cooperation agreement, and which started the program, the new project Chess for Freedom, which now is growing, of course, with the help of FIDE, but you signed it originally and had an international press conference in May 2021.
That is correct.
To launch.
Yes, we had number of events. We had this mini conference online that you mentioned. We had first Intercontinental tournament in 21. It's already a success. 32 countries, I believe, participated. It was a large online event. Then 22, we start growing. We had 46 countries.
And the youth competition, which was included for the first time.
And we had very few female teams, very few youth. Now, this year is a boom. I name it, it's not a program right now. I think it's a movement. Movement is when people in different countries picking it up and said, okay, it fits to us. It fits what we want to do. It is very social oriented. It's very community based. It helps communities. We work with, all of us working with a very special population, but all of us want this population to come back to the community, and these people will be changed. And when they change, they feel differently in their communities. So with chess, that, it helps. It helps in many different ways, and we're happy to see how it grows. It's pretty big now in Europe. It's pretty good grow in Asia, and we're very happy that more African countries start picking up. It's pretty good in Latin America. The only countries, we lost 2 countries, very understandable from the last year to this one. We had 2 teams from a Canadian province of that had a huge fire this year, and they couldn't participate. And we lost 1 country from Africa, Niger, also very understandable. But the rest of the people are sustainable. The rest of the teams, countries, they're sustainable, and they bring in more teams to the program, which is great. This tournament is not named World Championship. It's not a World Championship. It is a competition.
It is a competition, and it's very important, I think, to in some way to reward, the participants, and it brings so much joy, as I said, to win any tournament.
That's correct.
we were talking about so many different things because chess, for me, touches us on so many levels. Of course, we were trying to be very scientific about it and say that it develops so many skills and concentration. They can transfer these skills then on the daily basis in their lives and can build resilience, self-esteem, of course, and even help to fight against depression because the conditions are so difficult. But I think that one of the most important parts is that the game of chess brings an element of beauty in the penitentiary environment where you don't find so much of aesthetic pleasure, of intellectual stimulation. And I think that this has a very positive impact on our souls.
That's correct. But I want to bring up one more, if you don't mind. The game of chess gives everybody a chance to win. You can see the people who, for whatever reason, at this particular moment are incarcerated. And they haven't been much winners in their life before, but now with chess, they have a chance to do it, to be a winner right now. And they do it by themselves. When a person is new in the program and says, I don't know how the pieces moves, I don't know anything about chess, I have no idea what it is, and he or she stay with the program, and a month or two later they win the first game, you need to see their faces. Because they did it. They did it by themselves. And that's a big change. The other one, chess helps people to think a little different. Now, you're a good chess player, we know who you are, and you know to win a game of chess, you need to think for two people. You need to think for yourself, you need to think for your opponent. Apply this to everyday life. Think for your opponent. Predict what your opponent's steps might be. That can help many people to avoid making wrong decisions. If they can try to apply this chess setting, think for two people, not just for me. I want to think for me. No. You need to think for you and for your opponent. Okay, I will do this. How will my opponent respond to this? And you need to think for the best possible way your opponent will do it. It's changing the way they're thinking.
Yes, this offers a very interesting perspective for your mind on different take on things and discipline your mind.
Correct.
So actually, I like it. Yes, it applies to our rational side, to our emotional side, and maybe the combination of both is why chess is such a wonderful tool, and and used in this program across the world. So I wanted to ask you, what are the goals, the bigger goals of this project for right now, so Chess for Freedom project? So would you like to have more and more countries participated, so maybe to double the number of countries in the world, so to have more data, scientific data and empirical data in order to have a solid basis and grounds for presenting this project to the governments, maybe more training programs? What would you like to have?
All of the above. You picked up right to the point. Very little research done in this area. Very little. Very little that was published or, presented at the conferences. We definitely need more. We definitely need more to prove that chess helps. We started doing research at the Cook County Department of Corrections. We have some of our findings, but we want other countries, people, groups, you name it, to join so we can combine and see what we have in reality. That's number one. Number two, I will look into extend, yes, but not, hey, next year I want to have 200 teams. That's not a goal. We want to grow, but we helped. Let me give you a couple examples. Mexico.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Or India. They started national championships for prisoners. India, with the help of Indian Oil Corporation, for my knowledge, and I may not be the best one, that's the only corporation that really helps sponsoring this project in India. So they had 26, I believe, teams in a national competition. Mexico surprised everybody. They had 40. But that is not, it's great for them, congratulations. But that's not an obvious goal. Norway probably had 6 or 7 teams, great for them. Serbia started picking up a lot of chess and prison, projects, great for them. England, all of those countries, the country like Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago have 5 teams participating.
Actually, what I wanted even to underline this because it's really surprised me because the prison outreach in Trinidad and Tobago is a collaboration between Trinidad and Tobago Chess Association, of course, but you also have the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee involved, correct. And it's a very rare fact.
That is correct. That is correct. That any cooperation helps. But we also have teams that cooperated with the Justice Department. Okay, and I need to say right now that we greatly appreciate every and single one correctional officer who stand behind us, helping us to go and deliver this project every day. They say they are protecting our lives. We cannot go and deliver the project without any help without correctional officers. So that's great achievement and great job, and thank you for all of them. How can we see Australia and correctional officers there helping their teams to participate? We see country Santa Lucia, a small island, or country of Jersey. It's a small island in the British territory. Or wonderful example this year with the African country of Malawi. Incredible job. And they got support from the Commissioner of Prisons for the country. That is a great achievement. That is so positive. So if you ask where we would like to go, we would like them to start building this cooperation. It helps everybody. It helps, it supports, it takes this project further on. Okay? So many ways to develop, to grow, to say that next year our goal to have 200 countries, we don't have this goal, but we want to grow. We want to grow, we want to see other countries to join. There is a big area of improvement everywhere. Everybody welcome to participate. If anybody needs help, call, email, Zoom call, anything you would like, we will be more than happy to help. One more thing I want to mention, Almira, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much.
Oh, no, it's of course.
We
it's very
also
important.
did our first conference this year in May. The conference was for people who are organizing this Chess for Freedom project in the different countries, and we had a representative from 20 countries. For the first conference, it was not too bad. Well, we held this in Chicago. Second one is looks like scheduled at least to be in India. We hoped that will come through. But those conferences is a place where people exchanging ideas, helping each other, meeting other people. All of this is great. And definitely I want to mention one more thing, the area of improvement. Right now we have one corporation based in New York, the Gift of Chess. You guys had Tony yesterday, I believe he was a guest speaker. The gift of chess, making gifts to especially African countries, deliver chess sets for prisons, hundreds of them, if not thousands. Okay.
I think that their main objective is to distribute more than 1 million chess sets by 2030. So we can see that they're very ambitious.
Well, knowing Ras Makovsky, he can do it. Yes. But one of the area of improvement is nothing wrong with this, but to get more sponsorship.
That's what I wanted to add. So after you answered this question and you tackled so many points, so the main strategy now, as I can see it, so better recognition, I think, on international level, and especially from the governing bodies who are taking the decisions which can affect, of course, the development of Chess for Freedom project and the projects on the local and national levels. Then, of course, more sponsors, which, of course, through this recognition can associate their image and their companies to this projects, to this social project. And well, more participants probably than more students, and maybe more logistically more trainers who can be involved, because sometimes I can understand that you know, chess teachers, they're not always available, so you have to have a bigger fleet, you know, for at your disposition.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Michael. There's one question which well,
sure.
One last. It's about the Checkmates for Kids program, because I think you're also implemented in it in Chicago. So how is it developing right now? So from what I understood, that not only it allows kids to play chess against their fathers who are incarcerated at the moment, but also they play together with the prison staff.
Well, first,
how does it go?
It's changed to play with their fathers, but also mothers.
Okay.
Since we do have a female group now too. It's changed after COVID, so we do this now not online but on in person. We already had a couple. So family members comes with kids, and we had a separately male and a female group. When they come play chess, it's either mom or dad teaching the child, or it might be child teaching mom and dad. And then we give them a gift, and the gift is a chess set that they can take home. And I think it's just so great that through game of chess, we're trying to help them to build this bridge that was broken at some point when the mom or dad incarcerated, and they need to get back with their kids. And here's a game of chess when a parent can sit down with their own child, play chess and talk. How are you doing at school? Are you helping your mom, dad, grandparents, whatever? Let them talk. Let them talk through chess. Chess is a tool. Okay? There is no such thing that a mom or dad wants to win a game against the child. No. They want to play and communicate peacefully. That's what chess bringing, and I think this program will continue, will be sustainable, at least in our facility. But we will be happy to talk about this more and give advice to anybody who wants to implement it.
So thank you for such an insightful interview. Once again, I reiterate, if you need me, I will be back in Chicago and maybe bring more art and poetry to the chess world and to the penitentiary institutions, which I think needs it. So. And we will continue analyzing our games and see who the winners of the groups are today. Michael, do you root for a team?
Do I root for a team?
Yes, right now.
Good question. Well, unfortunately, the last year winner is off. So last year we have the Philippines winner. They're not advanced this year. Mongolia is again everywhere. But with all love I have to Mongolian team and the program, they have 100 years of history of chess and prisons in Mongolia. Unbelievable.
Yes, they started in 1956, from what I saw. So, but normally you're supposed to root for the underdog. So pick a team.
Correct.
Yes.
No, I want 3 different countries to win male, female, and youth. That's all. So I want multiple winners. But in general, Almira, every single team that participated is a winner.
Well, I agree with this. And as you've said, the general sponsor of this event, Gift of Chess, will present with so many chess sets, and they will continue their work across Africa and gifting the chess sets in the slums, prisons, and schools where even such small and simple thing as a chess set is not available. So I think that this is a very noble organization, and so we'll see how it will grow next year, of course, and tomorrow. So when we will have the finals. Thank you so much, and let's get back to our competition.
Thank you, Almira.
So we have now the youth competition, I think.
So am I off?
It will tell us. Okay, there are a lot of matches which are in progress right now. I will have a look at the results, updated results in the groups.
So can I leave this Zoom?
I think so, because
I'm off from the live, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Almira, I will take you on your trip to Chicago. You'll get a call.
Yes. And I believe me, I want to see so many of American painters which are featured at the Chicago Art Museum. So maybe
that is correct.
I can also learn something.
Good.
So
you're in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
So let's get back to the competition. We have the final youth group, which is finished, I think. Mm-hmm. So we have Serbia and Serbian team which won the youth competition, and Ecuador finished second. So they advance to the final stage, which is going to be tomorrow. They will play matches. And now, right now, what do I have? I have the women's final group. So Mexico against England. Oh, this is a tough position because, just a second, I think that I have a slight problem with my internet connection. Okay, so Mexico against England. Oh, this match has just started. Nothing to be alarmed about. For the moment, the position is very balanced. We're very early on in the opening stage. On the second board, however, this is so interesting because, as you can see, you have the black's rook on b5. Let's have a look at this rook. I'm very curious how did it get here. So let's have a look at the game. So both knights were developed on knight f3 and knight c3. We can call it a knight's tango. Black was playing only with pawns at the beginning, but let's have a look. So bishop g5, exchanging the bishop. White here could have taken the pawn on g5, but decided to castle long, but then a5 was played, b3, queen d7. It's a very unusual opening strategy, but I just wanted to have a look at how, okay, the rook got to h5, but now the rook is on priest, so white player didn't see it. So rook h4, okay, it's the start. Now rook d4, black took the bishop, bishop g2, c5. Okay, now there is a fork, which is available. Knight b6 was a very good move here, but white didn't see it. And then rook b4, a3, rook b5. This is a very unusual position, but for the moment, let's have a look. White has only 2 pieces and 2 rooks. Black has 3 pieces, so an extra piece which the player from Mexico took on d4. But somehow I think that, well, okay, now we see that the game has ended already. Here, I think that the extra piece doesn't provide black the decisive advantage, because I can open the position with h4 and exploit the fact that black is not developed. So let's see how the game ended and who won, because I don't know who won this game. Oh, bishop, queen b3. Okay, now white is lost. Queen a3 with a lot of threats, so queen a1 is a threat, and queen b2 mate. So black won this game. Mexico leads 1-0. On the third board, this was the game which was won on the second board. Here England is winning because white king is under attack, so you can attacking this rook right now, but it can simply go to e3, or maybe there is a possibility even of sacrificing it. But okay, I like rook e3 because the bishop on g5 would protect the rook here. So rook e3 was played. It's a very good move, keeping the advantage and the extra rook on the board. So the English player is going for a kill in this game. Then on board 4, okay, an extra rook, but a lot of white pawns on the board. Nevertheless, I think that black is headed for victory here. But okay, let's see. What can you do after a6? This might turn the tables, by the way, because you have to give up this knight. Let's see. The knight has no squares here, because after knight d8, you can simply take rook d8 and then go rook d7, and let's say after king g6, maybe you can even take on a7 and play for win here with white. And actually after rook c4, I think that white went for a6. This is a very good move. So I think the alternative for black would be to take the pawn on b4. Let's say rook b4. This is the analysis board. Take on b7. Rook takes b7. And what's important that this rook protects everything and the 7th rank. So after rook d8, king f7, you no longer have this rook d7 check. So okay, black is still winning here. Okay, let's say it's a winning advantage, but white is still fighting after a6. So, and what is happening on the first board? Okay, here England is winning. So let's say advantage on the first board because of this queen. What happened? I don't know what happens in my games. I think I have a slight delay in my internet connection. So here black is winning. England will level the score in this game, and here it's a fight. So let me see if we have the other match, which is in progress, Mexico. So let's see on the board one, Mexico won easily. So you have the mate on f7. Then Mexico also won on the board two, mated his opponent with two queens. Board four also saw the triumph of Mexican team. So queen g2. This is board four. I'm sorry. And El Salvador made the point of honor here on the board number 3. So mate as well. It's a pretty mate here, but here, as you can see, this is the common mistake. So the queen on f6 attacks the pawn on f2, the bishop as well. So this is one of the biggest threats in the chess game. So mate in 1. And here, the very simple move like knight f3 would have parried all the threats, and the game would have continued. But unfortunately, after bishop e2, what was played on the game, now you have mate in 2 after queen f2, queen takes f2, and bishop e3. So this match is over. The youth group is finished, as I told you. So let's get back to England, Serbia. This is the youth final group. Sorry, this is finished as well. Okay, so we have to come back to the games here. Somehow I don't get all the games. I'm so sorry, I will have to reload the page. And here they're finished as well. And here they're finished as well. Let me then check the results because it's sorry for such a pause because I was not sure if we have any games in progress. As I mentioned, there were so many countries that actually launched the program Chess in Prisons, which are part of this tournament, the third Intercontinental chess tournament, online chess tournaments for prisoners. And Michael Rahal, he mentioned Malawi. So what I wanted to say is that inmates of Molo prison in Malawi have chess lessons and play monthly tournaments within the prison walls. So this is very important. So can you imagine monthly tournaments which gives them the opportunity to participate in the chess tournaments, and it was launched with the support of the Dada's Chess Academy. And so the founder of the Dada's Chess Academy, Susan Namangale, she is also the global head of the Gift of Chess, the general sponsor of this event, which distribute chess sets in Africa. And so, of course, it's a non-profit organization which transforms the lives of people with such a simple gesture, just the gift of the chess set. and they end like we saw just the match of Mexican team. The first national online chess championship for prisoners recently took place in Mexico City. So altogether, was maybe not only in Mexico City, in Mexico, yes. So altogether there were 142 prisoners from 15 teams which competed in this event. Are we preparing for a guest right now? Sorry. So right now I don't have any games which are live, so I think we are preparing for the guest. Yes, Andre, are you here with us?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Do you see me?
Yes, I can see you. I'm not sure that we have both windows now on screen. Yes. Okay, yes, I think that we are ready for the interview. First, yes. No, first we will have a small break and then we will prepare the interview, Andre. So I think we will be aired in 10 minutes. So let's have a small break and then we will start the interview.
Wonderful.
Chess for Freedom gave a chance to 4 women from Georgia to be released from the prison before its terms. The Georgian women took part in the competition and became the world chess champions back in 2021. This is a story when one day, one chess project changed the future for the better. Today, these 4 women are living their free lives and holding the meaningful title of World Chess Champions. We had a chance to visit Georgia to interview legendary chess player, 5 times World Women's Chess Champion Nona Gaprindashvili, who is an advocate of social projects for inmates, mainly Chess for Freedom. How important is the project Chess for Freedom for inmates?
I should say it's very important. First of all, chess played a great role for everyone during the pandemic when everything was just shut down. Chess was the only sport where we had all the competitions still happening. Just imagine how important it is for inmates to have an opportunity to be a part of the World Championship. 2 years ago, Georgian women won the championship. It's true that they have not had many years ahead of them in prison, but still, they have been released before their terms. It was surely a great gesture and appreciation. They now have very different lives than in prison. It's certainly important for inmates to have such opportunities, and chess gave them it all. The words you mentioned before, freedom, peace, socialization, that's all what this project brought to the participants. We all celebrated the victory together. I was there to award the women's team. You know, they were extremely happy, totally different people.
Could you remember that moment when Georgian women's team became the world champion?
I had an honor to give them the chess trophy. There were representatives from the Ministry of Justice, also representatives from the Sports Committee. Women have been awarded decent prizes. Later we had some dinner together and you know, the inmates were very happy. Absolutely different people were standing in front of me. This project is exactly what makes people turn the tables to good instead of bad. That's what happened, as today these 4 ladies have a normal life. This is exactly what I wish for each and every participant of the project. Chess gives these opportunities.
Do you think this title of world champion would help them to socialize after liberation?
Of course, I'm certain these ladies are doing a decent life. They changed. They have already served their terms in prison. Now the world championship title will help them to feel better.
What would you wish for the participants of Chess for Freedom 2023?
The fact that they are part of the project is already great. Only one team can win, and in total there are only 3 prizes. But the most important is to be the part of the chess event, because chess can change their lives for the better. I wish they also have been released before their terms. This might be a fresh start of new lives for many of them. That's what I wish for them all.
Thank you so much.
We are taking part in every social project, including Chess for Freedom. This is the FIDE project, where in 2021 Georgian women became world champions. After this victory, they got freedom from prison. That directly corresponds to the name of the project, Chess for Freedom. We are hoping our women's team will celebrate another victory and will become world champions again, as we have quite strong players.
How important is this project for inmates in prison, and if chess can help them in a way in the future?
Chess is a very popular sport. I often see young people playing chess online on their phones. People are playing chess everywhere, also in the prisons. Chess is a tool for socialization for inmates. I am certain inmates are playing chess and enjoying the process during their spare time. I hope chess will help them for freedom.
It's a game born over 1,500 years ago. A blend of risk and reward, strategy and skill. But now it's helping more and more players whose lives are far from black and white.
It's good for your mental health. It can be quite a dark place, isn't it? Just behind the door 23.5 hours a day. But I suppose if you've got something to concentrate on and, you know, something like this to come to and focus on, it's a good thing.
HMP Huel is home to more than 1,000 male inmates. The man in charge was keen to add his prison to a growing list of those playing chess.
When the men come into custody, to some extent, you know, they've lost everything. So how do you start to rebuild that? And there's no doubt in my mind that chess can be a part of that. And we've seen so many examples of where the men have just flourished and thrived.
Ralph, how long has this project been running?
So about 2 years now. We've really seen much more chess happening in the prison. During COVID, it was one of the activities that we felt the men could do, despite all the restrictions.
Find it therapeutic, just clears your mind for a bit, and obviously have to concentrate on it. Jail, innit, you know what I'm saying? So you obviously haven't been sentenced to anything yet, so you do think about like what's going to happen and that, you know what I mean? It's nice to just get away from that.
Today's teacher is Carl Portman, who is playing 9 men simultaneously. Carl volunteers his time playing in a number of prisons.
Oh, there's a long way to go. I play my best chess when up against it, that's for sure.
One UK charity also runs clubs and say they've seen a big rise in demand. Chess in schools and communities first began organising regular games for just 2 prisons in 2018. The following year this doubled to 4 and then became 10 in 2020. And while their numbers froze during COVID restrictions, this year it has risen again to 16.
I started this about 10 years ago and I just went to the occasional prison here and there. Some people played, some didn't. It's not only blossomed here, but right across the world. There's now a World Online Prison Championship, of which HMP Huel were represented as England.
This annual tournament saw prisoners here playing online, taking on inmates in the Philippines, Mongolia, Ecuador, and 42 other countries around the world. In total, 85 teams entered, more than double the number of the year before. HMP Huel's permission to play was granted by the Ministry of Justice, who say playing chess trains players to think before they act, while providing transferable skills that can help them find a job so they don't commit further crimes when released.
I felt like I was out there living a normal life, like, so apart from these clothes, obviously. But if you lose your way out there, in here doing this, it can make you feel like you're normal, you know, and you're not a criminal.
Matt Graveling, BBC News.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, as usual, I'm live and I'm taken by surprise. We still have a lot of skills to develop, at least for me. We are back to cover the third Intercontinental online chess tournament for prisoners. Today we have men's, women's, and youth events. It's the second day of the competition. This competition is the part of Chess for Freedom program, which was launched a few years ago and is growing steadily. So this year we have more than 50 countries participating and 118 teams participating in this event. And now I will welcome our next guest, Andrei Vögtling. It's a very interesting combination. Andrei, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Yes, hello.
Thank you.
So you have a French name and a German surname.
Yes, exactly, because I have a mom who comes from the French part of Switzerland, and Vögtling is a German surname, which means it's coming from the German part of Switzerland. So I have been brought up bilingual. Unfortunately, I don't speak Russian, but I speak German, French, also English and other languages in the south of Europe.
So I can say bienvenue.
Yeah.
Yes, welcome. Andrei, you are the chair of the FIDE Social Commission and the president of the Swiss Chess Federation.
Exactly, yes.
So please tell me a bit more, and please tell our audience about the involvement of the Swiss Chess Federation in this project.
Well, the involvement of Switzerland in this project is very new, because I have been elected as a chairman of the FIDE Social Commission in March, and I realized that in Switzerland we didn't have this social chess culture. We had no chess in prisons. We have one refugee who is in Switzerland, who was very successful in our tournaments later, but we have not this project for protection, FIDE, and other projects in this area we also didn't have yet. But we have now a new responsible person in Switzerland. It's Urs Hirt, who is leading this commission inside our federation, and we are very happy to have Chess for Freedom in one prison in Switzerland, and we hope to have more in the coming years. It's always very difficult to enter such a prison to motivate them to take part to these kinds of championships. But one in Saxon-Ried is very interested to start.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, because I had another information coming right into my ear. So what is your personal opinion about the values and of this program, and of course the goals?
Well, this program has been developed by Michael Kornman in Chicago, together with the Cook County Jail, with the sheriff. And I think this is an initiative who's very successful. It's one of our flagships in the Social Commission. We have also the project with refugees, with the addicts, and we start now projects with the elderly, with addicts, etc. And I think Michael has developed this project in a sense that the whole world is now participating at this online tournament, which is wonderful. And we are still looking to get more and more of the federation participating and the prisons. And I think we are at the stage where we can say, okay, we are successful. Things are working very well also in this tournament. And I hope for the coming years that we can motivate also other countries to participate with more teams, not only, let's say, with a male team, but with a women team and a young youth team. And this needs development, this needs motivation, training. And let's see, for Switzerland, for example, we have one jail, and we try now to initiate trainings in this jail for this male team to be more successful next year. But we will also discuss with other jails to let's open the doors for our project. And I think it's steadily pushing in the direction of getting the whole world involved in this wonderful initiative.
Then I have, you mentioned that you want to get more prisons, of course, involved in the project. So do you get a lot of resistance, for example, when you talk to the penitentiary facilities? What can they tell you, which could be a counter argument?
Well, at the beginning, it's, oh, that's an interesting idea. I didn't thought about chess in prisons. Then it's going a little time, and then they come back to you and they ask you for trainings. And when it comes to the championship, we have an issue with the internet, because jails should be safe, and this is a big issue. For example, in Switzerland, one jail denied to us to take part because they were frightened that this could be a big issue. Then, of course, it's also the topic that do we have enough chess player already in these jails? For example, in Sachsenried, we had this. Mm-hmm. But I think the resistance is to be developed, and steadily we get more and more people who are interested in our initiative. And I think the assistance of Michael in this project for countries to get answers to their question has been very successful and needed.
Yes, so this project, I can understand, in some countries is something very new, so they still have to evaluate the possible consequences, of course, and then they get back to you. And for example, since FIDE is taking part in this project globally, does it help more? As the international institution, it contributes maybe to opening doors.
Of course, it is like an avalanche. It's if you have the very, very big countries participating, it's easier to tell other countries, hey, let's come on board. I had discussions with Italy, with Israel, where I felt that they didn't have this awareness that this is going on, and when we were talking to them, they got motivated to get on board. And I think I have also the project in refugee camps, for example, we are in Kenya, in Kakuma, and I see what chess is doing with these people and also with the inmates. I had the opportunity to be in Chicago, and on the personal level, it has so many benefits in the cognitive, volitive and emotional area of a person that I think we can do very good things to these people in their lives. And I'm very happy that these initiatives show in statistics that it has a positive impact on the prisoners. They don't get back into the jail as quickly as before. And in refugee camps, we have also very interesting benefits seen by these people we were interacting with. So I think chess is not only competition, but it develops also personal skills, which is very positive.
Oh, well, thank you so much. And I had another question, maybe the last question, but do you have maybe another special event planned in 2024? Maybe more youth teams participating? What do you have in mind?
2024 is for FIDE the 100-year anniversary. In Switzerland, we are already preparing this event with a lot of activities, and I also heard that FIDE is doing a lot. And in Chess for Freedom, we will, after this successful championships, we will reflect on the next steps. And I'm sure that we find some special events in 2024 for this project as well. And the goal will be to increase the number of countries and teams, and perhaps to connect it with the history of chess, because 2024 will be 100 years of chess, and Chess for Freedom is one part of this long story and history.
Thank you so much. So it was founded in Paris. So it's my city, of course, and I hope to see a lot of celebrations, which are, well, of this event, of course, and many other events that you mentioned. So we have a few games still in progress. As you know, that now it's the very decisive moment, because the teams are still battling for the first or for second, because all of them want to come back tomorrow. Of course, not all of them will, but they came today, you know, full of ambition. So I'm actually very curious myself to see who will make it to the final. And as many of you mentioned before, some of the countries like Mongolia, they have this program which was implemented for so many years already, and their teams are always dominating, you know, this competition. So you can see how important it is even for them to train, you know, every day.
This is the case also. I just was in Kenya in this refugee camp, and I played with girls, and I saw that when you start training the game, you have different levels, and if you have a system which is going on for years, you can train these people not only on the basics, but you can train them in middle game strategies, in end games, in openings, and they get better and better. And that's not a surprise that Mongolia is so far in this competition. But I think the success is one thing, but if we can push this worldwide for a lot of prisons, I think it's not only the result, but the development of these people in this wonderful game.
Of course. So let me wish you to bring more awareness, well, about this project, and especially about the game of chess and how it can help, you know, in penitentiary institutions. Let it bring more joy, of course, for the refugees and for all the projects that you're having right now. I know that. Let me wish also more people who help you. I think, you know, sometimes you're simply luck, you know, teachers, people who visit prisons. I know that, for example, Dana, the deputy chair of management board in FIDE, Dana Reznitsova, she visited so many correctional facilities in Africa, Europe, America, and so that's how this program actually can get started in many countries. So thank you so much.
This is in fact, I can also give you the information that behind these championships, there are so many dedicated people, not only people who are organizing the technical part, but who have been organizing over months now to make this championship a success. And FIDE is a group of very dedicated people all over the world to try to make this events, not only this one but also others, happening. And I'm a newcomer in this area, but I can tell you that it's wonderful to see them working and acting on different topics, and it's always very situational, these problems who occur in the communication, in the tournament organization, and it's a wonderful team. Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. So, of course, to all the people behind the scenes, thank you so much. And we know that without you, well, nothing is possible, of course. So thank you for such a beautiful interview and the event. Let's get back to the games, and let's see who the winners are, of course.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So let me
so was it okay?
It was perfect.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. Okay, so let's get back to the games. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so now we have the games. I have the games at least. So we still have the women's group, no, the men's group, which is playing. But unfortunately, I don't have the games on my screen. So Romania, Georgia against Romania, round 9. Okay, and Bulgaria against Serbia. But these are the round 9s. Okay, so we still have 30 minutes of games, but I don't understand. Why don't I have them? Women's men final. Okay. I apologize, but I cannot access the database of the games. Okay. I think that we will need to have a small break just in order for me to have the games, to bring the games on your screen, and I will be back in a few minutes.
Inmates call me Dr. K. I'm teaching chess in the Cook County Department of Correction. We currently have over 150 inmates on a weekly basis taking the chess classes, and almost in every single division in Department of Correction. We started the chess program at Cook County Department of Correction in 2012 to bring a different way of thinking to a group of inmates.
Playing chess teaches you different strategies to be more patient. It's complex, but it all plays a part with the way of life.
Every time I play, I learn something new. And I think the chess class here in Cook County that Dr. K has going is something very good for the detainees that's here.
It's a strategy game that I would have never learned in the world. It would have took me some time to sit down and just be patient, and I ain't had that at first. So sitting here in these classes that they have is actually helping us with ourselves.
We also introduced the online chess play right from the jail. Inmates are able to play online with any other people around the world. The latest addition to the program is family online matches. Inmates can correspond with their own families, with their own kids. And the idea is that through the chess, they can redevelop their own connections with families.
I have time to interact and connect with my family.
I'm able to play online with my kids. I'm able to learn new moves from other opponents that's sitting around me. I'm able to pick up new strategies that I can maybe basically put into my lifespan.
They enjoy this time. Those 2 hours that they play, they talk about different issues, they talk about their everyday life, and they use chess as a tool.
I play my kids online once a month, and I'm able to see my wife and my kids. My wife brings all my kids for me to play. It's actually helping me think a lot, you know. It's operating my brain, a part of my brain that I wasn't using.
Most of the kids have never played chess before. It's my job to teach them, and then I give them to their dads, and their dads teach them about both the game, and they teach them things about life, how chess impacts their life, how to think forward, and think ahead of the game.
It feels nice to play with my dad in type of games like this.
I love chess. This is fun to do.
I'm trying to teach inmates when they play chess, they all should be looking for themselves like kings. They're making decisions like kings. They should be feeling like kings during the chess game. And the most important, everyone should feel, I can win. I can be a winner today.
I want to thank Chef Dark for putting the program together, making it accessible for us, allowing us to have it, for the vision he had, the thought, consideration. Thanks.
Mitt navn Nils Leiel Finstad. Jeg fengselsleder i Oslo fengsel. Et fengsel med høyt sikkerhetsnivå som ligger midt i Oslo på Grønland. Norges Sjakkforbund hadde vel en slags lansering, hvor da prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn ble presentert. Og vi ønsket å delta på dette, og ble veldig inspirert og motivert til å dra sjakk lenger i Oslo fengsel, fra at det ble spilt på ulike avdelinger, til å gjøre det til noe større, og sette det litt mer i system, da. For vi har sett at det er populært, veldig populært. Sjakk er et godt virkemiddel til å starte en dialog, for eksempel. Være en innfallsport til en god samtale.
Det er ganske mange som spiller sjakk, da. Og det kommer nye innsatte, nye spillere.
Jeg spiller ikke så mye ute, men det er noe som blomstrer inne, da. Egentlig spiller kanskje 4-5 partier om dagen.
Nå er vi i arbeidsdriften i Oslo fengsel, primært trevareproduksjon. Det lages veldig mye forskjellig, også sjakkbord. Det ene står her. I tillegg så har vi ganske nylig laget litt sånn prototyp på et litt annet type sjakkbrett, litt mer eksklusivt i mahogni. Det mange muligheter i Oslo fengsel for produksjon. Det har vel kanskje fått litt ekstra vind i seilene nå. Dette har vi gjort en stund, i hvert fall disse sjakkbordene og brett. Men igjen, prosjektet Sjakk og samfunn har trigget oss på flere måter, også her i arbeidsdriften.
Man føler seg at man ikke i fengsel, faktisk. Og tiden går veldig fort når man i et sjakkspill. Ja.
Dear chess friends, welcome back. And without further ado, let's get back to our chess games. The third Intercontinental online chess tournament for prisoners is organized right now. The teams are fighting for their place, the spot in the final. So right now I am observing the game in the men's group between two teams from El Salvador. El Salvador second team and a third team. So let's have a look. So they El Salvador second team, they won on almost all boards, and this is the last game on the first. This is so this is the last position that I have on this match, and I think that Black lost on time, but for the moment, yes, I have no more information here. So round 7. Okay, Serbia against. Okay, the match has not started yet, but then let's have a look in the women's group. Okay, Mexico against Salvador's second team. That's the game which is still on. Okay, that's an interesting position because, as you can see, White has a huge material advantage. Okay, I have something is wrong with my screen because it's the positions which are appearing change at such a speed that I'm not even sure that these are the actual games. So okay, let's have a look once again. Okay. I'm not sure that, yes. Okay, let's have a look. El Salvador against Serbia. Yes, I'm trying to choose okay, let's have a look because my games are not loaded. Okay, so okay, finally we have a match which is in progress. So round 7, first team from El Salvador against the Serbian fourth team of Serbia. You know, they have quite a number of participants in this event. So a very unusual opening from what I see. Let's have a look here. So e4 d5, the Scandinavian defense. I am challenging this e4 pawn immediately. E takes d5. Of course, here you can take with the queen. Queen takes d5, but you can also play knight f6. But black has chosen a very interesting option, c6. So d takes c6, knight c6. Developing the knight, so bishop c4, knight f6. Black is saying that, okay, I will be better developed, so maybe I can have an initiative later. I will develop a very dynamic play later, so knight f3, bishop g4, pinning this a knight and aiming to win the queen if the knight leaves the spot. So white decided to unpin itself and to play bishop e2, e5. It's a very aggressive approach because black, of course, wants to play e4, then d3. Maybe even bishop c5 was possible here. So let's see. Maybe bishop c5 was a more active square, but something like this. Okay, but nevertheless, you know, black is finishing the development with bishop d6, castle, queen c7, h3, attacking the bishop. So bishop h5, knight c3, a6, because white was threatening knight b5, bishop g5, and long castle. So this actually shows that black came to this game with a lot of ambitions, because black sacrificed a very important central pawn. But as you can see, queen on c7, bishop on d6, they're looking at white's king here. So it's not easy was to have this diagonal mentioned. And also what I wanted to say, that even though they sacrificed the central pawn, now they have a very nice open d file. So sometimes, you know, it can help black. So let's see. After knight e4, can I make the use of bishop b7? Is a very good move. You're impinging yourself, and now black is threatening to take on e4 and to win a piece. So what should white do here? Because after knight f6, I actually think that black can take with a pawn, and the Serbian player does so, opening the g file right now. So he can create a very quick attack. Now I think that after f5, okay, the move is on the board, and I really like black's position right now, even though he's a pawn down. So that's a very dangerous position for white. So let's have a look what is happening on the third board. Okay, now I have all the games. Serbian player is having the white pieces here. Just a second. So let's see. This is such an interesting pawn structure here. From white, you have this f2 pawn, the beginning of the chain, e3, so f3, d4, and c5. So you have all this. This is a very interesting pawn chain, while black has b7, c6, d5, e4, and even you can continue f5, g6, and h7. So this is a closed structure, what we'll call, and white decided to open the position and played the move f3. This is a very interesting idea, though. Now you have a permanent weakness, this pawn on e3, and it will be a permanent target. And also black has now this very nice square on e4. So the knight can jump here as well. So I would say that black is better in this position. And well, that's a fight. Actually, I think that white was almost forced to take on f3 with the rook, because after g takes f3, you know, the pawn on e3, let's say, is hanging. So probably you can take knight e3 here, and black has a winning position. So rook f3 was forced, and black decided to play here knight h5. It's an interesting idea, because of course the knight cannot take on h5 here, because let's say knight h5, this is our analysis. Here you have this very important move, queen h2. The king cannot take the queen, so after king f1, king h1, king e2, queen g2, winning everything. So that's why after knight h5, I think that the best move for white in this position would be to play knight f1 and protecting with this knight the pawn in h2 and just hang in there. That's my best advice for the situation. So what is happening on the first board? between El Salvador and Serbia. So this is the first team from El Salvador playing against Serbian force team. Okay, white is a bit better. Please remember that those games are very quick. So each player has 10 minutes for the game and gets 5 seconds after each move is complete. So it allows you not to lose a game on time when you have a decisive advantage, such as like a queen up, a rook up, and continue the game. So here, well, the position is actually quite balanced. And g5. Okay, I can understand this because white starts with g5, and then maybe if the knight, let's say, goes to h5, he wants to continue with f5. Here, maybe he should take first, take, exchange one rook, so keep this rook on the f file, and maybe play f5 here, but okay. There is bishop b5 check. You have to consider all the complication before entering this variation. So I would say that a g5 is the move which is very responsible here. So black did play knight h5, but then white decided to play bishop c5, d takes c5. Okay, white no longer has the option of playing f5 because now this pawn is pinned. So you cannot play f5 because your king would be under check. So what to do here? Maybe knight e4, bring the knight into play, and he does so. So knight e4, maybe I want to take on c5, maybe knight f6 at some point. Okay, you never know. But if black takes on c6, this is the diabolical threat. So now you can play knight f6 because now the queen is not protected, and if you will take on f6, so white can take the queen on c6. Well, so queen c6 is not possible after knight e4, and this is a very nice trap. So I think that Serbian player saw it, so he played bishop f8. Well, he wanted to protect the pawn on c5, of course, but now, you know, he leaves the square on f6, which is now a bit unprotected, a bit weak, because only the knight on h5 is protecting it. So the player with white goes for it directly, but maybe he should have prepared it. Maybe rook d1 is an interesting alternative, aiming for d7, because black still cannot take on c6. So I think that this was the idea he should have considered. And then we haven't seen the board one here. Okay, so well, white is completely winning because black couldn't take on d7 because g5 was winning this bishop. White is already in exchange and a few pawns up. 3-2, so 2 pawns for. So exchange in 2 pawns. So what can he do after king g6? I think that the easiest way to win would be to play rook d1. First of all, protecting the pawn and not allowing bishop d4, because black can win the exchange back. Meanwhile, I just learned that England and El Salvadorian women's groom qualified for the final matches tomorrow. I think that this was the prediction of our woman behind the scenes, Kema Garayeva, and I wanted to seize the opportunity and to thank her for this wonderful event, because we're always talking about the men behind the scenes. So in our case, Kema took care of every little detail and of every person, I think, that is involved in this event. And I hope that she will continue, because normally when those events finish, The only thing that you want is to sleep and not to see anyone. But I really hope that she will continue supervising all events in the future. And of course, big shout out to our technical team. I know that I give them some troubles and they are resolving all the issues masterfully and with a lot of elegance. So here, after king g6, rook d1 was played, rook a8. Now, well, you can play rook e8, and then, of course, the game would be over because you're going to promote your pawn. And, well, from what I learned just now, all our technical team has their favorites. So the predictions also came from Sotiris. Well, we have such a wonderful site which is hosting the event, chess.com. So I have, of course, to thank all of them for this work, and this event couldn't happen without them and without our virtual chessboard. So yes, it seems now like a speech for after the Oscars. Yes, so I'm rehearsing for the potential trophies for our Chess for Freedom project. So let's have a look. Okay, this might seem complicated, but here, of course, even though the pawn is on a2, I can always give up my rook for this pawn. It's, well, it's advanced, but now maybe I can take on d8, rook d8, play c6, and you know, now I have the second pawn, which is aiming to become a beautiful queen. So this is game over. White decided to stop the a pawn and to play rook a1, but this is hopeless for black. So Serbian player will win this game. Let's see. So I have the results and the matches for tomorrow's final. We have Serbia, which will face the second Indian team in the youth group, and Ecuador will play the first Indian team for the third place. In the women's group, we have the final between Mongolia and England, and El Salvadorian team will play Philippines for the third place. So finals are tomorrow. Let me see if we still have the games which are on. So we have the fourth board from Serbia and El Salvador in the men's group here. So knight f4 was played. Bishop d2. Black brought the second rook to the e file. h5, h3. A lot of mistakes, but let me see here. Was there a possibility, maybe, because I spotted a tactical idea, maybe queen f4 was possible? Let's check it, because I'm also aiming for mate. Let's say if you take here, maybe rook e1, of course. So bishop e1, rook e1. So check, and the king cannot escape on h2. So knight f1 seems to be the only move, but now the bishop comes into play, bishop d4. So if king h1, rook f1 mate. This is a beautiful combination, and indeed it was possible. So queen f4, sacrificing the queen temporarily only, but it could have brought the immediate victory to El Salvadorian player. But let's see, what is the position that we have on the board right now? So instead, knight f6 was played, and okay, black is pressuring, but for the moment there is nothing decisive. So e4, bishop b1, knight g5, attacking the rook, bishop b6. It's a very tense battle. So after knight h2, queen g3, threatening knight h3 and taking on f2, but rook f3. So this is the actual position on the board. Of course, that black can take on f3, winning an exchange, and then probably taking on f3. So let's say knight f3, and then you have to maybe to play bishop f7. You can take on f3 or maybe f4. I really like this move, bishop f7, because I want to take on e3 if it's possible. But for the moment, as you can see, the position is closed. So I really like the move which was played in this game, f4, opening all the lines and the diagonals for the bishops, especially that now there is also a very obvious threat, bishop takes h3. The pawn cannot take it because it's pinned. So it's a brilliant move. You know, El Salvadorian player is conducting this game very nicely. So I think that he's going to win, of course. So I think at the end of the broadcast, we will be able to bring you the results after the 2 days of the tournament. So you will have a better vision of who is participating in the final matches and how did the tournament go. Okay, let's see. Okay, Serbia won on the first board, El Salvador won on the second board. So the match is tied. Here, El Salvadorian player has huge advantage. So let's have a look at the fourth board. So that is the position where we stopped our analysis. So where is the game right now? Okay, the game is here right now. You have the opposite color bishops, which offer a lot of possibilities to draw the game, but paradoxically also to win the game. It depends if one side has these winning chances. So the side who is struggling, you know, it has drawing chances, but the side who is trying to win maybe has c7 here. So after c7, you cannot take on c7 because of the queen a8 mate. So what else can you do here after c7? You have to play maybe queen f8. That's the only possibility here. And maybe we can simply play bishop b7 and promote on the next move. Yes, I think this is a very simple way to win this game. This is what happened in the game. c7, queen c8, and queen e7, threatening queen f7. And this is game over. So white is going to win this game. And then I think that El Salvador is going to win this match, because for the moment the match is tied. Yes, so now it's the match is over, 3-1 victory. And let's have a look what happened here. We have Croatia playing against El Salvador's second team. Okay, black is winning here, so you cannot stop this pawn. In this game we have a rook end game, but which looks not maybe completely winning for white, but at least, you know, those pawns are very weak, and of course white has a healthy extra pawn. So now after rook e8, this pawn is attacked, was under attack. So king d2 was a very important move, and then maybe white can take on a7. So the Croatian player is under a lot of pressure here. El Salvador won on board board 4 here. So I made it his opponent. So 2-0 for the moment. And on the third board, okay, this is a completely winning position for the Croatian player. So it's going to be probably 3-1 or 2.5. But here, okay, mate in 1, and the game is over. So the score in this match is 2-1. And let's have a look at the last game, which is still in progress. So rook g5, aiming at g4 pawn, but then, okay. I think that you can take on h2 here, rook g4. Maybe complicates things a little bit, because let's say what happens if we, like after rook g4, yes, I wanted, we needed to bring this rook somewhere, so if I'll take here, you can also take here and bringing this game closer to a draw. But as you can remember, El Salvador needs only a draw in this match, in this game, because then they will win the match 2.5, 1.5. So this game is of the crucial importance. So let's see what happened. Rook h2, rook g4, rook h5. Oh, this is exactly what happened in the game. So rook b5, rook a6, and rook b6. Of course, because what happens is that now white is threatening to take this pawn on g6, so rook b6 interposing the rook. But the thing is now after rook b6 and c takes b6, it creates these two powerful passers, d and e, and it will be very difficult to stop them. So king g3, bringing the king closer to the center, king f6, rook f4, king g5, okay, and maybe here, well, you can bring the rook to f8, so it will not be in prison in any case, and you can also attack the b pawn from the behind, and then you can start pushing your pawns, e4, d5. So El Salvador will probably win this match 3-1. Let me see if I have, and I have another match in progress. Latvia against El Salvador, third team. It seems like all of the teams are participating in the national championship here. They're fighting against the Armada from El Salvador. Okay, Latvian player here is conducting the white pieces, and he has no chance to win this game, of course, because you have these two beautiful passers, and black is going to queen very soon. El Salvador won on board 2, checkmate on h7, as well on the board 4. Let's see here, also a very beautiful checkmate, and we have another game in progress, and white is in trouble once again, so this might be a very dry victory. El Salvador's third team is heading for the 4-0 victory. Queen e2, white is down to 40 seconds and the position is completely lost. So let's see, on the first board they won as well, so 3-0, and of course and I have another very interesting match because I didn't have the time to cover it. So the American team which is playing here. So what is happening? This is the only board. So Argentina won on the second board, third board, and the fourth. So the Argentinian team has already won this match, and this is the last man standing. So the American player is actually winning this game. So now you can take on b4. Let's see. Rook b2 was played with the idea of taking on b4. There is no way that you can protect this pawn. I mean, you can play queen c3, of course, but then maybe I can start checking you from d7, and I need to bring the rook into play, maybe to mate you. So let's say king b6, rook a2, with the ideas, with some mating ideas, queen a7. So Let's see what happened in the game, actually. Yes, queen d7 happened, and king b6. So what to do here? Rook d2 is also a very nice way to bring the rook into play, because now you're threatening rook d6, and game is going to be over soon. So don't forget that I can also promote this pawn. I can simply go e5, e6, queen d8. So white has 4 minutes, so it's enough time to win this game, of course. Just to pause, maybe for your future tournament, it's very important. I got this piece of advice from my coach, so it's very important to pause sometimes. If you have a few seconds, a few extra seconds, just breathe and look at the position from a different perspective. Knight d4, it's a fork, of course. So attacking the knight, attacking the rook and the king. So okay, this is a decisive advantage. White is winning here. A few options, of course, are possible here. You can exchange queens, you can continue the attack. So the yes, so I think that this day is going to be over in about 10 minutes. We'll have all the results ready for you. Okay, El Salvador, first team against Serbia. They won 3-1. Okay, so this match is over. El Salvador against Latvia. This match ended, as I predicted, in a 4-1 victory. We have the Croatia against the second team from El Salvador. So this happened. So 3-1 victory. And this, I think, was the last game. Argentina versus USA. So this was the last game in progress. And okay, queen c7. Okay, this is the last game of the round, I think. So of course you have to be patient. G3, because queen was announcing a small check on c7. So G3, you have to be patient, doesn't matter. Let's see if this game is going to be decisive for the standings. Maybe some of the criteria for the tie-breaks system can be decisive for the qualification. Queen a7, so maybe king b3. Yes, here, because the rook is hanging, don't forget about it, because then it will be very difficult. So maybe queen a3 check here, which will probably win the game immediately. After queen c3, you have rook d3, winning the queen. And if the king goes to a4, of course, now you can simply win the queen. So like this, and win the queen. So let's see what happened in the game. So queen a7, king b5, d5. And white won the queen here, so rook d2, maybe mate, queen c2, queen b2, but okay, queen c2 was leading to mate, I think, immediately. Rook d4. And now rook d6. Excellent move. Now queen b6 is very good. And then mating on d8. So white won this game, but Argentina won this match 3-1. So I think that this round was completed. And of course, as you can see on our live feed, you always have the images from different prisons, from the playing halls. And I think that this is also very important for the participants, because they they wanted to get the chance to be in this event, and well, we put them on the map. So let's have a look. I think we're about to finish our broadcast right now. So let's say we still have a round in the men's group because they still have to play it till the very end. So the winners of the youth group are Serbia and India, second team. They will play for the title tomorrow. Ecuador and India, the first. Our broadcast, of course, it's important because it's raising awareness among different communities, and we will, I think in the morning, we will announce the start of our broadcast tomorrow, and you will find out all the important details which are going to be published. So just in case, once again, I want to repeat that please bear in mind that all the information is going to be published tomorrow about the beginning of our broadcast and the teams who are going to participate and who are going to fight for the gold medals and for the podium as well. Please support your teams. Tell us who is your favorite. Well, put your bets. And well, I always like to root for the underdog, so I will have to look, who is my favorite team. Thank you so much for watching, and see you tomorrow.